Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us for today's Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I'm Courtney Bailey, the board specialist and today's board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons, both in person and remotely on Zoom. Swati Sharma, our executive officer, Shayna Avila, staff engineer, Sheena Brooks, operations and outreach manager, Lauren Chandler, ombuds, Greg Forrest, board counsel, Evelyn Nuno, board specialist, Linda Ocampo, senior staff engineer, Firdos Pramirza, environmental program manager, and Marcus Raymond, our senior environmental scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is May 15th, 2025 at 12:01 p.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia?
Here.
Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez?
Here.
Vice Chair Strass-Hacker?
Here.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Here.
Wonderful. We have a full quorum with all members present. We are now going to go ahead and review some logistical items for the meeting. So we'll move to slide 2, language selection. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. Next slide. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they will also be provided to you in the Zoom chat. The information, including the call-in numbers, are also posted to our website. Next slide. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table at the entrance of the room. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov/nextmeeting. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or unable to make verbal comments. Please begin your comment with "please read aloud" if you wish to have your comment read out loud during a public comment session. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or the Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters' videos and screens will be shared during this meeting. For agenda item number 9, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing number 3, which is scheduled to begin at approximately 4:45 p.m., we will be utilizing a numbered card system to facilitate the public comment period for our in-person commenters. At this time, I would like to just take a quick poll of all of our participants to get an idea of how many folks plan to comment for agenda item number 9, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing. So if you are in person and you do plan on commenting, can you please raise your hand? Wonderful. So it looks like 5 so far. Great. And for those in person, did you receive a numbered card? No? Okay, great. We'll make sure to get those numbered cards out to you here shortly. If you could go and keep your hands raised, we'll go ahead and pass them out. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, 6. Sorry, I missed you before. Okay, 6 for in person. Thank you very much. We, of course, will check in later today, but we're just getting preliminary numbers right now just to get an idea for timing purposes. For those joining on Zoom over the phone, if you plan to comment on agenda item number 9, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing, please raise your virtual hand or press star 9 on your phone, just so we can get an estimate of how many people plan to talk via Zoom. Okay, so just 1 right now, and that's okay. 2, thank you. And we'll definitely come back and check in on you we'll do it at break and then again before the actual agenda item starts. Thank you very much for giving us that preliminary information. Our public forum for items not on the agenda, which will be agenda item number 6, will be held at approximately 2:55 p.m. If you would like to express your comments in writing, you may submit your comment via email to bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And that concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rakestraw for agenda item number 2.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. As this is only my second board meeting, I'd like to begin by thanking many of you in the public and our stakeholders, my fellow board members, and DTSC and the Cal EPA family for the very warm welcome. I'd like to particularly highlight and thank the board's staff and really highlight for those in this room all of the excellent work that goes on behind the scenes and all the work that they do organizing and preparing for these meetings and other board engagements. I'm really struck by how exceptional the BES team is, so thank you. I also want to emphasize to all in this room and online that I'm open to meeting with you. As board chair, I'm most effective if I truly understand your concerns and why each of you are here with us today. Our team will provide to you in the chat the best way to reach out and contact me and how to request a meeting. And before I get into the agenda, I also would like to congratulate Director Katie Butler on the unanimous Senate Rules Committee vote that advances her nomination to the full Senate. So for today's agenda, we'll begin this afternoon with a report from our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, including a presentation from BES staff on Senate Bill 158's mandates for our board. We will then hear from DTSC Director Katie Butler as she provides us with her leadership report and department news. After that, the board will receive an update on the proposed metrics for DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program. We'll then take a short break, and after we reconvene, we'll open with public forum at around 2:55 p.m., followed by board member reports, and then review and consideration of approval of our April 24th meeting minutes. We'll then take a break at around 3:45 p.m. and reconvene at 4:45 p.m. to begin agenda item 9, our third hearing on DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Plan. On this third hearing, we'll begin with a presentation. We'll begin with comments from DTSC. We'll then have board discussion and direction on goal 7 specifically. DTSC will provide a presentation then on goals 1 through 5. And the reason I'm previewing this right now is just I would encourage the public in thinking through your comments to in particular focus on goals 1 through 5, or at least in addition to what we were saying, to think through the specific guidance and comments that you all would have on goals 1 through 5 as well. So we'll then close out the day with Vice Chair Hacker reviewing the day's action items. So moving right into agenda item number 3, I'd like to introduce our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, who will provide us with her EO report, which will include an update on both the board's and DTSC's action items from our April board meeting. We'll then hear from Lauren Chandler, our ombudsperson, and Shayna Avila, staff engineer, as they present an overview of SB 158, the focus on the board's mandates. I will now hand it over to Executive Officer Sharma for her report.
Great, thank you so much. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as Vice Chair Hacker mentioned, actually, let me go through the EO report. We'll first cover an update on permit appeals, action items from the previous board meeting, a fees update, the 2025 board meeting dates, and then I'll hand it over to Lauren Chandler and Shayna Avila to give a presentation on the board's mandates. So in terms of permit appeals, as Vice Chair Hacker mentioned at the last meeting, we have received 2 appeals of the Fibrotech permit renewal decision. We have now received petitions to support those appeals, which are on our website and which our technical team is currently reviewing. Board staff will be in touch with the appeal parties to keep the process moving forward. Next slide, please. For the BES action item follow-up from the March and April board meeting, Ombuds Lauren is set to capture all SEPs related public comments and questions and share them with the DTSC enforcement program. That item is complete. She captured all of the comments and questions and has shared those with DTSC enforcement program, who then are following up with the individuals that had the questions. The second follow-up item is Board Member Brostrom requested for more information about contaminated sites from previous dry cleaning facilities and asked that this be added to an upcoming agenda item. We are in the progress of trying to establish which board meeting. We'll have an update, but stay tuned for a presentation and update on dry cleaning sites and contaminated sites. Now I will hand it off to our Ombuds, Lauren Chandler, to cover the DTSC action items.
Good afternoon, everybody. Next slide, please. There were 3 follow-up questions for DTSC from the April 24th board meeting in Berkeley, all of which are from our Executive Officer Sharma regarding the hazardous waste management plan. Officer Sharma has met with DTSC. These items are considered to still be in progress and will be discussed during today's meeting. Back to you, Swati.
Next slide, please. Sorry.
Something wrong with it?
Okay, great. Okay, so now let's talk about the fees timeline. So starting in June, this kicks off our engagement process as it relates to the fee rate setting process. We will have a workshop in June where we will share the updated information that we have about the various fee scenarios, how DTSC's budget currently is, and how fee rates plays into that. At the July board meeting, the fees subcommittee will give a presentation to the full board on the various fee scenarios. Through August, we will continue stakeholder engagement. And at the August board meeting, the board will adopt the fee rate, which after the fee rates will go through an emergency rulemaking process, and then the fee rates are set on October 1st. Next slide, please. We have our next fees workshop. It'll be an upcoming virtual only workshop on the fee rate setting process. And right now it is scheduled on Tuesday, June 17th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And stay tuned and check our website for more information about presentation material and exact timing for that workshop. All right, next slide, please. This is our upcoming 2025 board meeting schedule. So we're here today in Cyprus, and we will, as Chair Rickstraw mentioned, have our 3rd hearing on the hazardous waste management plan. We have added a 4th hearing upon the request from the public. So we'll have our 4th hearing on July 15th at HQ in Sacramento. After that, we will have our next board meeting on August 27th and 28th in the Bay Area. And then we'll end the year on November 5th and 6th and have our last board meeting at HQ. All right. And next up, next slide, please. We have our Ombuds Lauren Chandler and Board Engineer Shana Avila, who will present on the board mandates, what our responsibilities are, what our roles are, especially as it pertains to SB 158. All right, hand it to you, Shana.
I think that would be me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Chandler. I'm the Ombuds person with the Board of Environmental Safety. And today, along with our board engineer, Shana Avila, I'll be telling you about how the board came into existence, some of the things that we do, and how we connect with the work of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, hosting public meetings, setting fee rates, deciding permit appeals, and issuing reports. Next slide. We're going to be talking about some of the statutory requirements that govern how the board fulfills its mandates. You'll see how we engage with the public and other stakeholders in our meetings, including the role of our various subcommittees and working groups. what we report to the state legislature and to the Cal EPA secretary, how the board is involved in the permit appeals process, our approving the hazardous waste management plan and setting fee rates, and the board's key roles in guiding, advising, and overseeing DTSC's efforts to manage and regulate toxic substances and hazardous waste in California. As a side note, we know that the government loves its acronyms, so I will be referring to our members as DES or simply the board. Next slide, please. Our enacting legislation makes it clear that our board members represent the general public interest and act to public health and reduce risks of toxic exposure with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. With concerns from the public and other stakeholders about the transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility of DTSC, SB 158 was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on July 13, 2021. It enacted several policy reforms to the programs overseen by DTSC and stabilized the department's funding. These changes resulted in improved transparency and a stronger commitment to environmental protection. Most importantly, SB 158 established the Board of Environmental Safety. Next slide. The board is required to conduct no fewer than 6 public meetings per year at various sites and communities throughout the state, and at least 3 of those meetings must be held in areas outside of the Greater Sacramento area. The board is also mandated to hold regular meetings to discuss issues related to hazardous waste, its management, and other environmental health concerns. This ensures that the board can meet as needed to make decisions, review policies, and address matters of public safety and environmental protection. The board is further mandated to provide opportunities for public hearings on individual permitted or remediation sites. This has previously involved cleanup sites, such as the Santa Susana Field Lab in Southern California and Brookside in Richmond, the facility closure at Exide in Vernon, and the metal shredding facility at Radius Recycling in West Oakland. Next slide, please. Board meetings are governed by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, which applies the principle of open government meetings to state-level agencies and commissions, mirroring the Brown Act's application and ensuring that the public has access to the decision-making process at both the local and state levels in California with a wider range of government entities. Under Bagley-Keene, no more than 2 board members can meet to discuss daily business outside of a public setting. In order to comply with Bagley-Keene, the board utilizes subcommittees to meet and discuss the topics within its purview. We'll be talking a little more about these subcommittees later in the presentation. Next slide, please. The DTSC director and the board chairperson are required to appear before the appropriate legislative policy committees to provide an update on the department's performance when requested annually. These appearances are utilized to provide updates on DTSC's performance, to provide a report on the Cleanups in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, or CVCI, and to give an update on DTSC's implementation of various reform measures. Next slide, please. In addition to BES's reporting out to the legislature, the board is mandated to evaluate and report DTSC's performance to Cal EPA. This process begins when DTSC's director first sets the department's priorities. The board then adopts those priorities and evaluates the department's overall performance compared to its objective, including the performance of its director. That evaluation is then sent to Cal EPA Secretary Yana Garcia. Next slide, please. Moving on to the board's role in permitting and permit appeals. The board receives a report from DTSC's permitting division regarding a schedule of certain continued permit decisions, which is adopted by the board at a public meeting. After DTSC makes hazardous waste facility permitting decisions, those decisions can be appealed to the board. This includes decisions to grant, issue, modify, or deny a hazardous waste facility permit. The board took over this responsibility from a permit appeals officer and adopted regulations with procedures and standards for the permit appeal process in 2023. Next slide, please. Going from our public-facing operations to inside BES, Subcommittees allow our staff and board members to work together on specific areas of concern while still respecting the limitations of Bagley-Keene. Subcommittees are typically headed by only 2 board members who work with select staff members to research and analyze detailed information before presenting recommendations to the full board for its consideration. Next slide. These subcommittees play a critical role in supporting the board's responsibilities by focusing on specific areas in greater depth. Our subcommittees are categorized by board mandates and statute, and each one is headed by board members with relevant expertise. The subcommittees meet regularly to review key issues and make recommendations to the full board, allowing for more informed and efficient decision-making. Working groups are sites and initiatives the board has decided to work on to address concerns raised by members of the public and other stakeholders. Next slide. The board was mandated to appoint an ombudsperson to serve as a resource to the public. My job is to remain an impartial channel for the public to communicate with DTSC. I'm here to receive and research inquiries, provide information and assistance as appropriate, and then report my findings to both the board and DTSC's director. I'm hoping this will be everyone's favorite program as we continue to build on our public engagement. Next slide. The Ombuds Subcommittee works directly with me to make recommendations to the full board as it relates to the Ombuds program. This can include anything from input on what the board would like to see in the reports to information that I can utilize to respond to the public when an inquiry is particularly complex. Board Member Gomez, our Executive Officer Swati Sharma, and our Board Counsel Greg Forrest meet regularly with me for that. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll hand it off to our board engineer, Shayna Avila. Thank you, Shayna.
Thank you, Lauren. I'm Shayna Avila, the board staff engineer, and I will be continuing with the second half of this presentation. Next, we're going to talk about the board's role with the hazardous waste management report and plan. DTSC prepares a hazardous waste management report every 3 years, and DTSC also prepares a hazardous waste management plan every 3 years, with the first draft released earlier this year. The third hazardous waste management plan hearing will be held today, with the fourth being held in July. The board and DTSC shall consider public comments and revise the draft as they deem appropriate prior to the board vote. The Hazardous Waste Management Plan Subcommittee meets regularly with the DTSC staff responsible for preparing the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. The first iteration of the plan will be approved by the board this year, and future iterations will be prepared in an iterative manner with updates every 3 years. The board collaborates with the director and takes available resources into account to create a multi-year plan for discussing long-term goals. The board also shapes and evaluates performance metrics for each of the department's programs. The board reviews, approves, and adopts the director's annual priorities for each departmental program. The board is responsible for approving the priorities of the department and performing an annual evaluation of the department's performance compared to those priorities. The Performance Metrics and Reporting Subcommittee works with the director and the department leadership to establish metrics for the performance of the programs within DTSC. The board is required to set fees each year for generation and handling, facility, and environmental fees. The board is mandated to ensure sufficient funding to allow both DTSC and the board to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. In September, the Office of Administrative Law approves fee rate schedules by an emergency rulemaking process. By October 1st, fee caps and fee rates are set by the board. The board conducts an analysis and develops recommendations to the fee structure that supports the department's activities that are outlined in statute. As a recap, the Fee Rate and Analysis Subcommittee is responsible for analyzing fee rate scenarios and analyzing the fee structure supporting DTSC activities. The Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, CVCI subcommittee, is responsible for conducting on an annual basis an analysis of the expenditure of CVCI funds, including the completed projects, in order to make recommendations to the legislature for future expenditures of state funds for cleanups. DTSC's objectives for CVCI focus on identifying and cleaning up contaminated sites in environmentally vulnerable communities. The board in its annual report evaluates the expenditures associated with the objectives. The Environmental Justice Subcommittee maintains engagement with nonprofit organizations throughout the state, ensuring that stakeholders stay informed about the board's work and receiving inquiries from the public. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much to our Executive Officer, Swati, Lauren, and Shana for the updates and presentation. Board members, does anyone have any comments or questions? A moment.
I have one question. We previously had a few of us working on Exide, and I don't think that was a formal subcommittee construct. But how do we handle any site-specific work that comes up? Is it outside?
It's a working group, which is listed. It's listed in there as a working group.
Oh, it's a working group. That's right, not a subcommittee. Got it.
And the difference is the subcommittees have a statutory requirement in SB 158, while working groups are specific initiatives and sites that the board has decided to dedicate its time on.
Thank you.
And Exide working group still exists. I know you're not part of it anymore, but Member Gomez, as well as Shana and Evelyn are part of that working group.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments from the board? Yeah. Yep. We're now going to turn to public comment on this item as well. So Courtney, will you please open the floor for public comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 3, the Executive Officer Report and the SB 158 Board Requirements presentation. I'll start with our in-room participants first. So those that would like to make a public comment, please feel free to come up to the podium. You want podium, big time. Please come on up.
No, I just have
Wonderful.
one question, and it's regarding the DTSC fees. So the local jurisdictions, Certified Unified Program agencies, they already charge and submit to Cali VA surcharge monies on a quarterly basis. Are those monies separate from the DTSC fees that are going to be implemented by the board?
This is probably an individual site-specific situation, so I'm happy to look into your specific scenario to see if it's separate or not. But generally, the fees for DTSC are different than the Coupa fees.
Well, I'm referring to the surcharge that the Coupas sent to the state, not the permit charges that they issue to their regulated community.
I believe, do you recall, I believe it's a separate charge. But we're gonna have to check in with the DTSC finance team. We'll be here later today, and I'm happy to get an answer for that question.
I'll get
Okay.
your contact information.
Yeah.
I'll get your contact information.
Oh, okay.
But I believe it is a separate.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that'd like to make a public comment? If you want to go ahead and come up to the podium. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
My name is Jenny Knack. I'm with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab, and I don't have a 3-minute comment, but I have a question specific to the presentation that was just made, there was a bullet point about reporting to Cali PA and the legislature about the subcommittees. And I would like to know if the work groups, if information on what happens in the work groups, the expectations of the participants of the work groups, or complaints or recommendations, if those are also in the plans to be communicated to Cal EPA and the legislature, and if not, can we set up some kind of system or metric so that we can make sure that those meetings aren't just simply used as a way to check the box, but that our concerns are forwarded to those bodies as well?
So the report to the secretary, those are specifically based on DTSC's objectives and an evaluation of if DTSC has met those objectives. So if, let's say, one of the working groups, one of those items is part of DTSC's objectives that are part of DTSC's larger priorities, then yes, it would be part of that evaluation. And I believe during last year and the previous year's oversight hearing to the legislature, I do believe that Chair Rizzo did cover, like, an encompassing, all the subcommittee and work groups, what's being done. But in terms of your question about the evaluation, it all depends on if it's under the priorities that are adopted. But I agree with you. We should have some sort of mechanism to make sure it's included and not a check the box.
To add context to my statement and request, I guess what I'm wanting as someone who is participating in one of those groups is to make sure that both the successes and the challenges of those meetings are communicated, because it seems that the goal for DTSC is to just have had it, that it happened. And I'm hoping that we can add context of what came out of those meetings on both sides, because I think that's important in terms of evaluating the overall process.
Vice Chair Stresshocker wanted to respond as well.
A couple of suggestions for us as a team to consider based on what you said. If we separate out the evaluation of DTSC that we tend to compose in the middle of the summer, if there are things that you want the board to consider, I suggest sending it to our executive officer and chair, so that as we work with our staff to write that evaluation, as Swati noted, it's based on the director's priorities. And so if you were to go to the website and look at what Director Butler has there, you can, find the right place to nest those comments, right?
Okay.
And then secondly, and that's more of a July timeframe.
Okay.
In August, the chair and the director are typically invited to appear before the Senate and Assembly committees that oversee our work. I don't know, the timing of that always seems to come irregularly sometime in August, but that's a great opportunity for anybody to speak. After you make your comments and Director Butler makes your comments, there's plenty of opportunity then to speak, as some of you have in the past. So
it is my, I might be remembering it incorrectly, but if my memory serves me correct, we get 1 minute, and I'm wondering, would going through the board be an appropriate way to ask for more time for communities?
The staff who organize it, Ingrid, you have insider knowledge more than I, but I think that it depends on whether they decide to have that as is called for in our statute. They might decide not to do that this year, but whatever they do, what advice would you give?
Generally with the legislative hearings, it will be determined by the committees and the committee staff and the committee chair.
Okay.
It usually depends on how many people are there. So I've seen it range from 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes. I don't think that we have too much control over that. I mean, I can suggest things, but it's not really up to the board. It would be up to the committees. But members of the public can reach out to the committee chairs and make different requests.
And I'm sorry, the last thing I'll ask, I'm hoping this isn't going over, is the last time you were the rep for the EJ communities as a whole, and I don't know if each community felt like they had an ability to have their concerns represented. And I'm wondering, does this board have any decision-making ability over maybe adding an additional EJ representative? Can we make it not just one person?
Sorry, do you mean board members or no?
This was before I was on the board.
Yes,
I
sorry.
was
Okay,
invited
Yeah.
to be one of the witnesses at
Oh.
a previous, before I sat on the board. And again, that is up to the committee
Okay.
staff. And so again, reaching out to the committee staff or chair to request,
Great.
different.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next in-person commenter, go ahead and come up. You're going to have 3 minutes to make your public comment. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazaros from Earth Justice. I've got a couple of comments and a couple of questions, as is my way. So first, I wondered, in the executive officer's report, you noted that the comments on the steps from the public have been collected and provided to DTSC, and I wondered if you would be able to share a copy of whatever was collected and shared.
Just like a compilation of those questions.
Yes.
Yeah, we usually post them on our website after every board meeting, all of the public comments. We have a document where we capture all of that.
Are those there now?
I believe.
Okay, I'll check.
Lauren is shaking her head saying, no, they're not
Yeah,
right now.
no, okay.
She's still
I
collecting
didn't-
them.
okay.
So, but typically we do
Okay.
post them all, but yes.
Thank you. You also noted in your report that you're adding an extra public hearing in July. Thank you for that. But you didn't note, at least I didn't hear you note, when the board vote would happen. Are you anticipating voting at that meeting?
No, not at the July. It all depends on what comments and how many comments we get and how much time DTSC's team needs to reflect and incorporate those comments. So it's, we haven't decided, the board hasn't decided on a date yet to vote.
So is it your, is your process that you'll stop taking comments on the plan for incorporation and feedback from the staff in July? You just don't know when you're going to vote, but is that going to be the cutoff for receiving comments?
I think we would, we will clearly communicate when the cutoff will be, but in July, the plan is to cover goals 6 through 10 and dedicate time so that DTSC can present on goals 6 through 10. So I imagine the cutoff would be after that, so that the public has time to reflect and provide more comments. So we haven't set that, but we'll clearly communicate when that cutoff is, but I don't anticipate it being right at the July board meeting.
Okay, well, as always, I will request that we have sufficient time to take in the information, contemplate the information, talk with our clients and communities about the information, especially if we're anticipating submitting written comments. It just takes time to do, right? So 30 days is not enough.
Yep.
120 days is probably too long, but you can comfortably fit something in there. The third thing is, I will note that you called out working groups in the description of the board's responsibilities, and I believe that you listed SB 673 as a working group. You may recall that, you probably won't recall, but certainly there are other members who recall at the very first board meeting, I was there talking about SB 673. And I will tell you that I've never participated in a board working group for SB 673. I don't know what it is or what its status is, but we would very much love to meet with the board to talk about the working group in general, but we would also love to be able to have a conversation with each of the board members, because SB 673 is one of the very urgent issues that's facing DTSC, and its continuing lack of completing those regulations continues to be problematic. So I don't know how to officially request a meeting. If this counts, awesome. If I need to do something else, please let me know. And then the last thing that I will, and I wanted to comment quickly on this, the notion that if DTSC puts in its objectives reporting back about reporting back about what happened at these meetings, then the board would incorporate that in its review of the director. And I would request that DTSC not be allowed to have such a loophole, or that we be careful about such discrepancies, that some of the spirit of collecting information and engaging around information be lost. So if DTSC decides it wants to be judged on people's satisfaction with the working groups, then they get to put it as an objective. But if they don't, then it's not an objective, and therefore the board, it sounds like, would be silent about that in its report back. So I think that the working group and the satisfaction of communities who are participating in that group should definitely be included in our oversight of the director. And
The 3 minutes is complete. So thank you for your comments. and
my 3 minutes includes the
We stopped,
response.
we actually stopped the clock during the response time.
It all goes by so fast.
I know. Well, if you have additional comments, you can email us. We also have our outreach and operations manager here as well to follow up on additional requests.
Okay, so I will thank you for your time, and note that we would love to have a panel happen at the oversight committee. Community should have an ability to participate, not just in public comments, but to give full comments about the director and DTSC's responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we do also have another opportunity later today for comments not on the agenda, for anything else that might come up. Thank you so much. Are there any other in-person commenters for this item, the executive officer report and the SB 158 presentation? Thank you. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Alea Crutcher. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment. I came here today to ask some questions about budget. Mainly, we work with communities around the Exide facility. I'm part of the working group. Something that we hear a lot is that there's not enough money to complete the cleanup. And so a lot of our members ask us, like, what do we do about it? So I've been doing a lot of research into what are more ways that we can generate money in order to do this. I know from that presentation that there's an ability to set fees. I also know there is legislation that's seeking to cap those fees. So I just wanted to get insight from this board. Are there creative ways that you all are thinking about how can we raise the money in order to, give the cleanup and the justice that our community members deserve around this site? That was a question.
So as you noted, it is very narrow in terms of what the window is of where the board can adjust the fees. And so some of the suggestions that you have, I think it's a board and DTSC and legislative fix. So I would welcome a more robust discussion around this. Perhaps we can meet with, if this is specifically about Exide, perhaps, our board member Gomez, who is on the working group, we can have a meeting with you and with DTSC to understand a little bit more about what some of the challenges are, what the possibilities are, and go from there.
That'd be great. Yeah, I would also urge if you can, any proactive energy on your behalf, just because it feels like the onus has been sort of on the community and our community groups to figure out how can we get this funding. And I would just love a little bit more proactivity, some collaboration would be great. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other in-person commenters? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to Zoom. For our Zoom commenters, I see Miguel has his hand raised. So Miguel, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. from Kettleman City. I'm the executive director of the Unidos Networking here. And I just wanted to thank the board a lot for this information. I think it was really helpful. But I think my comment is, if you look at what time it is today, it's 12:44 in the middle of the day. I don't think many of our actual community members that struggle from a lot of the things that are going on in the environment can actually attend these meetings. And I think one of my colleagues made a great comment that 3 minutes is definitely not enough. And so I would suggest, if I could, it'd be great to host the BES in the Central Valley so we can have an open community forum and have a dialogue where we're not limited by time constraints, where we can really hash it out and come to an agreement on the next steps in our communities. And I would say having this presentation where you guys walk through the BES board in its powers, why it was created, some of its limitations, and some of the other organizations it works with and through. I think that would be really great to present to community members in a format that they can understand, where we even have examples of maybe some of the things that have came out of the BES's work, like some positive changes, or maybe some more negative changes, right, where we didn't reach a goal or a metric that we were looking for. So it'd be really helpful if in the future we can have this again one day and we can host you guys within Kettleman City or one of the communities in the Central Valley. And of course, invite the public and have it be a really big public forum where we could do at least 2 hours and host people for dinner and really give the community members a chance to dialogue and meet the people that are protecting their health. And so that's my piece. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Any other commenters that would like to speak on the executive officer report or presentation? Please raise your virtual hand or press *9. And if our interpreters can check if there are any Spanish comments that would like to be made as well. We'll just give that a moment to verify. There are none. Thank you very much, Aldo and Leticia, for your services today. And thank you for those who commented on this item. That concludes the public comment period for agenda item number 3, the Executive Officer Report and SB 158 presentation. Chair Rakestraw, back to you.
Thank you.
With you an update at a high level, progress we're making on the director priorities, since this is the last board meeting of the fiscal year. And thank you to the community members who took the time to come today in person and to those who are tuning in online. Do I have slide control? Yes, I do. All right. So I'll cover some departmental news since we met last time in March, what's been going on, and enforcement update, other program updates, director's priorities, as I mentioned, and the board has requested a standing item for visibility on any permits in the pipeline for the following month. So I'll cover that, as well as a budget update, which is timely with the governor's May revised budget being released yesterday. We have some coming and goings with our leadership team. Our Deputy Director of Communications, who was with DTSC for 5 years through the thick of reform efforts and contributed so much to our organization, Allie Westcott, has moved on to another career opportunity, and she will be serving as a comms director, or she is now, for Senator Reyes. And I would love to give a warm welcome. Please join me in welcoming Charla Holmes, who is our new Deputy Director of Administrative Services. And Charla comes to us from the Water Board. So she's very familiar with Cali, PA and our work. And she shares our values when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, and a commitment to our work protecting environment and public health. So she's an excellent addition to our team. Very fortunate to have her and her leadership, especially as we have many challenges to navigate with our return to office mandate and implementing that. And so being a force of support for our staff during that transition period, very lucky to have her. An exciting announcement that recognizes and lifts up our staff. Our 2023-2024 State Achievement Awards were announced and distributed. We presented them to staff in person at our Cal Center office just a couple weeks ago. These state merit awards are highly coveted in state government. It was a program established back in the 50s through state legislation. And under this program, our department has the ability to honor staff who have demonstrated exemplary contributions to state government. And so here's the list of the awardees, and each awardee received a certificate, a plaque, and a monetary award. And there is a sustained superior accomplishment award, and we gave that award to Carlos Padilla in Hazardous Waste Management Program. This is reserved for individuals who sustain superior job performance over a 24-month period. It's exceptionally difficult to meet the criteria for this award. So congratulations to Carlos Padilla. We held an award ceremony. Here's some photos from it. It was really nice to get together, take a moment to reflect and appreciate our staff. So I wanted to share that with you. Okay, switching to an enforcement update. May marks the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of the launch of our enforcement strategic plan. And as a reminder, this strategic governance committee that we established across our department is marching forward with the goal of bringing consistent, timely enforcement to all of the programs at DTSC, not just our hazardous waste management program. The overarching goals are to strengthen the enforcement in these programs, particularly safer consumer products, one of our younger programs that's just now moving into how to do compliance and enforcement, develop those policies, and they're well on their way. They've made excellent progress just over this past year. And so our staff, we're really breaking down our silos with this initiative, learning from each other, developing new trainings and policies so that we can have more consistent, timely, efficient enforcement. Let's see. Before I go to the next slide, I did want to give one example in safer consumer products and in the implementation of Senate Bill 502. We received authority to formally request information from product manufacturers and their respective supply chains. So we can ask manufacturers for information on chemical identity, the concentration, the functional use of consumer products, and any existing information they may have on the use of those products and impacts to children, pregnant women, or other sensitive populations, for example. So any manufacturer who fails to provide the requested information can face penalties up to $50,000 for each of those violations. So our Safer Consumer Products program created an online module to implement this new statutory authority, and we'll be launching this module in June. Staff will use the module to issue formal information requests, and then manufacturers and suppliers will be required to use that module, and they can easily upload their responses using that online database. Okay. Moving into a specific enforcement action, I wanted to highlight between March and now, April 1st, we issued an imminent and substantial endangerment order to Chiquita Canyon landfill in response to the ongoing incident there that has been impacting the community nearby with noxious odors. And as a result, the community continues to experience symptoms and health problems. Our order focuses on relocating several requirements. One is to relocate the tank farm, and that's because the current location is in a place that poses issues when it comes to stability of the landfill itself. Second, expand the geosynthetic cover to encompass the entire main canyon. And then third, install a vertical reaction barrier So a way to block off where the reaction is occurring from the part of the landfill that is not yet impacted as a mechanism to control the reaction from expanding further. So this was an important step in our enforcement activities that continue on Chiquina Canyon. And it was issued along with another summary of violations that requires the landfill to take corrective action or face penalties up to $70,000 per day. On a couple key violations, I'll highlight failure to minimize the possibility of release of hazardous waste and failure to comply with land disposal restriction requirements. Switching gears to a new topic for us. This is sort of an emerging problem that I'd like to bring more awareness to. Rage rooms, also referred to as smash rooms, are recreational businesses where folks go to these storefronts and smash old appliances, other materials that contain heavy metals, harmful chemicals, and they're advertised as a place to vent, get out energy. They're growing in popularity, but of course they pose a huge public health risk and result in mismanagement, illegal disposal of hazardous waste. Our Office of Criminal Investigations, they've been investigating these rage rooms because of those hazards that I mentioned. For example, lead levels in dust at these facilities can be found at astronomical levels, up to 30,000 parts per million. So there is a serious risk of inhaling, ingesting metals and other chemicals when engaging in these activities. As far as the illegal disposal goes, the e-waste here is a hazardous waste, and destruction of this e-waste is considered illegal. So we have been giving notice to these operators, and we will continue engaging in enforcement activities and bringing awareness to this issue to prevent, eliminate these harmful exposures. Okay, and other program updates. Senate Bill 673 implementation has been a personal goal of mine since I have come to DTSC 2 years ago. Implementing this Bill 673 that is well overdue in its implementation. We have been making significant progress when it comes to track 1, which is the violation scoring procedure. This is the procedure that we use in enforcement and permitting to score facilities' compliance history. We proposed earlier this year and released publicly and presented here at the board changes to this scoring procedure that would make the procedure, instead of averaged over the number of inspections, it would be a straight addition. And we continue to move forward in the rulemaking process with an anticipated submittal date later this month to the Office of Administrative Law to formally start this rulemaking process. Over the past few months, we have been receiving feedback from the public, both through this board venue, through individual meetings, through emails, and we received feedback requesting clarity on like the types of inspections that would be included in the scoring. We received a request for an official 90-day public comment period, that's possible through the rulemaking process itself. We received questions about how the new scoring thresholds relate directly to environmental protection. And we've been modifying and making changes to the regulations in response to this feedback. We will be making changes as well to the initial statement of reason to better explain some of the thresholds that we chose, justification for those thresholds, better explanation for the inspections, and how we got to this point of making the revisions that we are proposing. And in the end, these changes to the regulations will just strengthen our VSP, the compliance history evaluation, even further for our permitting decisions. Track 2, what we sometimes refer to as the community vulnerability track. This is the track that includes 3 different goals. And the first one is an effort to provide earlier, more frequent opportunities for public input on our permitting process. So on new permit applications or permit renewals. We released the informational sheet for this last fall, along with the informational sheet for Goal 2 that considers community vulnerabilities in permit decisions. So we're at the last informational sheet, and that's for Goal 3, to propose an approach that considers science-based setback distances for community protection at our permitted facilities. And we shared the draft of that sheet with the subcommittee, the board subcommittee, and we're ready to release that last of the 3 informational sheet this month. So we are making progress. We are looking at ways that we can accomplish the actual regulation development and complete that by the end of this year. I'm learning in state government how long this regulation process really does take, and it can be frustrating, even to us in the department as we are leading the process. So this is and continues to be a priority that we will divert more resources to if needed to get these regs done, because I know they are of utmost importance to the board and to many of the community leaders, some of who commented earlier on frustration with these getting done. The Green Ribbon Science Panel is a Safer Consumer Product Program event coming up later this month, May 29th, in person at Cali, PA headquarters. And there will be a virtual audience for the attendees. One of the focuses at this panel, and worth mentioning here at the board, will be metrics, because I know we've spent a lot of time talking about metrics, the importance of them in evaluating the department's progress. And so this is a unique opportunity where we can leverage the experts at the Green Ribbon Science Panel to contribute their thoughts, ideas, advice in what metrics would make sense for our Safer Consumer Product Program. And I know we've been coordinating with you all on collaborating with the Green Ribbon Science Panel in this way. Okay, so transitioning to the director's priorities for the fiscal year that we're rounding out right now. I want to give an update on some of the work we've accomplished, some of those things that we are falling short on and will need to double down on in the coming year, and reasons or explanations why some of these are taking a bit longer, but they are not leaving the director priority deck in any means. So we will continue marching on those. Here's a visual. Doesn't really do justice to the details of each deliverable, but you can see at a glance the 5 priorities: enforcement, community engagement, promoting equity, driving sustainability, and attaining fiscal stability. I did receive feedback from a member of the public last meeting that the color coding, kind of provides that very first glance, but doesn't have the narrative detail. So I'm going to narrate as we move along in shading in the colors as far as where we can make more progress and where we have made significant accomplishments. So the first priority Strengthening enforcement. As many of you are aware, I have a strong commitment to building a culture of enforcement at DTSC, and our staff are striving for consistent, timely, equitable enforcement that is protective of communities. A couple recent developments that are notable is our team has been in the process of reevaluating the Lean Six Sigma process to reduce the time it takes for us to conduct enforcement. It's been a number of years since we conducted a Lean Six Sigma in this program. And so we are seeing opportunities to have process improvements, essentially, for more timely enforcement. Second, for metal shredder inspections, we committed to conducting 6 metal shredder inspections this fiscal year, and we've met that goal. We conducted 6 compliance evaluation inspections so far, and we responded to 1 complaint at metal shredders. Metal shredders continues to be a priority to have clear rules and regulations in place. We still need to have a clear permitting regime for metal shredders so that we can have proper oversight over their activities. And that's something we'll continue to work towards as well. The second priority is institutionalizing community engagement. We are constantly looking for ways to improve our engagement activities. And I set a very ambitious goal of updating and having a new public participation manual for the department. We have not revised this public participation manual since the early 2000s. So we've started the process, but it is taking longer than expected. And so, this one will roll over into the next fiscal year. I don't anticipate we're going to accomplish it this fiscal year, but I am happy with the progress that the team has made on it. And it's something that would benefit from more public engagement. And so I want to make sure we allow time for that as well, because this is such an important manual and the way of doing business when it comes to community engagement. I think it would be, completely backwards if we finalize the public participation manual without having the public participate. So we do want to allow time for that. Trainings for staff is another, I think, evolution that we are close to accomplishing, but won't be finalized by the end of this fiscal year. Our Office of Environmental Equity has developed a new training module on public outreach, and they're in the process of rolling that out across the department to include training on environmental justice. And so sounds like we may roll some of it out by the end of the fiscal year, but this is one where we'll see exactly where we land. But it's something that will continue beyond the end of the fiscal year as well to make sure all of our staff are receiving the benefits of that training. For priority 3, I want to focus on the Exide cleanup updates. I did cover the 673 updates earlier that also fall under this priority. We are on track to completing the cleanup of 5,940 properties by the end of the fiscal year. We are continuing to work very closely with our US EPA partners to position the Exide facility to be listed on the national priorities list. And we have already begun working on the remedial investigation for the site, and we will be completing that by the end of August. We anticipate the NPL listing decision to be made around October 2025. So we're looking forward to that. And we just held the public meeting last night, and our working group on Exide continues to meet as well. Priority 4 and 5, driving sustainability and climate resilience. This was a newer area for the director's priorities. It's an area of continued development. We made some progress, such as our hazardous waste management plan that does touch on the
need for more sustainable practices and proposes specific goals and recommendations to do that. We also made progress on our sea level rise mapping tool. Priority 5, attaining fiscal stability. This is one where we have completed all of the deliverables, and I'm really proud of our administrative services, fiscal, and programs, all of the cross-department collaboration that went into the generation and handling fee, emergency regs. There was a lot of hard work this last fiscal year that got us to the finish line on all of these deliverables for priority 5. So next year, I am envisioning that my priorities will focus thematically on many of these same priorities. Enforcement, we have community engagement and equity. Those are all going to keep being priorities of mine moving forward. It's just the deliverables that I envision will change and evolve as we move forward. So we are still developing those. Now is a great time for the public to weigh in on what the director priorities for the next fiscal year could be, should be, for the board, of course, to weigh in on what priorities we should have in mind. And I welcome that feedback. So if you want to pause here, or should I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep going and then we can.
Yes. It's just a couple more short updates. So permitting, we have 2 draft permits that we anticipate announcing next month. We have the Agritech Clean Tech Environmental facility in Los Angeles County. This facility treats, stores, and transfers used oil, antifreeze, non-recurrent wastewater, and universal waste like aerosol cans. So this is one of the 2 facilities with a state-only permit for used oil treatment. And this is the first renewal of Clean Tech's state-only permit. So the first permit was issued back in 2015 with a fixed term that ended in February 2025. I believe this was one of the permits that we reported to you in the continued permit report, but it is on schedule to be completed prior to the permit being continued 1 year. The other permit that we anticipate a draft permit announcement for is the Heritage Crystal Clean facility in Kern County. And this facility collects, stores, transfers used oil, used antifreeze. So this is the second facility that's the state-only permit for the used oil. And this application is proposing 2 additional units for storing oily water and recycled oils. And this will be the second renewal of the permit for this facility. So the first permit was issued in 2008, and the second permit was issued in 2015, which will expire later this summer. And we have 2 open comment periods as well: the Chevron Chemical Facility and the Clean Harbors Westmoreland Facility. Okay. So the budget update, Governor Newsom's administration just released the May revision, and this release of new budget proposals is one of the final steps in developing the state budget for the next fiscal year. So we just have a few adjustments that I'd like to cover relevant to our department in the May revise. The generation and handling fee effort for this to implement the emergency regs and to continue to move that project forward. We are requesting $2.6 million for 9 positions to continue the administration's efforts to ensure that generators are in compliance with our generation and handling fee. And this will allow us to implement a lot of those provisions that we set forth in the priority 5 I just spoke about, and new regulations we adopted. This will really help us ensure more consistent compliance across generators. There's some complexities when it comes to requesting exemptions that we need to develop processes for as well. So this additional staff will help us be successful in doing that. For Exide, we are requesting to continue a total of 75 million that was previously budgeted for work at the former Exide plant, and to expand the use of that funding so it's more flexible, can prevent interruption of residential cleanup that is currently ongoing. So previously this was $75 million allocated for the facility cleanup, and this allows us to extend the use of that. For Santa Susana field laboratory cleanup, we're proposing $2 million to support ongoing litigation around the Santa Susana field lab site. The Imperial County Coupa, that's our Coupa that DTSC actually runs the county unified program in Imperial County. We're in the process of transitioning it over to the county, but we're requesting $475,000 to address increased costs with our work as the Coupa for Imperial County. And the next steps for the budget, once the legislature budget committees have a chance to review the May revised proposals over the next coming weeks, the goal is to negotiate a final budget with the governor in June so that this is in place for the beginning of the new fiscal year, July 1st. And then I will note as well, this gives us more clarity on information needed to begin thinking about fees for the next year, coupled with updated revenue statements that we are developing now. Our department can provide your fees subcommittee with additional information, the preliminary data that you all will benefit from to begin that process. So looking forward to doing that with you all and the public as well.
Thank you very much, Director Butler, for the leadership report. So we'll now turn it open for board discussion and comments. And then we will, after that, have public comments on the leadership report. So Sushma, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you for this. I have 3 questions and 1 comment. First is, you talked about the enforcement strategic plan. Should we expect that all programs within DTSC will come up with their own individual strategic plans?
No, you mean to support the enforcement strategic plan? Or
do you expect to use that model across all the programs? Will you have a permitting strategic plan and the SMRP strategic plan and so on?
I see. No, enforcement is a little bit unique because it's a strategic plan that's governing cross-department actions. And some of our programs will be developing more of an action plan to support the department strategic plan, which we didn't have time to touch on today and will be a topic of future discussion, is the department's strategic plan, because the last strategic plan has come to a close and we have a closeout report for that. So that will start the next strategic planning discussions. Yeah, but the enforcement strategic plan is pretty unique in that it governs across the department. It's not specific to the enforcement program.
Please go ahead.
So my second question is, you talked about a module, I think this is part of STP, where you'll have a module where manufacturers will be able to upload information. I wonder if you've thought about any synergy with the hazardous waste management program, as in identifying what materials might be ending up in the waste stream in the future and developing some sort of source reduction thinking around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I don't know if our teams have started to think about that nexus, so I can take it back to them. I know our hazardous waste management plan team is meeting across the department with the different programs to look at things like that. So yeah, that's a good suggestion.
My last question before I get to the comment is about SB 673. I've heard you say that there's some frustration around track 2, but then progress is being made. I think what's been really challenging for me personally is how to even evaluate that progress and have some degree of confidence that we're actually moving. Because there isn't like a roadmap that says we are now in step 7 or step 10, and we've now progressed to step 8 or step 10. Do you have something like that we're just not seeing, that you could maybe surface to build confidence in the progress that's happening?
Yeah, our website actually does a really good job of doing this. This SB 673 website, it has check marks for which criteria have been implemented and then which criteria we're still needing to implement. And when it comes to the track 2 itself, we clearly laid out, okay, here's our 3 sections that we're tackling for implementation. And we're already at a point where we've rolled out 2 of the 3. But again, those are frameworks, not the actual regulations. And I think the feedback we're getting now, as we've been rolling these out, is people are ready for the actual regulations and the actual text. And that's where we're going now, now that we've completed those frameworks. Yeah.
So the regulations come right after the frameworks, and you've done 2 or 3 frameworks, and that is the way you think about the process.
Yeah. And the other way to think about it is, as we've been rolling out these frameworks, our team has been developing draft regulations, but careful not to finalize them or, you know, move. Yeah. So that essentially we could report the progress in real time through these informational sheets to get real-time feedback as we're working on the regulations. And so by doing that in parallel, we were working to actually expedite the entire process, even though it doesn't feel like that.
My comment is going to be about metrics, which is in priority 1, you talked about a Lean Six Sigma study to expedite process improvements around enforcement. Thinking back to the work we did around metrics, and based on the different Lean Six Sigma study, we collectively, the DTSA crafted a metric around 140 or 4 days evaluation, that 144 days time within which DTSA would complete the administrative review process. I wonder if there's an opportunity now, once you complete the Six Sigma study on enforcement, if there's a metric that we can create around it to kind of evaluate DTSA's progress. And that's also similar to the community engagement piece. Through the metrics conversations, we've got so much feedback on the qualitative aspects of DTSA engagement. So once this manual does come out, it might address some portions of the engagement concerns that community has raised as part of the measures. That's my comment.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yeah, thank you for the report. And maybe I'll start with the comment in relation to SB 673 as well. And I think you mentioned you allow an opening, and the reference to saying that a possibility of putting more resources if it's needed. I would highly suggest to look at putting more resources, because I think there is a frustration and being delayed, right? And I think there's an expectation. So I think that if we can move for implementation, and I'll say it in relation to as the department is reviewing, re-permitting major entities that are, that have concerns, community concerns, and this process is not done, but yet we're looking at re-permitting certain entities. I think there's a major concern. So I think it's time to put more resources to move faster. So please.
Thank you. I understand. Yeah, thank you.
Then in relation to the priority number 2, you mentioned about a training. I would love to see if maybe for me, But I would love to see if that can be shared. I would love to
Mhm.
review it and just see what staff is gonna be trained on.
Okay, great. Yeah, we can do that. That's,
Important.
Yeah.
Some other comments as well. Exide, and funding, obviously that's a major topic right now in the committee and the community. I know that you all are thinking about it, and you mentioned about the $75 million. So I just want to get clarity, that $75 million that have been already earmarked, dedicated for certain expenditure related to Exide, and the request is just to have the flexibility to move that money that has been already allocated.
so it was appropriated for the site cleanup
Uh-huh.
at the site footprint itself,
Yes,
and it was going to expire at the end of this fiscal year.
okay,
So two things. We now have the ability to spend that money beyond this fiscal year if it's approved in the budget as it's proposed. And it can be used on Exide cleanup more broadly, site or residential, which is critical for us to be able to keep making progress in light of, all of the other moving parts on the federal partnerships and timelines. So we're hoping we get that extra flexibility to keep the project moving.
okay. Thank you for that. I think that would be, I know that there's a working group meeting tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow, Friday, yes.
Yes.
It would be good to get whomever is able to speak on this, because I know the working group has been asked meeting. So it would be good to get a better understanding from the audience. So that would be great if there could be more of that. Awesome. Okay, my other one. No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I credit the working group and the community for asking questions about the funding. We heard it again today, even, at the beginning of this year, to prompt these internal discussions that really drive these kinds of actions. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. We'll now go to Member Brostrom.
Just a couple of questions, and I'm going to start where a lot of other folks have started, which is on SB 673. I wanted to ask about rulemaking timeline. I know you said for the VSP for track 1 that'll start later this month, and I'm wondering if you have any anticipated timeline for formal regulatory processes for track 2. And one reason why, I think the public struggled is, given that the deadline was 2018, and I think it's been mentioned before is, how do we make sure that you're on track in addition to, the worksheets coming out? If you can give us some more specific timelines, so that we can even keep track that we are making progress, so even more than like kind of the checklist. If you could give us some actually hard dates in terms of when you anticipate what the rulemaking starting and ending, I think that would help us, promote that transparency and accountability that we're really seeking.
Okay. Yeah, and I'd like, Board Member Bhatia, your suggestion to have a more transparent checklist that's specific to the regulations themselves. Because the checklist we do have on the website is more bigger picture of the whole 673 effort. And so that doesn't give us the granularity, I think, that everyone's looking for to be able to track the regulation development and implementation like we want. So I will ask our team if there's a way on our website we can improve that sort of tracking mechanism. Yeah.
And, the rulemaking process, my understanding is, generally can take about a year. So kind of just having that expectation that we are still a year out, more than a year out from the final regulation here. I think we just need to be transparent.
Yep.
The second question I have is on the public participation manual under priority 2. And I know you had mentioned that there is going to be a process for engagement with the public and how important that is. particularly in this topic area. And I was wondering if you had any more information on what you think that looks like, whether there's possibilities of incorporating the board members into, into this process. But yeah, just a little bit more on how are you planning on engaging the public in developing a public participation?
Yeah, I think we're still early in the process of developing what that looks like, so I don't have an answer today. But we can get back to you on that, and once we get closer to knowing how that will look, and yeah, welcome your feedback on that.
And then my last questions are on the funding. So I see that for priority 5, you're meeting objectives in terms of physical health, which is great. It does occur to me, particularly around that, like the hazardous waste management plan, that there are a lot of like forward-looking things, P2, pollution prevention, source reduction, all these activities. And so I'm just wondering how that's factoring in terms of the longer-term view on really the funding needs for the department. I'm not on the fees committee, so that's where this conversation is happening. But it's certainly on top of my mind is, we've dealt with maybe the deficits of the past, but how do we, make sure that the department is funded, for really where we want to go.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. We're having internal discussions right now about what those future priorities should be, how to, make sure we either allocate existing resources or request resources if needed for some of those priority items like those in the plan. So we're having those internal discussions now, but we can continue to provide updates as we move along in that. But yeah, I don't have specifics on it today. Yeah.
And then the last thing is on the budget. Which is last year we had lots and lots of conversations around CBCI and, kind of the heartache of just the difficult budget year last year and seeing those funds cut, frankly, in the middle of, a lot of work that had been done. And so I haven't heard about it this year. I know I've heard from advocates that there's still a lot of interest in CBCI and kind of, again, like how do we make up for that program? How do we continue that program? It's in the hazardous waste management plan. So wondering if there's been any conversations on how do we, figure out funding for CBCI to continue that program, and whether there's been any part of the conversations on the budget this year.
Yeah, the CBCI, as you know, is one of the more popular programs, and I have heard from others there's a desire to be able to have resources to do more CBCI type projects in the future. And so it's something that did not, I think when there's a budget climate that's more favorable to those discussions, like we're ready to have them, but we have not had discussions recently on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Member Bostrom. We'll now turn to Vice Chair Hacker.
Thanks for the presentation and for a very eventful state fiscal year. I remember last year the efforts to look at how to regulate metal shredders. And I note that there's new legislation proposed. I don't, from where I sit, have a sense of whether that's likely to go forward this year. And I'm interested just in if you could forecast what the main scheme there would be. Would there be a permit-like scheme? And if so, what would the appellate body be?
Yeah, I mean, there is a proposal in legislation right now that I can't comment on here, but we are focused on really 2 priority issues at the metal shredders, and it's preventing fires and it's preventing illegal releases of hazardous waste into the communities. And those 2 priorities, we firmly believe have to be addressed in a permit vehicle. And the current vehicle we have right now is a hazardous waste management permit. And, that's the current approach, essentially, together with enforcement activities. When there are fires or releases, then we'll take action. So we're continuing to take that approach until there's another, law or rule out there. Yep.
Thanks. I'll now turn to myself and ask a couple questions. So the first is, I guess, just to reiterate the request from member Brostrom about the public participation manual. I think there is quite a lot of interest, well, certainly from the public, but also amongst the board in having a input into that. The second issue is on rage rooms, which you had raised as an enforcement priority. I was curious kind of whether there have been any fines issued, whether there has been any criminal prosecution, and then what DTSC is doing through its public communication tools to raise public awareness about some of the risks associated with these facilities or these rage rooms. And the final question I had was, given we're so close to Los Angeles, what is DTSC engagement in the ongoing cleanup efforts, if any, at this stage?
Yes. So when it comes to the rage rooms, well, first question was public participation. So the public participation manual, just thank you for advocating for public engagement through that process. I don't know if Serlene Grant is on, our Deputy Director of the Office of Environmental Equity. If she is, feel free to chime in on any additional details as far as.
It does appear that Serlene Grant is on. Serlene? We're going to ask you to unmute if you want to add anything additional. Oh, thank you. CSU has just made her a co-host. Okay, yes, Serlene, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Director Butler. It's funny, I was just writing a note of something I wanted to tell you about the plan so that we could have everybody on the same page. First of all, I want everyone to understand that the OEE, the DTSC Public Participation Manual is hundreds of pages, about 20 chapters that explains all the different codes, state regulations, and rules and regulations for which we are required to do outreach and public participation, as well as incorporate what 20 years ago was the best practices and the norms of the time. So we are undertaking a review of this document, number one, because laws have changed. Even as you stand here now and talk about such things as SB 673, laws have changed, as have the methods by which we do public outreach and public participation. When this document was first created, Zoom did not exist. The organizational structure that we operate under did not exist. So at a very basic level, before we even bring it to public light, so to speak, we are going through it to just highlight and call out the parts that need to be changed. And then some components we legally have to, or we are required to get legal advice on how to change it, again, because some of this was brought about by legislation. So as soon as we get it to a basic level of being appropriate for 2025, we will roll it out. I can anticipate that we will have a roadshow, a chance for BES to hear, the public who participate in BES to hear and read about it and participate in it. We will have the EJAC standing at the time. We will have the EJAC probably have a couple of meetings about it if they wish. Well, I would imagine this is the kind of thing they would want to participate in. So we are doing a lot of behind the scenes work right now. We're not trying to do it in secret. We're just trying to get it in order to go public. And so that's why the director doesn't have a lot of answers for you. But that's what it's taking. The existing plan is available on the DTSC website. And so you can see just how complex it is and how extensive it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Grant. Okay, so it's in the works. Rage rooms, I am communicating early about our enforcement actions on this front because it is an emerging issue. So I don't believe we've issued any penalties yet. I know our manager in OCI, Dylan Clark, is probably on the line. He may have more information to add. But as far as the outreach materials go, right now we're just discussing that internally on how we can build awareness, and this is the first step here today. So, Dylan, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, we actually have administered administrative settlement in one case. So, one of the first ones we did was, up here. So we've settled on that case, and then we have actually done a criminal search warrant on a facility as well. So, we're kickstarting that. One thing we're working on is outreach to all the rage rooms in California right now. We've got a list of 30 to 35, I think, going that we're going to basically send them a fact sheet that says, hey, you guys can't be smashing hazardous waste, electronic waste, to give them a warning. And this also helps set up enforcement better in the future. District attorneys, more likely to take our cases criminally if these places have been warned about, the dangers and hazards of their illegal activity. So that's the update for me.
Thanks, Dylan. And the first point on how, they got to fine sooner is reflective of that administrative action, which is something that we're trying to do more of as a department to decrease the time to enforcement. Third question, you'll have to remind me what it was.
It was about the DTSC's engagement in the ongoing cleanup for Los Angeles, the fires.
Yes, thank you. So our toxicologists from our HERO team and scientists are continuing to participate and provide technical assistance to the LA County consortium of experts working on the recovery efforts. So our role continues to be technical assistance at this time, now that the hazardous material removal phase has been completed.
Thank you very much, Director Butler. Are there any more board comments or questions? So we'll now turn it open to public comment. Courtney, over to you to administer public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to go ahead and open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 4, the DTSC leadership report. I'm going to start with our in-person participants first. If there's anyone that would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, I think your hand was up first. If you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation.
Sure.
And you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, also, just a reminder for everyone in the room to make sure we can all hear, please use your presentation voice, do our projections. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hi, everybody. My name is Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, and I am the coordinator of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I have a question this afternoon about your recent confirmation hearing, Katie. Was the Environmental Justice Advisory Council consulted about your Senate confirmation hearing? Did the Environmental Justice Advisory Council get input, at least, on your confirmation from communities? Evidently, no environmental justice organizations were advised, nor were we invited to speak on your confirmation. So I want to take some time today to provide some comments on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition on your assuming this leadership position. You have been selected to lead an agency that is at odds with itself and at odds with the communities that DTSC is supposed to serve and protect. To us, DTSC's apparent #1 job is to keep polluters in business. But we need a DTSC leader who champions our communities and who has a clear and unambiguous vision for a California where all of us live in a clean and healthy environment. For us communities, an early test of your leadership was the Fibrotech permit renewal. You are well aware of how dangerous and lawless the Fibrotech facility in Santa Fe Springs has been and continues to be. It is so dangerous that LA County Supervisor Dennis Hahn came out very publicly calling for the facility to be shut down. In our eyes, you failed this first test when you approved Fibrotech's permit much to the great disappointment of the folks who now are forced to continue to live with this egregious polluter in their community. Your next test will be the permit renewal for Quemeco Ecobat, which is coming up soon for a decision by DTSC staff. The Quemeco Ecobat facility is also dangerous and lawless, an EPA designated significant non-complier that has polluted our communities for decades with tons of lead and many other toxics. By the way, did you know that the bag houses that process lead-bearing waste at Ecobat are so corroded that Ecobat has covered entire buildings in plastic? Did your inspectors report this issue? How does plastic sheeting protect us from the escape of corrosive toxics? How do rage rooms merit more attention from all of you than this contamination that has plagued us for decades?
15 seconds.
Enough is enough. We want Ecobat shut down. Katie, we strongly urge you to stand up for communities and against polluters and deny Quemeco's permit. Doing so will go a long way towards building trust in your leadership and in the agency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please go ahead and stand up to the podium. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm not quite sure where to look, so forgive me. My name is Melissa Bumstead. I'm with the organization Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I live about less than 4 miles from the field lab. I was very excited to hear that the DTSC was going to fund $2 million more towards our site. However, I believe the only lawsuit that currently exists against the Santa Susana Field Lab is from my group. And that money is being directed to the litigation only. I see this as a huge failure where that money could have been used to bring in more staff and more help to actually push forward the cleanup instead of fight the community to actually get that cleanup. Currently, we are suing the Department of Toxic Substance Control because, as we mentioned to the board many times, our frustration, we have no other recourse. When we disagree with the science of DTSC and the department, we have no options. The Board of Supervisors, Board of Supervisors, I'm used to doing that board. The board today has been very helpful by assigning us a subcommittee, and we've been very grateful for Ms. Bostrom's ear, and that has been productive. However, there is no enforcement from the BES to take our complaints against the DTSC. So communities like mine, we don't have a lot of money, we don't have a lot of time. We actually have to pull together the funds to have a lawsuit in order to have our side heard. I see that as a huge waste of all of our time. And Than, I really appreciate that she has met with us as well as Kate. I'm sorry I'm using first names, you guys. Please forgive me. I don't mean to be informal, but I also didn't plan to speak. I appreciate the hearing, but again, there's nothing to put tools in the public's hand to make sure that there's actual actionable items made besides just taking the time to be heard again and again and again. And for the community, that is, again, a huge burden, but not necessarily any guarantee of results. So we have this lawsuit. It is against the DTSC. It is a sequel lawsuit because the consent agreement that was entered into with Boeing took a long-standing, very progressive cleanup agreement and stripped it bare. So now Boeing may potentially be able to leave up to 90% of the contamination on site before turning it into a public park, which they've been very vocal about their plans to do. We saw that as a huge problem because it was not given, it was done behind closed doors. It was not given a public comment period. It was not given environmental review. It was a massive change from the draft the draft EIR that had already been in motion. And so, yes, we are suing. And I feel sad about that, to be quite honest, as a leader of our community group, that we had to take that action to be able to get results. So I would just like to voice that I think that $2 million could be better spent. Maybe getting the BES board a scientific panel that can go through our complaints and—
Your time is complete. Please wrap up your comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there another in-person commenter? Please step up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Jenny Knack with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab, and I don't know what I'm more excited to discuss, the public participation manual I'm terrified at the idea of 20 chapters and hundreds of pages when really what we need is for our comments in the public participation manual. I don't care if we have to yell it. Just don't mute us and make sure our input is somehow applied. Because what I'm looking at is a bureaucratic nightmare of hundreds of pages. I'm concerned. And I understand that Serlene said that it wasn't being done behind closed doors, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Maybe I'm not reading everything that's coming through the emails because there are a lot of them, but I think that the public should be taking part now, not later, but now, because if we take part later, we're probably never going to see the revisions to it, and it's going to be rolled out, and it's going to be more homework for all of us, and it might not be what the public actually needs or wants, and it might not be beneficial. I could be wrong, but I have an inkling. The other thing I wanted to touch on is climate resilience. Yes, priority 4. I love it. I know it's a goal for all of us, but I think any community could probably bring you into the weeds of the science that is being rolled out and implemented at every site. And we can show you how climate resilience is actually not a priority, and it's not connecting the dots with cleanups, at least in our regard. So we just came off this week a 2-hour public meeting with NASA where the DTSC rolled out that meeting. DTSC is supposed to be the regulator of NASA's cleanup at our parcel. It was presented by DTSC. They gave information about how their main action for our groundwater is natural monitored attenuation. And if you don't know, that means watching while not doing anything. And I understand that that is cost effective, but they admit in their own documents, probably, however many appendices, in that will take over 400 years, just under 500 years. And if we're really looking at climate resiliency, we know that we are probably going to need that groundwater way before then. So somehow we need to start connecting these dots if we really want to be prepared to live in the world that we are inevitably walking into. Those decisions are being made in the site remediations or lack thereof. So I think all communities could give you examples of how climate resiliency could
15 seconds
could be better achieved through the decisions that are being made by DTSC staff. And we'd love to probably roll them all out for you and have you take action.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in person that, oh, great. Go ahead and please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name's Duncan McKee. I'm a community member. I'd like to start with that 673. I believe it was this building, must have been at least 10 years ago when they were developing the original regulations, and put in my 2 cents. The last one, if they had been doing the inspections seriously and as vigorously as I believe they should have been, could have potentially worked. I started looking at this revisions and I'm completely bamboozled. It is so convoluted that I can't make heads or tails of it. I would like to see a clear-cut pathway. If somebody's committing egregious violations and putting people in danger, there should be a clear-cut pathway to denying their permit, making them clean up their act, and either relocate their facility or come into compliance. Simple as that. It should be simplified to just that. As far as permitting updates, Quemetco, Ecobat, RSR, whatever you want to call them, are conspicuously absent. That's very important to Avocado Heights, Bassett, North Whittier, La Puente, City of Industry, Hacienda Heights, and all the communities beyond that. We need an update on what's going on there. That permit, and I encourage Katie, I have confidence that she is going to do the right thing. I really have a lot of confidence in you, Director Butler, and you too, Wayne, to do the right thing here and make these guys clean up their act diversify that facility. There is no way that's safe for all the batteries this side of the Mississippi and coming from all over the world, material to be processed right in the middle of our community. I personally have grown up with the kids and the children of the kids that I grew up with that are adversely impacted by this place. You need to make these guys clean up their act. You need to deny that permit. Okay, and then whatever goes on from there, they need to not bring everything to our community and process it there. Katie, I really implore you to do the right thing here, and you too, Lynn. I know you have the power to do it. Do the right thing, please.
15 seconds.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments in person on the DTSC leadership report? Please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified, please state your name and affiliation. And you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaro, from Earth Justice. Just really quickly, I would really like also to see the environmental justice training manual. So if that's something that can be made public, I think that that would be really awesome. Secondly, on the public participation manual, I heard the conversation about that, but I don't think I captured what the timeline is for its delivery. And I think that that's important because I know in my own life, having a deadline is helpful. And sometimes telling your deadlines to people publicly helps you to stay on track. So I would encourage this board to work hard with DTSC to get timelines for that manual and to make sure we have a mechanism for sticking to those. Same thing with SB 673. Thinking about how do we make sure you're on track is almost a misnomer given that the deadline was 2018. So they're already off track. Right. So the question is, now that we are here, how are we going to return to some semblance of what was required by the legislature? On the enforcement plan, the enforcement strategic plan, I would encourage all of you to click on it. It's a very quick read. And I'm wondering 2 things about it. First, I'm wondering there are lots of objectives that were listed, and I wonder how people fared on that. Like, how did the organization fare in terms of meeting those objectives? And so I'm wondering if there's going to be some report out about the strategic plan and how close we got and what remains to be done. And I would be interested to know a time frame for that. And I would also be, I have to note that in that strategic plan, they had a bunch of KPIs in there. So I think that there is still work to be done. Obviously, there will be another time for a conversation on that. And on the public participation plan, just to wrap up my comments, because I really want to note this, we cannot wait until DTSC has spent however long working very hard, and they give us their 100 pages and 20 chapters. And then it's like, here it is. What do you think? And then get feedback then. Because that cycle that we've been repeating here at DTSC is deeply and fundamentally flawed. The notion that we have to get it to a place where it's presentable misses the point that while you're doing all that work internally amongst yourselves about what it is you think is awesome, it is not being informed by what other people think is awesome. And it's not that there's a range of awesome, and we would like to be on the, like 100% side of awesome, at least somewhere around there. And I think taking into account what communities have to say in the beginning is the way that you maximize the chance that that will be what happens.
Awesome. Thank you for your comments. All right. Any other in-person commenters? Did you, sir? Yeah, go ahead.
Super quick.
Okay.
So you mentioned your priority number 1 was strengthening enforcement. My question is if there is any provision or mandate for DTSC to collaborate with local CUBA agencies when it comes to enforcement and provide support. That's basically it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Any other? Yep, please come on up. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I have a few comments and questions. I don't know how many of each, but First, looking at Chiquita Canyon, I know that the incident began in May of 2022 and the multi-agency response didn't start until I think it was November of 23. And so I was just wondering if there are plans to review the incident and its response and do an evaluation to learn from this experience and identify any gaps and missed opportunities. And then I think regarding 673 track 2, the information sheets, they are at a very high level, so high that it lacks, I think, a lot of key details. And it can be difficult to understand how these information sheets intersect with each other and with the full permitting process and the full permitting renewal process. And so I would consider that for any future materials. And they also lack specificity in how the considerations laid out and the factors laid out will be operationalized in actual decision making. So really thinking about how you do decide, yes, the permit can move forward. Yes, the permit can move forward with these conditions, or no, the permit cannot be provided. So I would like more specificity in that. And so we are eager for the draft regulations and hope that that will answer some of the questions that we have. Third, around, I'm very curious to hear about progress and details related to how DTSC plans to meaningfully engage with the EJAC and any objectives and metrics it can provide around that in the future. And then lastly, I'll just echo regarding the public participation manual that I really would encourage early engagement, and particularly with communities who and advocates who already engage with DTSC's public participation practices and probably have a lot to say about it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Last call for in-room comment. Oh, okay, we got 2 more. Okay, go. Please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just have a quick comment. My name is Vivian Zamorano. I'm a member of the Clean Air Coalition. And I just wanted to tell you that the irony isn't lost in the fact that you're creating a document for public engagement where the public is not engaged. We're not part of this process. And as others have said, we need to be part of the process in the beginning, not at the end. And it's just ironic that we have this tremendous document that's probably going to be too much for anyone to learn and want to know, and we're not involved in it. It's just mind-boggling to me that you don't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I have a brief question. Is this the space for public forum, or is just answering these items?
This is just, these are comments directed specifically to agenda item number 4, the DTSC leadership report and what was presented during that report.
To clarify, we will have public forum later in the agenda today at 2:55.
Not much of a public speaker, so be kind. Inspector Javert, doggedly pursuing environmental justice. Good afternoon, board members, department members, and the public. The title I gave my talk today is Toxicity in the City, with a subtitle of Under the Cover of Darkness, Protecting People, ? The online Urban Dictionary defines subtitles as a subtitle, clarifies the focus of your work, which is useful if your title is vague. System, anyone? The big catchphrase making the rounds in cable news and new media these days is courage is contagious. I'm here to encourage the decision makers in front of us today that this contagion is one we are asking you. Don't be afraid to purposely expose yourself to this fever of courage and do the right thing. Let me remind you that in the epic and hard-won Batalla de Boyle Heights, the pueblo, the people of East LA, closed down that gross polluter. So you already have that should give you enough courage to go and say, hey, I'm not going to put myself out there as the first one to do it. Somebody has already laid the groundwork for me. Courage. So you can take heart that some courageous regulators have gone before you. They uphold their mission to protect Californians' health and environment from hazardous waste. That's right in your description. They did the right thing. They stand on the right side of history. That's big, standing on the right side of history. All it took was some courage. Anyway, you know as well as we do that Cometco, also known as ECOBAT, also known as Exide 2.0, are gross polluters. And because the management class to this gross polluter lives out of state, they don't give a darn. They sent their flying monkeys to muddy up the waters and claim they're in compliance. Tell a lie often enough and it becomes the truth. Let's not fall to that. If that were so, they would not run their furnaces at night under the cover of darkness. As a realtor, I can tell you that Cometco has followed the developer's playbook and going to neighborhoods that are hardworking, blue collar, neighbors that are less likely to object because the simple fact they're too busy scratching out a living. Well, I live in La Puente. I live downwind from these horrible neighbors and I object. All we're seeking is for the powers that be to side with the people, with the pueblo, and exact some environmental justice.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any in-person in-person commenters at this time. We're going to move to Zoom, and if we can also check with our interpreters to see if there are any Spanish commenters. Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to comment on this item, or press *9 on your phone. I'm not seeing any, and just making a confirmation with our interpreters whether or not there's any Spanish comments. Okay, no comments at this time. So Chair Rakestraw, that concludes the public comment portion for agenda item number 4, the DTSC leadership report.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Director Butler or the board, would anyone like to respond to any of the public comments at this time?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that for the public participation plan, we agendize that if you would like at a future meeting.
Oh.
Thanks. Just a proposal that we agendize the public participation plan topic for July or August board meeting, however you'd like to agendize that, so the department can provide a comprehensive, presentation on what's all involved, where we're at, how we can involve the public and provide some more clarity on that. It's still very early in the process, so I think now is a good time to start that development of that conversation.
I just wanted to share, I know that there were many requests from the board, and so, and many questions from the public, so our ombuds is tracking all of the requests and questions and inquiries that have come in.
Okay, seeing no other requests from the board, why don't we go ahead and use this time? We'll take a 15-minute break, and we can come back at 25 after the hour. At that point, we'll then move into the metrics discussion, followed by public forum. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to take a break and return at 2:25 with agenda item number 5. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is 2:25 and we maintain a quorum by having all members present. So Chair Rakestraw, over to you to continue with today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So we will now move to agenda item number 5, which are the board's proposed metrics for the Hazardous Waste Management Program. So BES metrics subcommittee members Bhatia and Brostrom will provide an update on the progress of the proposed metrics with an opportunity for board discussion. We will then open up the floor for public comments. So I will now turn it over to members Bhatia and Brostrom.
Okay.
So for this update, Ingrid and I are going to tag team. I'm going to kick off by sharing the high-level themes. I'm going to kick off by sharing the high-level themes from the feedback received so far, and then hand it over to Ingrid to speak about what next. So one of the key pieces of feedback we received was about actually documenting the feedback and sharing the treatment, as in how we are responding to each piece of feedback. So before the next meeting, we're going to tabulate everything and have a more structured view of that feedback. For now, I'm just only summarizing the themes that came up. So the first theme was around process. The stakeholders want more transparency from the start of the process. And going forward, when we tackle the next program within DTSC, we've actually talked about doing a collective onboarding and then deep diving on that specific program metrics with DTSC. So that's one. But there was also feedback around goals versus targets. If we simply include metrics, that doesn't in itself drive the intended behavior. So there was some need for us to introduce process that would also use the metrics process to drive the right behaviors and progress. The second set of comments was around the lived experience, having the metrics reflect the lived experience of community members. Specifically, there were community members from the Kettleman community that talked about cumulative impacts and how the current version of the metrics don't fully reflect those. We also heard about responsiveness being a key metric that is not covered in the current proposed metrics. Also, we heard about introducing additional programs like sampling outside some facilities as a way to improve the lived experience. So I'm holistically talking about that theme of lived experience. Is again not exhaustive, but giving you examples of what falls under this theme of lived experience. The third theme we heard about was qualitative metrics. There was a lot of discussion from multiple community members that alluded to we are measuring what is able to be measured through the proposed metrics, but they don't get to the essence of the quality of the work being delivered by DTSC through their programs. For example, how thorough or effective are the inspections being completed by DTSC, for example. So that is the third theme, is around qualitative metrics. The fourth were a set of comments that were more directly actionable and perhaps tied to some of the metrics we've already proposed. For example, measuring systemic non-compliance data, essentially surfacing data for serial violators. So those were, I'm sort of call them theme number 4, more directly actionable and tied to what was already out there. Number 5 is, I'm just going to call it ambition, which is have a higher ambition. For example, is there a way to establish a baseline, which is to identify and characterize all of the toxics across urban and rural communities, and so much more expansive, take a much more expansive view and set the ambition around metrics. So clearly there's a huge spectrum of the kinds of feedback we received. Great that we received feedback, because the last time we had a board meeting, we were getting ready to vote on the metrics, but we hadn't received a lot of feedback. And of course, a lot of community members asked for more time to engage. And it turns out that there was more engagement, both in writing and also at least 2 meetings that we had with multiple community members, where the multiple community groups came together to give us feedback. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ingrid to talk about what happens next.
Great. Yes, and I want to thank the stakeholders and members of community organizations that took the time to meet with us. We did get a chance to meet with several groups, some of whom are in the room today. So really appreciate the feedback. There were several letters that come in with many new proposed metrics. And so I think one of the tensions, that we've been struggling with, is this idea of, there's a lot of different programs, and, there's this kind of time is of the essence. We want to start being able to collect data that will able
to set us up for, continued measurement and evaluation. And the longer we go without that, are we missing, opportunities versus, the need for strong community engagement, making sure that we're capturing the right things, the things that community cares about. And so, this tension between like time and making sure that we get it right. And that's what we've been struggling with. We have all these other programs that we want to get to, including safer consumer products, which is the next on our list. So, at one of our last board meetings, we heard that people, the request was that we not adopt the metrics, in order to give stakeholders more time. We thought perhaps we'd be able to come back this meeting and adopt them, after considering any new metrics, having further conversation with DTSC and adopt them here. Given the latest round, the latest iteration of feedback we received, we are recommending that we again hold off on taking any vote on the metrics. So that's number one, is we still don't think it's time. And kind of that tension, we think it weighing in terms of making sure that we get it right, that we review thoroughly this latest round of proposed metrics that we got from the public. We want to make sure that we have time to review those, both internally and with DTSC more thoroughly. So we are recommending, again, to not vote. However, we are recommending that we request that DTSC collect the data from the existing set of metrics so that we're not missing that opportunity. If we decide to move forward with any, with those metrics or a subset of them, that we will have the data. So it is our recommendation today that we request from DTSC to begin collecting and tracking the data in the existing set of metrics before there's a final adoption. In order to kind of balance this need of really trying to get to the other program areas, you might have seen it on our slides earlier today, we are proposing to split the subcommittee. So I will continue to work on the Hazardous Waste Management Program subcommittee along with staff who've been working with us on that. And Shushma will join Chair Rickstra on the Safer Consumer Products Subcommittee so that we can begin that work, the green chemistry, the green ribbon. Science panel is coming up. So we don't necessarily have to wait. So we're going to two-track it. So that's another recommendation that we're moving. I think we're moving forward with that one. We want to continue to meet with the stakeholders by holding the process open, particularly those groups that have given us very concrete metrics. We want to continue to meet with them so we have a really good understanding of the proposal. And then finally, we're recommending a second request of DTSC, which is, a big part of our board is to increase transparency and accountability. And I think some of the stakeholders correctly assumed that what you're hearing from the board, some of it has been is being filtered through us based on information we are getting from DTSC. And so we are being kind of the middleman of, we're receiving, constraints and considerations from DTSC staff that are influencing our decisions. But we're not really best equipped to be the middleman to transmit the communication to the public. And so we would like DTSC to come to the next boarding or the next time this is on the agenda so that both the subcommittee and DTSC staff is prepared to share the considerations that went into some of the decisions around proposed metrics. So that is the subcommittee's recommendation today.
Thank you very much, members Bhatia and Brostrom. Member Vice Chair Hacker, Gomez, any comments?
I support the proposal that you have. I think it's really important that we try and bring to some form of a temporary finality the metrics for the Hazardous Waste Management Program, namely permitting, compliance, and enforcement. When we're ready to do that, knowing that there are many things piling in on the July and August meetings, it would be great if we could just have a shopping list of what the Hazardous Waste Management Program metrics are, either existing or proposed, so that we can have a simpler conversation. Because I I just get myself all stitched up over where we are on that. And I thank you for Chair Rakestraw and Sushma for taking on safer consumer products. And I'm hopeful we can find, based on the last year's worth of investment that all of you and our executive officer made, I'm hopeful we can find a simpler path forward and get early public recommendations on our way to where we're going.
Yeah, that was going to be my main comment as well, is ensuring that we take into account the lessons learned from the hazardous waste management program, particular earlier engagement of the public and really encouraging the public to come to us early on that. So I think we have two specific requests for DTSC that have been made. I don't think that either of these requires a motion as such, but would like to thank members Bhatia and Brostrom for all their work and for providing these recommendations. And I will turn it to Swati.
I just wanted to clarify in terms of timing. One thing we have heard from the public is anytime there is a proposed set of metrics, that there's enough time for the public to reflect on it. So the only request that I would make is that we incorporate that timeline. So maybe it's presented in July, but not voted until August or after. That way, enough stakeholders have enough time to reflect and we have enough meetings, because this may conjure up more engagement with additional stakeholders. So just that we're allowing enough time for reflection.
Okay. Thank you both so much. So kind of with that proposal that's been made and that's on the table, we'll now open up for public comment on this agenda item. Courtney, will you help facilitate that?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to go ahead and open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 5, the BES proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. And this will be specific to this agenda item with the proposed evaluation metrics. So if anyone in person would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. You can just, Ivana, go ahead and come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Sure, thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I do look forward to continuing to engage on these metrics and in the future metrics that are to come. And I do agree with the comment made about the time. I think that especially when the document is released right before that workshop or hearing, that you're really just getting a very initial response. And I think a lot of us want more time to digest that. So if possible, to release the document with some more time, and then, I think we like to kind of sit with it, talk with each other, and then might have more concrete feedback for you all. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other? Please go ahead and step up to the podium. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Jenny Nack, Parents Against SSFL. I have a question. Well, first I want to thank you, because it seems like it's going in the right direction and I'm happy, which I never say. But I guess the only thing I want to clarify for myself is the second thing that you're asking of DTSC, which sounds like you want them to come and help deliver. Do they get to decide whether or not a metric that you think should be implemented is approved? Do they get to decide how they're evaluated ultimately?
So if you read the way the statute is it's in consultation. So it's in collaboration. So it's both BES and DTSC working together. And I think for us, there's certain things that we may have these ideas of certain metrics, and this came up, but right now, maybe DTSC hasn't been tracking it. So there's not a way to maybe deliver it right now, but it might be something in the future where it's a future metric, because that mechanism to collect that data just doesn't exist. So we have kind of this running document of like a wish list of, okay, maybe right now you don't have the data, you're not collecting it, but maybe in the future we can develop something. So that's why it's a kind of in collaboration, but ultimately the board is who adopts the metrics. But the technical, like, can this even be measured? What's the possibilities? It's a collaborative effort.
I guess this sounds like an emotional appeal, but I'm going to make it. it seems like this is where we are actually getting into the room where the decisions are being made. And I implore you to not let DTSC off the hook with a metric that you think is going to provide information, especially if that information leads to data that DTSC may not want to be tracked because we're tracking them. And I understand that this has to be done in collaboration, but we don't get to vote on it, and it's affecting us. And for those of us who experience on the ground regulatory capture or the dynamics surrounding that issue being implemented at our sites and then the decision-making concerning our site, I think this is an important place to stop and make sure that we're paying attention to the reasons, and if those reasons are legitimate. And I hope, like the gentleman from CAC said, I hope you guys have courage during this process because I think you're going to need it. I think there will probably be pushback against things that are going to be tracked and that we should track.
Just respond to this.
Thank you for your comments.
So one quick response to your comment, Jenny, which is that in the last year, that has been the process. Essentially, is us working with DTSC to understand the rationale and then have a layer of what is our point of view. Where it's really helpful to surface that to you all is DTSC is better positioned to give you the rationale directly without us like diluting or having not as deep of an understanding. What I see will come at the next board meeting is the feedback from the stakeholders, DTSC's rationale for what is tracked and its recommendation, but also the board's treatment of it, so that you see both the rationale and the outcome of that rationale and where we landed. So that is our hope of what we want to bring together at the next board meeting. I just don't want to create the illusion that this has not already happened. We've already had a lot of back and forth, very deeply understanding every metric and sort of having this back and forth on what is trackable, what is not, and why not. It's just that it's helpful for you to hear directly versus us trying to translate.
Okay, any other in-person commenters, go ahead and please step up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Thank you.
I'm Angela Johnson Zaras from Earth Justice. Just in terms of this conversation, 3 quick thoughts. First, I appreciate that we're going to take more time and move forward on the other things that needs to happen. And I wonder if there is a way that we can, in this moment, reflect on the process, right? And sort of maybe it won't be perfect, but start to write down what is our process, and then we can track where things are successful or not successful in the notion that this is an iterative project. A metrics, one might say, for how we might think about this and going forward. The second thing that I will note is it would be helpful if, I think it's a good step for y'all not to be the facilitator of indirect conversation because we're all grown people. We can just talk together, right? And in that sense, trying to do that in the constraints of the board meeting setup may be complicated. And so the metrics are important, and we'll talk more about this in the hazardous waste plan. They're important because they set out a forward-looking vision. And so being able to be collaborative about how we're building a shared forward-looking vision, I think will save us untold efforts and personal heartache going forward. The third thing that I'll just note is, as we think about the development of the metrics and the process, I think it would be important that we are grounding what we want to see in the future. So what does that look like? They don't collect data on things now, but include it as a metric to be reported in 2027, right? That way it doesn't get lost because we are trying to build this forward momentum. And so write it out formally. These are the metrics that we're going to want to see in the future. And you should be collecting this data and tell us about how you're going to get there. So then we can start to build a process that doesn't have to be 0 or 100, but it can be a pathway that let people see what comes next. And then staff isn't scrambling, we're not disappointed, you're not, asking the questions. Can we talk a little bit more about how we get back on track? So 3-4 points. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate, especially the meeting that we had with many of the stakeholders about the process, because this is the first time we're doing this and we have to do this with many other programs within DTSC. So, trying to, one of the things that we were, it made sense that while we are having this journey of learning about DTSC's programs or why they are the way they are, what mandates do they follow, that information isn't necessarily shared with the public. So that's something that we're figuring out, well, next time around, maybe we do a series of workshops where the program is presenting about, well, these are our goals, these are our objectives, this is why we're doing what we're doing. And so that way it helps shape the metrics thereafter. So thank you for the feedback that you've provided. It's really helped us shape what this process is going to look like going forward.
Thank you. Any other in-person commenters on this item? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to our Zoom. And I do see one hand raised for this agenda item. So Miguel Elatorre, I'm going to go ahead and request that you unmute. Once you unmute, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hello, this is Miguel Alatorre, Executive Director of the Unidos Network in Kettleman City. And I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing up the cumulative health impacts criteria. I think it's something that's really, really important and near and dear to all our hearts. But I think also some of the metrics that we include in that data is maybe thinking about the funding or investments that have happened in that community, and specifically the dollars that have been spent on health studies, air monitor, mitigation measures. I think getting a gauge of the emergency preparedness resources would be really great to see in there. Like, do we have any community members that are trained directly in emergency response for the different incidents that may arise as it pertains to hazardous waste or any of the stuff that's under the department's control? I think we should also take into account how long does it take to get someone from the air district out into these areas, as sometimes we as residents feel like we're speaking in vain or we're calling in vain because we call on these people from the local air districts to come and verify these nuisances or odors or whatever we think is coming from these hazardous waste sources. And it's too little too late by the time that they come in from their Fresno office, which is pretty far away from Kettleman City. And maybe like another comment or question is I'd be curious as to how we can further involve frontline community members like people from Kettleman City, Avenel, Buttonwillow, Lost Hills. I think it'd be really great to have them be able to participate in these working groups. And I know that might be like a little controversial here, but it'd be great to see how we could get them more involved in this process so that they can see how the decisions are being made and why they're being made and present it to them very, very clearly. So that's my 2 cents on this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we have a hand raised, Cheryl's iPad. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Thank you, board, for meeting today. I'm a resident from Moss Landing, California. And as everyone knows, we had one of the biggest, best battery fires ever with 100,000 of these. And January, 80% of these caught on fire, as you are aware. And I'm reading a few things that we've talked about on Facebook. Some of the things that concern us are how we were failed by these safety things. EPA air quality data was provided for the morning of January 18th. No EPA air quality, I mean. EPA air monitoring stations were not collecting hydrofluoric acid samples over 40% of the time. This was plotted along the HYSPLIT models, and a correlation shows that the stations within the plume were not operational. The air monitoring stations were not placed at the appropriate elevations according to the emergency plan plume model provided by Vistra. The HF plume would be predominantly been concentrated between 100 and 1,000 feet. This scenario assumed that only one stack burned for 30 minutes. However, due to the size of the battery fire, the HF plume extended much further and higher than what was modeled and tested. The highest monitoring station was only 12 meters above the burning battery plant. The OHEA 1 hour exposure standard was negligent to apply, especially since this fire burned for several days. The Monterey Bay Air Resource District had stated on 117 that the minimal risk level, MRL, for acute duration inhalation of HF was 0.02 ppm. Why was this known standard not utilized? The DTSC testing the soil at a depth of 1/4 inch, but the data from SJSU shows that the fallout was concentrated in the top couple of millimeters. Additionally, no soil samples were taken from site 1 because according to the DTSC, there were distance from the fire, lack of visual indicators of fire impacts, and time constraints. The reasons are not reasonable excuses. Some sites may not have visible ash, but did have nano smaller than 1,000 microns. This means neither the PM
15 seconds remaining.
Finally, there's additional analysis needed to it. We feel we were failed, and there needs to be more safety put in to protect people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter for agenda item number 5, the BES performance metrics evaluations for the hazardous waste management program. We have a hand raised, Therma Runaway. I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Thank you. On the same topic, Moss Landing battery fire. So it's actually the OEHH standard, which was 0.3 parts per million. But the standard that MBAR was talking about was 0.02 parts per million. That's a 10-fold difference. And that made a huge difference on the response that they had in our community. So the DTSC tested the soil at a depth of 1/4 inch, but the San Jose State said the fallout from the concentration was at the top couple millimeters. So no soil sample was taken from one site, and one of the reasons was time constraint. That was not a reasonable reason. Why was it that you guys didn't have enough time to collect it? I collected almost 12 different samples from 12 different sites, and I did that in one afternoon. All right, some of the sites may not have had visible ash, but they did have nanoparticles of metal and other hazardous compounds smaller than 100 microns. This means neither the PM 2.5 monitoring nor the eyes of the DTSC technician could detect them. And the reason why I say that the eyes of them couldn't detect it is at site 1, they said, we didn't see any visible ash. Well, no duh, some of it's nanoparticles. Finally, the DTSC additional analysis is needed to determine whether the cobalt results are consistent with natural occurring backgrounds. I have not seen any evidence that this analysis was completed, even though we know that San Jose State University has the background data, so it's available. We have people that are having health conditions that are related to having elevated levels of cobalt. For example, there's a pregnant woman who is having trouble with her pregnancy right now because of the high cobalt, and they have evidence, they're testing it, and she's having heart problems. There's another person who died from a heart attack shortly after the fire, and he's within the plume. It was probably around 4 miles away. I have to wonder, did that have to do with it? And in regards to the cumulative exposure, we weren't exposed to just one chemical. We were exposed to a cocktail of chemicals, and it has a cumulative effects. And the standards that you use were for one pollutant at one time. And like I said, you didn't even use the right standards for that. So why weren't the minimal risk levels used? And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Last call for public comments for agenda item number 5, the BES proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. Please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. And if we can check with our Spanish interpreters, if there's any comments in our Spanish Zoom room. Just one moment while we verify. Okay, it does not appear. Aldo and Leticia, would you mind confirming? Perfect. Thank you so much. There are no additional comments for this item. So this concludes the public comment portion for agenda item number 5. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to the public for all the comments. Really appreciate you taking the time to do that. So we'll now move on to agenda item number 6, which is public forum. So this agenda item is for items that are otherwise not on the agenda. And we invite the public to comment for the board's future consideration. So board staff will record any action items or items for consideration for a future board meeting that are raised here during this public forum. Board staff will also share these with the DTSC leadership team, and we will then report back on progress on these action items at a subsequent meeting. For comments related to DTSC's draft hazardous waste management plan, we ask that you please hold your comments until we get to that item, which is around 4:45 p.m. So Courtney, would you please facilitate public forum?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. As the chair mentioned, we're going to open the floor for the public forum portion of our meeting for those items not on the agenda. As a reminder, you can always submit comments and questions to us at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. All commenters will have 3 minutes, and for those commenting in Spanish, time will be doubled to allow for translations. So we're going to go ahead and start with our in-room participants first to see if anyone would like to comment during public forum. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. We have the timer on the screen as well.
Hi, my name is Chris.
Sure. So for me, this is personal. I live in Avocado Heights with my partners, with my in-laws, and with my 3-year-old daughter. And we live just a short distance from Ecobat. And I can't afford to remain quiet while Ecobat is slowly poisoning us. So the evidence is here. I think most people know, the community is well aware, but DTSC also in their own testing has revealed really heavy lead samples in the neighboring yards. Ecobat demonstrates contempt for regulations. It's been designated as a significant non-complier by the EPA and sued for 29 violations by the state of California. Despite scrutiny for years, Ecobat still regularly exceeds limits for lead, arsenics, and other toxins. And what happens here is I'm not so much concerned about myself. I'm ultimately concerned for my daughter, and children pay the price because there's no acceptable level of lead for a child, and it does affect the development, and it affects and creates brain damage. To me, make no mistake, this is really about environmental racism. I live in a working class, immigrant, primarily Latino and Asian community. We don't have the political capital. We don't have the economic resources to fight Ecobat. And Ecobat knows that and takes advantage of this. This would not happen on the west side of town. They have the resources to fight that. EcoBat would not be able to operate on that. They can only operate in the vulnerable communities that can't defend themselves. So they've taken advantage of this. They have used threats of lawsuits, lobbying to continue doing what they do, which is profit and creating more waste. And really, DTSC and the board is our final line of defense. You guys ultimately will put your stamp of approval or contribute to putting your stamp of approval on this this industry. And I really want to urge you to deny the permits. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. A next commenter that would like to speak in person, please go ahead and come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hello, my name is Martha Huerta, resident of North Whittier. I am here to ask the board to deny the permit. Quemeco has a history of violating regulations and failing to meet environmental and safety standards. In 2018, the state of California sued Quemeco for 29 violations. The company continues to routinely be out of compliance with basic regulations that are meant to protect our health, so much so that the EPA has labeled the company a significant non-complier. The residents in the schools exist where Quemeco does business. Working class minority families are united in demanding protections outlined in state regulations. As a retired state of California Deputy Labor Commissioner and hearing officer, I regularly heard cases of state labor law violations. I understand that the laws are in place with repercussions written in the laws for violations. I ask the board to be brave and do your enforcement job and protect our community. I am asking for environmental justice now, and please deny Quemeco's permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other commenters that would like to comment? Please go ahead and step up to the podium. Please state your name and affiliation for the record if you would like, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Again, Jenny Mack, Parents Against SSFL. It took us years to get the subcommittee. We were advocating for it. It was the settlement agreement between DTSC and Boeing, which we wanted you to look at the science that was rolling out. It's done. We had to sue. That's the $2 million. Now we have the working group, and we've met several times. We're years down the road. Now, in real time, DTSC is rolling out their multiple lines of evidence, which we have met about, we've discussed, we've shown you our independent scientific advisors' paperwork, they submitted it. We've asked for there to be a deep reevaluation and reworking of the modeling that they're using, which is getting our cleanup. And DTSC has made the statement in an email that I believe the working group has been CC'd on, that it isn't that easy. It's taken us 3 years to get here, and we understand that it isn't easy to push against the inner workings of DTSC. But what we need at our site, and I'm assuming at other sites, is a willingness for this board to push back against the status quo, because DTSC in our case does not want to do things differently than they've always done it. And even when we can say, hey, look, here, we're in the weeds, this is the science, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how wrong it is, how inappropriate it is, how many loopholes are being exploited. There's an unwillingness to shift. And I think that those of you who are in our working group can hopefully see that if you've looked at the materials that have been submitted. So I'm urging you to find the way, whether it be within your own personal ability to use the authority that you have been given to advise and direct that decision-making process, or whether it's the documentation and reporting of DTSC staff's simple unwillingness to budge, and to be able to submit that to the legislature and the EPA, because even though that isn't a part of what DTSC has agreed to have reported, we are not going to see change at our site unless they are held accountable. if they are not willing to even rework a model. We didn't say change it. We said, look at it. This is the loophole you've exploited. Please, let's look at what happens if you don't do it. Let's look at what happens if you don't inflate the false positives, non-detects. They're not willing to run it because they don't want you to see it, because they don't want to change it. So
15 seconds.
if you can't move the needle, please report it. Your voice in reporting it to the EPA and the legislative bodies is going to be stronger than our voice, because we might not be believed. But we're hoping that you're seeing it, and that if you can't change it, you'll report it.
Thank you for your comments. There any other in-person public commenters for public forum, items not on the agenda? Oh, thank you. I can see over there. Thank you. Please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Daniel Talmates. I'm a part of Clean Air Coalition. I want to flag this decision that's going to happen at the end of July. I don't want to repeat what's already been stated with the non-compliance, the regular violations. It's more of a ritual for them. And so when we see this, we see the potential for them to be permitted. It sets an example, and that compliance and violations are optional, essentially, for these other facilities that are maybe not as regularly committing violations on a class 1 or class 2 level. And so we want you to pay attention to what happens with this facility, has implications for permitting, has implications for discussions and considerations around recycling with the waste management plans. And so, and it has implications, as I mentioned, for the other possible violators and non-compliers as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Last call for any other in-room participants. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Duncan. Go and come up and please state your name and affiliation for the record if you choose, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Duncan McKee, community member. I'm here to talk a little bit more about Quemeco. I think it's that important. I think it's a textbook case of whether DTSC is going to adequately regulate hazardous waste disposal facilities such as Quemeco and protect the public, which from my perspective, and I think a lot of other people's, we are counting on them to do. And we're hoping that the board will encourage them to do that. When I started going through the documents, I mean, it's really disturbing that the data from the source testing is all confidential. Nobody knows what went into those furnaces. Nobody knows what came out of them. Your toxicologists who allegedly or supposedly reviewed that, the 2 toxicologists, my understanding, they're no longer even with DTSC. And we did meet with another gentleman who's a toxicologist, and he appeared to be very surprised about some of the things that we were telling him. I'm reviewing video that is taken by community members in the middle of the night when these guys are letting off material. There's material coming from locations, emission points that are not being routed through the wet electrostatic precipitator that Quemeco is bragging about, or the thermal oxidizer that is supposedly breaking down some of these volatile organic compounds and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and cancer-causing materials. We have many times hazardous waste levels of lead in the soil. DTSC is still, to this day, they've had many, many years to do it, even at the urging of their own scientists, to definitively determine the source and demonstrate that it did not come from other sources like leaded gas emissions or lead paint. There's a lot of issues with that facility. And if the permit is granted, just myself, that's not even counting other people, put in enough material where there is certainly grounds for appeal. And I'm hoping that, and that's when it's going to come before the board. And I'm hoping that you will really take this seriously. There's a lot of people that I have seen that, in my opinion, were damaged by this facility, and we cannot continue to let this occur. This entire waste stream needs to be diversified, taken to areas that are not in close proximity to
15 seconds remaining.
so many people being affected by it. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Any other commenters in person? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom. We have two hands raised right now. If you would like to comment during public forum, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. We're going to go ahead and invite Skylar Sakulis to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Skylar.
Thank you. My name is Skylar Sakula Cruz.
I'm so sorry. You're
Can
good
you
to
hear me?
continue. Yes, we can hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. I'm here from Green Action and a resident of Santa Cruz. I'm building off of some of the previous commenters from Moss Landing. Community concerns about the damaging impacts to human health and the environment from the Moss Landing battery fires they mentioned that took place in January and February of this year are not being adequately addressed by DTSC. This shoreline and agricultural community demands thorough, efficient, and urgent action. And this contamination site should have a public profile on DTSC's EnviroStore database with up-to-date site testing and planning information. Too many other contaminated sites in California, and we cannot allow this to continue. Hundreds of community members have reported negative health impacts with contaminated sites along the shoreline like Bayview Hunters Point and Treasure. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're cracking up a little bit. So if we could have you go ahead and email us your comments, that would be great. There's some audio issues. Okay, well, actually, we're going to have our outreach manager reach out to you for your comments so we can make sure to add that to the official record. Thank you very much. Next commenter, we're going to request for Cynthia Babbage to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation for the record if you choose, and you're going to go ahead and have 3 minutes to make your public comment, starting now.
Great, thank you. My name is Cynthia Babbage, and I'm the founder and director of the Del Amo Action Committee. I'm also the co-coordinator of the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network. Today, my comment is centered around the racism that continues to exist through redlining. So a little story, somebody from my community was relocated away from the Del Amo waste pits and found a beautiful new home in Avocado Heights. I remember him calling me and telling me something was wrong, something was in the air. He thought he might be in another toxic spot. The time to change this paradigm of redlining is now. There needs to be a clear avenue to remove these types of facilities like the Jones Chemicals of the community and the Ecobats or the Quimetcos that we always like to change the names and pretend that they're not the same evil animal that they are. There is no trigger to do this. There is no mechanism to stop the facilities that are in our red line communities from continuing to exist, and much more of concern, or even of just the same concern, more coming. So I call on DTSC through the BAS to stop this redlining that continues today without going back and starting to reverse the processes of why these facilities are in our low-income, overburdened communities already. There will never be an end in change. So we just had a big conference yesterday, and Jones Chemical, our facility, was brought up, and somebody from the agency said, well, you know, nobody's died. My God, that's what we're trying to prevent. And the things that are undocumented, the unknowns that the gentleman just spoke about, are the reasons that we need to stop this racism. So today, I say at this moment, take the next step and deny the Ecobat permit. Take a stand. We know it's hard to figure out where another facility would go, but my God, don't pretend that you're not continuing the racism that's happening, because that's what's happening. Thank you very much for your attention to this very urgent matter.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Shirlitha Holmes, we're going to go ahead and request you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Okay.
First of all, I want to preface my comments by saying my comments predate the BES board. And so I want to, my heart is heavy. It stays heavy based on the fact of where I live, my family live, and what we've been exposed to at the Navy, the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard. However, listening to the various brothers and sisters in the communities in California, this is disgusting. It's dangerous. And I was thinking to myself, we've had 34 years waiting for DTSC and other agencies, regulatory agencies, but specifically DTSC, and 34 years at the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard. And from that time to the date now, I can't even tell you how many illnesses and deaths have occurred as a result of the contaminants, the toxins that we're exposed to. So I just want to say, I stand in support of and with everyone that is going through this. And then, you know what? If you want to see pretty much, you're going to have to fight more and harder because we're at 34 years of waiting for this cleanup to be complete. So for my brothers and sisters that are going through all of this stuff, I want you to Google the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard history and see what you have to deal with. And it is environmental racism. So we're going to have to all come together and sue the pants as Green Action has did, and just sue them and sue them and sue them until we get results. And thank you, board, especially to my favorite board member, Georgette, for you guys' attention to these matters and for hearing from us. Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for your comments. If we can check if there are any commenters in the Spanish room, and this is the last call for public forum for items not on the agenda. If our interpreters can let us know if we have any Spanish commenters. And we do have Therma Runaway. We're going to request that you unmute. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, my comment's short. I wanted to hear what Skylar said with Green Action. I know her connection was a little bit staticky, but if you could give her a second chance, I really want to hear what she has to say, because we're all very sick in Moss Landing, very sick, and we're not getting any help. And I'm going through hell right now. So please, I want to hear what she has to say.
Thank you. Is Skylar still on the line? If so, Skylar, can you raise your virtual hand? Let me see let me just double check. I'm not seeing her on. It doesn't look like Skylar is on right now unless under a different name or phone number. Skylar, if you're listening, please reach out to us, and also our outreach manager will be in touch with you so we can make sure to get your comment on the record that gets posted to our website. Oh, I'm sorry, was there one more comment in person? Oh, thank you. No, sorry about that.
No, my bad. I hadn't thought I was gonna say anything. Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, Clean Air Coalition, North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I just wanted to plant a seed in your conversations about the violation scoring procedure. It was mentioned earlier that this is being developed and it's taking forever, and it was supposed to be in place. The reform, I'm sorry, of it was supposed to be in place. I just want to alert you to concerns that we have about where the reform of the VSP is going. We, as a community, have done some serious deep dives into the rationale that DTSC wrote, 20-some pages of rationale for the revisions, and we are really concerned. We don't think that this makes any positive difference for holding polluters and violators to account. We believe that, in fact, it's just another way to avoid, for DTSC to sidestep its regulatory authority, its enforcement authority, to actually then just flat out deny a permit to a facility that violates the law, period. The violation scoring procedure, just beware. It's a lot of magical numbers and a lot of all of this that makes it look like there's actual calculation of a violation. In fact, what it does is prolong our misery and allow for facilities to stay in business. And I don't, so I know that conversation is still coming, and we're still going to be, we have yet to see the rules around this reform, but I wanted to alert you to that, and also invite you to have a conversation with us about our concerns with the proposed reform. We haven't seen the latest revisions, so we will like to look at those, but we would like to have a conversation with you about the direction that that's taking, and how and why we have the concerns we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And it looks like we did receive confirmation from our interpreters. Thank you. There are no Spanish comments for this item, and no other hands are raised. So this will conclude the public forum portion of our meeting. Chair Rakestraw, back to you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. And Skylar, if you are able to reconnect for the public forum, we can take your comment for the hazardous waste management plan hearing when we open up for public comment then. So maybe Sheena or Courtney, if you're able to work with them to get to reestablish the connection, we can do that. So we now have two more items before we break. So we're going to first turn to the board member reports, which is item 7, and then we'll have the review, discussion, and approval of our minutes from the last meeting. On agenda item number 7 on board member reports, these reports are a chance for board members to report out on work on subcommittees and liaison reports, as well as public engagement updates. So I will start with Member Gomez first, who will provide an update on Exide. So Member Gomez.
Yeah, so thank you. So there was a meeting yesterday with that DTSC held as a workshop with the community on that side. I unfortunately didn't participate, but I do know that in our weekly meetings that we have, there are, the major concern is the funding, which right now it sounds like there's, as we heard it earlier from Ms. Butler, there are some possibilities of having a little bit more flexibility in the funding, depending on how the budget gets adopted at the state level. We do have a working group meeting tomorrow, which hopefully there'll be a little bit of more dive into the actual request. So next meeting, I can have a better report on that. And then the other one is, and there's been a conversation within the working group, is the analysis that EPA is currently doing in relation to the site cleanup in terms of making it a super fund. That still is ongoing. It hasn't stopped. That evaluation continues to occur. There isn't a specific timeline yet. And unfortunately for this meeting, we were going to have a bigger a dedicated discussion, but it didn't occur. So hopefully down the line, we'll be able to have that in relation to Exide, invite the third party monitor, which I think the full members can benefit from what they're doing. There's weekly reporting, weekly inspections by the third party monitor, and there are some things that are being identified as not being followed, but I won't say that it's not many, but I really want us to get a better understanding of what's going on in that. And then what else? Yeah, the evaluation, Superfund funding. But you heard from Lauren, we continue to meet in relation to just giving her support and guidance on how to do some follow-ups, how to shape the reporting that should happen for us, so we're aware of what's going on and what we're hearing. So she continues to move forward with that. A lot of the reporting happens to, a lot of the comments that she is doing follow-ups are mainly comments that we get to hear here at the moment. That's the majority. Not a lot of people are not following up directly to her. So we get to hear a lot of that. So we're exploring ways in which we can uplift the ombuds role to ensure that we're being more accessible, more proactive. So that's something that it's ongoing. And then I'm also part of EJAC, as well as Ingrid, but that work right now, it is my understanding that the members are getting training and DTSC and what it is. So they haven't, I don't think they've met. We haven't been invited if they are, if they have, but they're just getting training on DTSC. That's it.
Thanks very much, Member Gomez. We'll now turn to Vice Chair Strauss-Hecker, who will provide an update on as the Department of Defense liaison and and any other matters you may wish to raise.
Thank you. Under the statute that created this board, one of the specific provisions was that the board would have someone serve as a liaison to the Department of Defense, given the various sites across California. And in my time on the board, there have been convened by Cali PA the various boards, departments, and offices meeting with the different services of DoD. And that has been for me very interesting and useful to hear the different issues that come up. There was also for a time, I think in my first year, when DTSC convened that meeting for hazardous waste specific purposes, which I joined, and other managers such as our present here today were part of that. So it was very useful to have a facility specific discussion around hazardous waste permitting or other issues. To pivot slightly, as we've gone through the fee setting process, DoD has some unique issues. For example, around how, I'll give you just an example that comes to mind. If a very large Navy vessel comes into port and it's been at sea for 6 months, it has all different kinds of waste that come ashore to be handled, recycled, or disposed of. And some of it's universal waste, some of it's clearly hazardous waste, some of it can't be stored for more than a certain amount of time. So there's a kind of a complex picture around how, for example, in San Diego, let's say, the Navy handles different kinds of waste, and which of those are subject to fees. And so my point in bringing this up is I'm going to suggest that we urge and with DTSC convene a more regular DoD meeting in advance of our summertime fee setting schedule, so that as as the Department of Defense may have fee related issues, that we can air them and with DTSC answer those questions, and then as may be appropriate, get into other permitting and facility specific matters. And I would be glad to report back on that. So it's kind of a two-part report for me here. One is that I'll work with DTSC to try and put together something in advance of our June fees workshop in case DTSC has some issues, they can raise them up. And then two, that with our DTSC colleagues that we get back into quarterly or other they don't have to be long. They're just an hour, but they're really useful DTSC BES meetings that I'd be glad to report on here.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hacker. Members Brostrom or Bhatia, anything to report from here? Brostrom, please.
Yeah, actually had quite a few meetings since our last one. In terms of the metrics conversations, met with a coalition led by PSRLA, had a really robust conversation there, and I'm currently looking at a robust document that they've shared. Also met with Albion Bridge Stewards up in they're virtually, but they're from Mendocino. Learned about their site, and they also had numerous recommendations for metrics. Met with residents of Avenal and Green Action to discuss concerns around the Avenal municipal landfill. And also had more of internal meeting with DTSC staff to learn more about inspections and inspection frequencies. And then finally, just wanted to report out that there's going to be workshops on brownfield redevelopment in Fresno on June 5th, as well as one in Sacramento on June 3rd. I will be presenting at the Fresno workshop, particularly around engaging the community on brownfield redevelopment. Certainly there's a bit of a deficit of brownfield redevelopment opportunities in the Central Valley, so we're very encouraged to see this workshop coming and hoping to bring in community partners to learn more about opportunities for brownfield redevelopment in Central Valley.
Thank you very much. Member Bhatia.
Since you've already talked about metrics, maybe I'll spend a minute giving you an update on fees. For those of you that have not been actively engaged on fees, let me just give you the framework for how we think about fees. Typically, every year in January, the governor's office releases a preliminary appropriated budget for DTSC. And that is the budget that gets revised in May, which is what Director Butler spoke about earlier. What that appropriated budget does is it gives DTSC the authority to spend money to run some programs and services. And in parallel, what happens is DTSC continues to collect revenues from the 3 different types of fees. I won't get into the details of the kinds of fees, but there are 3 different kinds of fees that get collected through CDTFA. And CDTFA is another sister agency at the state, starts to provide DTSC a view of what are the revenues collected. And that report we start to see or DTSC starts to see it in March, and then we as a board start to look at both of these numbers side by side, which is what is the appropriated amount and what is the revenue collected. And our goal as a board is, I mentioned earlier, is to make sure that DTSC remains solvent, which means there's enough funding for all of its programs, which means our first order of business is, does DTSC have enough revenues to run its programs and meet the appropriated budget? We see this through the lens of what are called fund condition statements. We've met with DTSC regularly, we meet with them, and then as of last week, they have some preliminary fund condition statements that we've started to see. These will continue to get refined. And as Swati mentioned, in the workshop that we host in June, we're going to show you not just the fund condition statements, but also some scenarios. And our considerations in the scenarios are, what is the loan repayment that we talked earlier about how DTSC had to take a loan to previously fill a shortfall or a deficit. So what is the loan repayment schedule? What sort of reserve do we think is prudent for DTSC to have? Those are the 2 considerations. And then if it ends up that in June we end up seeing any shortfalls, do we have to make any changes to the fees to meet the shortfall, which we don't anticipate, but we don't yet know. In June, we will show you the scenarios and the fund condition statement. That is not the fees.
Thank you very much, Member Bhatia. Okay, we'll now turn to agenda item number 8, which is the review, discussion, and possible approval of the minutes. So is there any discussion first regarding the minutes? So can I have a motion to approve the April 24th meeting minutes?
Chair Rickstraw, I so move.
Is there a second? Okay. Is there
By
any?
whom?
Member Bostrom. Is there any board discussion? And Courtney, will you call the vote?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. All in favor of approving the April 24th meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions?
Can I actually, I just realized that I missed a portion of last meeting, so I actually probably should abstain from at least, so maybe I should not be the second.
But the minutes reflect, well, one, you were there under difficult circumstances, and it does reflect that you were there for most of the meeting.
Okay.
And so I would suggest that
It's okay.
having gone back through my notes during the meeting and looking at the minutes, I think we should go forward as is.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation. So Vice Chair Hacker, motion to approve, Member Brostrom seconded. Everyone we voted in favor said aye. Were there any opposed or any abstentions? Okay, thank you so much. That motion passes unanimously as amended for, unanimously for the April 24th meeting minutes. Those approved minutes will be posted to our website in the coming days. And that will wrap up item number 8 on the agenda. And Chair Rakestraw, it is now 3:36. Would you like to call for a break?
Yes, I would. Let's take a break and let's reconvene at 4:45 p.m. where we will begin the third hearing for DTSC's draft hazardous waste management plan.
And thank you, everyone. Before we take our break, I do just want to do a quick poll for those joining us in person. Can I get a show of hands of those who plan to comment for agenda item number 9, the hazardous waste management plan? Great. Have you all received a number, or if anyone has, I should say, if anyone has not received a number yet, can you keep your hand raised and we'll make sure to pass those out? Okay. Maybe can I ask Evelyn, you're doing the order, huh? Would you be able to pass out the numbers? Sorry, please keep your hand raised just for a moment so we can verify. If you haven't received a number, please keep your hand raised.
Recording stopped.
For those on Zoom, that would like to comment, if you could raise your virtual hand, if you would like to comment on the hazardous waste management plan, agenda item number 9, just to get an idea. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, thank you so much. And again, we will check in on this item. Just want to get a poll as we go into break. Thank you all. We are going to go ahead and take our break now, and we'll return at 4:45 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. It is now 4:55, and we do maintain a quorum by having all members present. This is a reminder that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Chair Rakestraw, over to you to continue with our meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Courtney. So we'll now continue with the third hazardous waste management plan hearing. The first hearing took place on March 20th in Fresno, where we heard from many community members on DTSC's draft plan. Our second hearing took place on April 24th in Berkeley. These plan hearings are your opportunity to share comments and recommendations before the board votes on the plan. So as far as the run of show today, first, the board's executive officer, Swati Sharma, will provide a brief overview of the hazardous waste management plan and the tentative timeline moving forward. Then Mandy Bain, the Deputy Director of DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program, will introduce the plan. The board will then discuss and provide DTSC with direction regarding Goal 7. And then Deputy Director Bain will continue her presentation with a focus on Goals 1 through 5. After the presentation, we will open it up for board discussion, and then we'll have public comment. So now over to Executive Officer Sharma to provide an overview of the third hazardous waste management plan hearing.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm not going to take too much time because what I've said, I've shared before already. We're here for the third hazardous waste management plan hearing. The board is required to hold at least 3 hearings throughout the state. And we heard from many folks, many of the folks that are here in this room today, that you would like a 4th hearing. And so we do have a 4th hearing planned in July in Sacramento to hear your comments on the hazardous waste management plan. At a subsequent board meeting, the board will vote on the plan. And so once the board decides on what that date looks like, we will keep the public informed. But right now, you know, we welcome comments here. We also welcome one-on-one comments, written comments. We would like to hear from you. And we understand that 3 minutes may not be enough to discuss comments on a robust plan. And so we've had many stakeholder meetings already that have been very informative. So please reach out to either myself or Sheena Brooks, our outreach manager, if you would like to meet with us to discuss some of your ideas around the plan. And I will hand it back to Chair Rickstrom.
Thank you very much, Swati. So I'll now turn it over to Mandy Bain for some introductory remarks.
Great, thank you. I want to start by thanking all the community members that have came out for our first 2 hearings in Fresno and Berkeley, as you mentioned, and all of the folks that are here with us tonight. The testimony has been very powerful, and I thank you for sharing your experiences and concerns. I heard you talk about the pollution burdens you already face, the worry that DTSC is taking steps that would endanger your community by making that pollution burden worse, and outrage that these steps would be taken without consultation and discussion. And as a public health professional, the distress, the fear, the anger that I heard from folks was very concerning. Anxiety, stress have real consequences. And I do want to apologize that this plan had that impact on folks. Now, I'm motivated to do this job because I wholeheartedly believe that your zip code should not determine your health outcomes. And our institutions, our government agencies, we have a responsibility to undo those environmental injustices that we know where they come from. They came from redlining, they came from that long history, and we do have to keep that in mind. And I think the only way we can kind of move forward is also with that trust and kind of showing our work along the way so that we can bring everyone along on the journey together. So that is my personal perspective. I also want to recognize the work of all the DTSC staff who drafted the plan and acknowledge that their draft is scientifically sound. It makes good hazardous waste management sense. And it came out of a long process of research and workshops and engagement with stakeholders. The concern here is about non-RCRA hazardous waste, primarily hazardous waste soil. It is our largest waste stream that is generated every year in California, and DTSC does have a responsibility to ensure that it's being managed most efficiently and effectively. But I want to reiterate that protecting human health and the environment is our mission as a department. It's my personal North Star. It's why we're all here, why we all care about this issue. So given all that, we are committed to revising the plan, particularly recommendation 7.2 related to alternative management standards for non-RCRA soils. I should say non-RCRA hazardous waste soil, so it's very clear. I'm still getting used to all our technical language here. I am looking forward to comment and direction from the board, and I really also hope that stakeholders and community groups will be sharing their perspective as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
Thank you very much, Mandy, for the introduction. As far as facilitating board discussion, I think with the board's indulgence, I'd like to first start off with goal 7, in particular 7.2. Clearly, there's been an enormous amount of public interest in that goal. We've heard that at the first 2 hearings. So I'd like to open it up for the board discussion on that, and then any possible direction that we as the board would like to provide to DTSC on that goal in particular. We'll then go, as I said, to Mandy's presentation, and then dive in a bit more detail on 1 through 5. So I'll pause there. Who would like to kick us off?
In particular, to goal number 7, and then discussion on goals 1 through 5 will come after.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, I think I was remote last time. I was very sick, but I think I think I was pretty clear in saying that I felt very comfortable with 7.2, I don't think there was a case made for the why. And so I think what I'd like to put up for discussion is, because to me it's, a revision or a removal. And I personally, because I don't think any of the groundwork was laid, I don't think it is subject to being revised in a way that makes sense. We'll have a lot more analysis. So my recommendation would be a removal.
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
So it's hard to have a conversation about goal 7 without having a conversation about why is goal 7 there, which is what is the basis for any of the goals or recommendations to appear in the plan. Given, I'm sort of seconding what you said, that from the plan and the information presented in the plan, it is not clear why goal 7 is showing up. The only thing I would support including in some way, shape or form is 7.4 that talks specifically about hazardous waste generated from lithium brine, which is not the topic of discussion. If you're talking specifically about 7.2 and contaminated soil, given that the research and thinking is not fully there or is not presented in the report, I suggest removing it entirely.
Thanks. Member Gomez, Vice Chair Hacker, would you like to speak on this issue?
I support the recommendation.
It's important, I think, that as we look forward with the plan as a whole, and I will address goal 7 specifically, that California not only do a superb job of managing solid waste and hazardous waste so as not to further burden communities, but that we understand that we have neighboring state partners in Arizona, Nevada, and Utah that also have similar responsibilities and have commercial hazardous waste sites. And I think that there are other options that we can entertain, and I don't mean for them to be an amendment to the plan, I'm saying it for purposes of discussion. When this concern around whether or not we should manage more of our waste in state began, or really became more of a topic of conversation, it was with the presumption that Arizona, Nevada, and Utah don't do as good a job as we do. Well, it's terribly complicated, and I think that we should continue to expect that there will be a mix of solutions, including certain kinds of waste will go to certain commercial sites that have their own series of inspections, compliance actions, and the like with their respective state oversight. So I'd like us to not think that we have to manage more stuff in state. I don't think it's realistic given the size and variety of our economy, but we can have more partnership or formal memoranda of agreement with our neighboring states around how that compliance in these other commercial sites can be addressed, to give, if people need greater insight into how well it's being done or not being done. So there are other kinds of solutions out there. It was very stark when we met in Fresno to realize how people felt that they were so gravely burdened, and that the possibility that we would suddenly declare what is currently a California hazardous waste to be something that belonged in a landfill near where they live. And that fear that Andy just referenced was so palpable, and it colored everything. That continued into our Berkeley meeting. And as a result, it's as if all the years of work that the DTSC team has done could not be seen because we could only see the concern around goal 7. So I think that we should set aside goal 7, and I think we should focus obviously tonight on goals 1 through 5, but I do think that our future lies in having a strong Western US partnership around what goes where, and I would prefer to shift our energies, particularly the board and staff's energies, around are there things that we could do that probably make things better. That's kind of like the test I'm employing is, are we going to invest in something in the next year that makes something better? There are many elements of the plan that I think in other goals are worthy of investment that will make things better for us long term. So I'm very grateful to the team for the work it's done. And I'm very grateful to DTSC for being willing to take this in and not continue pursuing it pending the actions that we do here tonight.
Thank you. I think from my perspective, I'd like to thank Mandy for your comments and your responsiveness to the comments that the public have been raising. I do appreciate that. I mean, I think when I was looking at the plan in particular, recognizing again that relatively new to this role, I think one of the concerns that I felt and then clearly has come through is the kind of the limited analysis in particular that would go into this. It seemed that kind of the decision had been made, and then the discussion or the analysis was limited to kind of whether the liners are sufficient. But obviously the potential health impacts of bringing what is currently hazardous waste soil extend well beyond the liner system. Also, go to transportation and kind of the full life cycle of that. So that was another kind of observation that I wanted to add as well. Are there any other comments from board members? I will pause for just a second and consult with Swati. So I'm going to go over and talk to our board council. I'm going to make the bold move of actually proposing a motion. So be generous with me, but we're just going to tweak the final bits. So I'll be back in just a sec. All right, thanks. So I would like to make a motion. If with the board's indulgence, I'd like our board council to put what we've been just talking about on the screen. I can kind of provide a rationale and walk through it.
Great. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So Greg, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and sharing your screen from the Zoom application. Wonderful. Thank you.
So just to walk, I guess, both the public and the board through this. So the first part of the motion just sets out the mandate here that we're operating under, that section 25-135 of the Health and Safety Code. The board and DTSC are tasked with jointly revising and finalizing the hazardous waste management plan, but it's the board that then approves that plan. I think that's something we all know, that just as the context. And one of the comments I know that in particular members Rostrom and Bhatia have commented on is that there's been not sufficient responsiveness from DTSC to the earlier comments that they had provided. So it's a direction to direct DTSC to work closely with the board to incorporate the written and oral comments from board members and board staff. To date, consider the public comments that you all have provided and will provide today, and then propose revisions to the plan by July 1st, prior to the board's next hearing on the plan. We had thought that July 1st gives 2 weeks, probably not enough time, but we thought it perhaps would be a reasonable amount of time, but Mandy, feel free to chime in and say if that's patently unreasonable. And then the third paragraph captures the, I think, clear direction from the board members here that we should remove recommendation 7.2 is currently drafted.
I second your motion.
And now we'll open up for discussion.
Yeah, just for that last clause, as currently drafted, I mean, I think we were pretty clear that we didn't want a revision of the content or like a reworking of it. And so my concern is if we just say like, not this language, but something else, I feel like this motion might leave that door open. So in my consideration, like, I don't think we should revisit this topic in this plan.
Got it.
So I don't know if there's like do something to make it a little broader than just like the actual draft.
Thanks, Member Brostrom. Member Bhatia, Member Gomez, do you have comments?
I would echo Ingrid in terms of the language of the removal does leave it open for rewriting, but I don't think that's the intention, or at least that's not what we heard. I think it's removal.
Yeah.
So there's not much else.
Member Bhatia, anything?
As currently drafted.
Yeah. I am also in favor of perhaps saying I move that DTSC remove recommendation 7.2
period.
I do want to make a comment that DTSC is a science-based organization. You have the best available science. You are going to constantly revise and update the best available science to the report update process. And what I would like to see in the future is if the science is clearly pointing in a specific direction, show us that science. And all I'm saying is we want to remove it now, but if there's some science that points to a specific action in the future, you can bring it back. But for now, I'm supporting what Amy has said. But that science is not reflected in the current version of the plan.
I note that the July 1st proposed date is about 7 weeks from now. Matt, did you think that is workable?
Well, I'd like to know if you intended to mean like an full written version, revised version, or you mean like conceptually what the revisions are? We just need to get a sense.
Yeah, please go, everybody.
So why don't we allow the full board discussion and then allow Mandy to comment? Because some of us have done even more thinking, and once you internalize our feedback and again listen to the feedback from the public, if you feel like July is doable, then we'll go with July. Is that an option?
Do you want to wait on voting then until after Deputy Bing has given a presentation?
I mean, please.
Can we make these into 2 motions?
Yeah.
So we'll just vote on that last provision, take out as currently drafted. That's the first initial motion we vote on, and then we would pick up the second one in terms of the date after, like, we have more chance to dialogue about what we want to see changed.
No, I mean, just to throw out, I mean, alternatively, we could remove the date. We would just remove as currently drafted, remove the date, so it would just say to the plan prior to the board's next hearing. And then we kind of amend this motion during after the board's subsequent discussion, after Mandy's presentation. That's another way to go about it as well. If we want to like capture the package and then go ahead and amend it.
So one comment, I'm raising my pen.
Yeah.
I worry that like this will become an endless process and then it pushes into the next report revision and the next plan revision and so on. So in order to kind of bookend it, I would like to see a date because the comments we're going to give today are not new. I just want to be very clear. They are comments we have given in the past.
Yeah.
So given that, I would like to bookend it and not have this process spill over and take too long.
I mean, is it reasonable? Can we go ahead and adopt this as is, removing as currently drafted, leave it in? And then if based on the comments, Mandy, that you hear, you can cry for help and say if that this just July 1st is patently unreasonable, and then we could consider that amendment during that discussion. Is that maybe what we'll do? Okay, so let's remove as currently drafted. So this is the motion that's currently on the table. Do we have a second? Member Bostrom, are there any other additional board discussion on this?
I don't know if we properly answered Deputy Bain's question on, is the board expecting like the actual plan revisions, or is it more, you know, a presentation talking about the revisions? Which one do you want by the next hearing? I mean, ideally, of course, it would be the actual plan, but if that's not doable, is a presentation or talking about how the revisions, what they've heard, how they're going to be incorporated.
That's a good question. Are there any board? Yeah, please.
Just looking at the language, I read that as more of a incorporation and revisions are in the written plan.
Yeah.
So I do see this as we have it now. Not that it has to be final. I don't think it says that it has to be final, but I think there has to be an intent to actually put pen to paper with our revisions. That's just how I read it.
I'm also just flagging that the July board meeting is when the presentation would be on goals 6 through 10. So you may not have heard from the public on goals 6 through 10 until then. So we may want to allow that. Like, so to your point, like kind of a working draft, right? And also incorporate edits that and comments that come up at the next board meeting as well.
What if we put in there revisions to goals 1 through 5 in that motion?
Yeah.
I think we also have a responsibility, given the timing, and I take to heart Sushma's comment about let's bring this to a close at the right time and not have it continue on too long. I think we should focus on revising the plan goals 1 through 5. I don't think we have to wordsmith the way that it's currently set up, much of the intro text. I think we just have to focus on the actions themselves that you're looking at in goals 1 through 5 and in deleting 7.2. So I think that that is doable. I also think that our team and board members are more than willing to be available to answer questions throughout so that we can get to July and feel that we've heard the comments on 1 through 5. We see the changes proposed through 1 through 5, and we're ready to go to our late July meeting with the revisions available to the public so that we can then use the July meeting to focus on 6 through 10.
Okay.
I think, can I say one last comment, is that because we're going to spend some time today talking about the vision as well, a lot of the planned actions or recommendations flow from that vision. So if we provide a strong anchor point, ideally the revision of 6 through 12, 10 becomes somewhat easier because our framing will have been established at the end of the day.
But remember, Baji, you also raise a good point, though. I mean, if our discussion today is on not just goals 1 through 5, but also on the vision, the introductory sections, I think we would expect that those would also be revised as well. So maybe we do leave it as is, and then DTSC can report back and say, just to note that, you know, we focused our edits or our revisions on, you know, those sections, and, you know, so maybe there's an asterisk for the remaining ones that we're particularly soliciting public comment on, but, you know, that would kind of commonly or be understood or indicated some way. Okay, so I think we have a motion, we have a second, and we've had board discussion. Is there any discussion further on this motion that's on the table or before us? Okay, so Courtney. Okay, Courtney, can you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. All in favor of the motions as stated, here today, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. And this will be, oh, sorry, as stated on the slides with regarding the removal of 7.2 of the hazardous waste draft 2025 hazardous waste management draft plan.
Sorry, would you like Greg to, Greg, can you repeat the motion?
Sorry, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so the motion reads, under section 25-135 of the Health and Safety Code, the board and DTSC jointly revise and finalize the hazardous waste management plan before it is considered by the board for approval. The motion is therefore to move to direct DTSC to work closely with the board to incorporate the written and oral comments from board members and board staff, consider the public comments received, and propose revisions to the plan by July 1st prior to the board's next hearing on the plan. In particular, I move that DTSC remove recommendation 7.2.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much. I think so that concludes the discussion on goal 7 in particular. So we'll now turn it over to Deputy Director Mandy Bain to deliver the presentation on goals 1 through 5. And again, we'll have a discussion amongst the board on those goals, I should say goals 1 through 5 and the kind of introductory section. And then we'll open it up for public comment on that set of issues as well. Andy, please, over to you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so no introduction needed, that we're covering goals 1 through 5. The previous presentations are recorded and on the board website if anyone wants to kind of get a sneak peek and go back and look at the bigger kind of overview of the whole plan. That is available. Oh yeah, I was going to change the slide. Next slide, please. I do want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to read the plan if they would like. There's the QR code and links. We'll have those throughout the presentation that you are able to find the plan. I also want to point out that in the appendices that you'll see when you scroll down on that website is really where kind of the meat of the research and analysis. So it's a lot of reading, but if there's a particular topic that you're interested in, I definitely recommend the appendices. I also want to go to the next slide then and just briefly reiterate that this plan is a mandate that comes out of Senate Bill 158, and it mandates that we have a hazardous waste management report, which we published in 2023, 2 years later, a plan, and then we repeat that process. So everything that went into this draft plan includes the data from the report, a lot of public comment and feedback, and also additional research that our team was able to complete. I do want to highlight that they did 10 workshops. These workshops are really deep dives into each of the topics. So if there's a topic that you're really interested in, it's like a master class to me. So I really recommend them. They're all available on our website or pretty easily found through a search engine. So putting in a plug for those. And then just to kind of recap very high level, what did we find in the 2023 report? So in the last 25 years, hazardous waste generated in California has decreased by about 40%, even though the number of generators has almost doubled, right? So, so in general, the amount of waste generated each year, California has decreased, but hazardous waste streams are also this changing landscape. So we know, for example, that more and more we will be relying on lithium ion batteries, for example. And so we expect that waste stream to increase, even as in general we've seen this decrease. There might also be newly identified hazardous waste, right? So it's not a static, fixed landscape when we're talking about hazardous waste. The report also highlighted that the majority of hazardous waste generated in California is identified as non-RCRA, meaning it's not identified as hazardous waste federally. It is only identified as hazardous waste in California. And also one of our largest waste types that we generate each year in California is contaminated soil. And that's something that is in some ways good news because it means we're doing more cleanup in communities. And we don't want to say, you can't generate contaminated soil because then we're not developing our housing, for example, and removing those contaminants from communities. So those are my super high level takeaways. And then the next slide, I'm like 2 slides behind, sorry. Because I'm looking at them here and I keep thinking that I'm advancing them. It's like a kid playing with one of those little steering wheels. Oh, a couple more, sorry. Yep, okay, next one, and we should be caught up. Okay, so the purpose of the plan is specified in the statute of Senate Bill 158. But I just wanted to also kind of highlight that the plan is really a vision for hazardous waste management in the state. Not all of the things in the plan are things specifically for DTSC to do. Some of these are recommendations and goals that would apply to other local governments, for example, or even our regulated entities. We'll go to the next slide. So what is the vision that DTSC lays out in the draft plan? It has 3 elements. First is supporting a circular economy and waste reduction. So in a circular economy, the end of life of a material is considered upfront. So you have to plan for what happens when this becomes, when its useful life is ended. And the first choice is always to reuse or recover wastes instead of disposing of them. Second, we envision sustainable hazardous waste management that prioritizes protecting human health and the environment. And finally, we envision a California where we are investing in research and innovation and using the best available science to implement the goals and recommendations of this plan, and ultimately using that innovation and research to support that circular economy and waste reduction. Okay, next slide, please. So in the plan, there are, as has been noted, 10 goals, and each goal has a few recommendations. Sorry, I also don't know where to turn, so I'm mostly talking to community because that's usually what I'm trying to do. But anyway, so we have 10 goals, and each of those goals has several recommendations. I've just kind of broken them down so they're all on one slide at a time. So our first goal is to promote environmental justice initiatives. We have 2 initiatives that have been really successful. The community considerate cleanups, which I will write as C3, community considerate cleanups. And we want to see those, that model expanded to other types of cleanup, specifically voluntary cleanup agreements. We want to also promote those community considerate cleanups to other oversight agencies. DTSC is not the only agency in the state that has oversight over cleanup. And so we want to promote those C3 approach to other oversight agencies. We also want to restore funding for our other really great initiative, which is CVCI, Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative. I think we mentioned earlier in the day in the meeting that funding was cut, and we would really like to see that restored. We also heard earlier from Director Butler about our enforcement strategic plan. So we also recommend that we fully implement that plan because at the end of the day, enforcement really is an environmental justice tool. So, and then the last recommendation we have is to analyze hazardous waste generators and the surrounding areas. So in our 2023 report, we analyzed destination facilities and the surrounding areas for those destination facilities. But we also know that there's a lot more generators than there are destination facilities. And so we want to kind of round out that picture and understand the generators and the areas around them. Okay, that's goal 1. Next slide, please. For goal 2, I gotta make this a little bigger. Okay, our goal 2 is to improve access to information. You know, DTSC has this wealth of very technical knowledge, and we want to be able to provide that information and those resources more, but also keep in mind a really diverse set of audiences that we are going to present that information to. So everything from short videos on some of our core concepts, like what is a hazardous waste, to the Toxic Crusaders program, which is a program we have that's sparking an interest in environmental science and chemistry in students, and also quick reference guides for businesses, for example. So that's goal 2. We'll go ahead and move to the next slide for goal 3. Under goal 3, so goal 3 has a lot of content, so it actually has 3 slides, 3 for 3. Under goal 3, we want to identify opportunities for waste reduction. So under goal 3, our first recommendation is to prioritize reduction of negative impacts to communities when evaluating options to remediate sites. Treatment of contaminated soil should be the selected remediation method of a contaminated site if treatment is determined to be effective, implementable, and cost-effective. We also want to make sure that we're using that community considerate cleanup model to focus on reducing negative impacts to community wherever those cleanups are happening. And then for this last one on the slide, evaluate possible soil treatment studies at orphan sites. So the type of cleanup that DTSC has the most authority around is the orphan sites. So that could be a place where we try to pilot some remediation technologies, but we also have limited funding and we want to make sure we clean up as many orphan sites as possible. So I think this is a recommendation that we consider on a case-by-case basis, where at an orphan site or other cleanups as well. Are there other methods besides just removing the soil? Okay, goal 3, the second slide, please. So under this goal, we're talking about incinerable waste streams and analyzing opportunities for source reduction, legitimate recycling, and alternative treatment. So what is an incinerable waste? It is a waste that you manage by incinerating. And why did we think that this is an important waste to try to set some goals and reduce? When we're looking at those, at what would be a good candidate for reduction program, it's things that either are maybe a large volume, like contaminated soils, for example, or things that are hard to manage, or things that pose a more serious health risk, I would think. So incinerable waste is actually a small percentage of waste produced and generated in California every year, but it is very difficult to manage. There are no commercial incinerators in the state of California. There's very few commercial incinerators in the country. And there have been occasions where they stop accepting incinerable waste. And then could be left vulnerable to, not having a way to manage that waste properly. Also, what are incinerable waste? It could be paints, it could be aerosol cans, hand sanitizer. Those are things that most of us are familiar with. It could also be, it is mostly though industrial waste from manufacturing processes. So when we think about incinerable waste, we recommend researching and establishing reduction goals. We want to recommend promoting safe on-site recycling, and also researching newer technologies for managing incinerable waste. There might be new technologies so that some of that waste could be managed not in an incinerator. Okay, next slide, please. This is the final one for goal 3. And in this set of recommendations, we're talking about lithium ion batteries. And we want to ensure that they are recovered and when possible, reused, repaired, repurposed, remanufactured, or recycled at the end of their useful life. So again, when we're talking about why lithium ion batteries right now, lithium is a limited natural resource. It is an increasing waste stream. We also don't want to, we can't really do source reduction because lithium ion batteries are helping us meet our climate goals, right? So it's important that we have lithium ion batteries and important that we find ways to repair, repurpose, recycle, etc. So our recommendations here are to first form a DTSC work group so we can gather information from across the department, make sure we have all of our in-house experts together so we can work on this topic. We also recommend determining and supporting development of needed infrastructure. And finally, we recommend having various experts come together from various sectors like academics, other types of researchers, and could be government experts, industry experts, to also work on developing those management strategies. Okay, with that, we will move on to goal 4. In goal 4, it is to establish a modern waste reduction program. DTSC has not had a specific waste reduction program for at least 10 years. So we recommend that a P2, which stands for pollution prevention, so a pollution prevention or waste reduction program be established at DTSC. We also recommend researching potential for waste reduction grant programs. And finally, we think there should be a holistic pollution prevention program administered by Cal EPA to address shared environmental goals. That's things like using less water, using less energy, and reducing the impacts of climate change. And we'll do our next slide, please. Goal 5 is to apply financial instruments to encourage reduction in hazardous waste generation. So in goal 5, the recommendations here, the first one is really about looking at the impacts when you increase a fee on a hazardous waste generation, right? So in theory, if you increase the fee, then people would be incentivized. They would want to generate less of that hazardous waste. but there can also be the opposite effect where if you increase the fee, people might be motivated to mismanage their hazardous waste or maybe stop producing a product. I think there's, you could imagine like a pharmaceutical company, if you say you can't use this, there's going to be a very large fee on this solvent that you've been using. Maybe they would just not make that product anymore. So really we're saying here, we want to really kind of analyze what happens when you increase fees and what are the potential impacts on human health and the environment. Finally, we want to continue, we recommend that DTSC explore and evaluate funding frameworks that provide a more sustainable and long-term funding solution while also encouraging reduction of hazardous waste generated in the state. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So those were goals 1 through 5, a bit rapid fire. I think next steps, we've all been hearing since the beginning of our time here this afternoon that what the next steps are in terms of the meetings, the next hearings in July. I also do want to point out that if you look at the plan, each of the recommendations has a kind of timeline attached to it. So some of those recommendations have already been started. Some of them are ongoing. Some of them are projected to take, 5 years or longer. So if you're looking at those goals and recommendations, you have to kind of keep those multiple timelines in mind. And also there are recommendations in here, one that fall outside the purview of DTSC, but even those that are within our purview don't necessarily have funding already attached to them. So those timelines are also kind of dependent on the resources that might be available. And if we go to the last slide, there is a QR code and a link to provide feedback. So if you are listening online or want to take a screenshot and send us some more information, some more feedback later on, we'd be happy to receive that. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thanks so much, Mandy, and thanks for the detailed presentation. So we'll now have board discussion on well, both the introduction and the vision, and then goals 1 through 5. With the board's indulgence, I'd like to kind of bucket our discussion into, well, we could do 6 buckets. I think that would be a little bit prolonged. So I'm proposing 3 buckets, which would be like the introduction, vision, overarching structure kind of comments. And then we could move into goals 1 and 2, and then do 3, and then goals 3 to 5. Open to suggestions if that doesn't make sense, but just to kind of facilitate the board discussion, I thought we could maybe use that approach.
I like that.
Okay.
Doing the vision and the structure before we get into the specific discussion of recommendations.
Correct. That's right. And then we would kind of segment the goals, and we could just go through goals 1, then goal 2, goal 3, I'm happy to do that. But I just thought that might take a little bit more time, but let's see how it goes, and then we'll kind of adjust from there. So why don't we open it up for board discussion on the kind of the introduction, the vision, the structure, some of the more overarching comments that I know many of you have already delivered. Who wants to kick us off?
To defer to the committee.
Okay.
I can start.
Yeah, Member Patia, please.
So,
sorry, Member Patia, do you want your slides shared at this time?
That's what I was struggling a little with the structures, because we'd be going back and forth with the different slides.
I think some of her slides have to do with the structure, but it's up to you.
I can deliver the feedback, and then is it easy to put the slide, one slide, and then go back and forth? Is it easy to put up the slide? If not, I can just, okay, fine. Let's just do the first slide. All right, but before we look at the slide, I just like to just give you some recap of what you have heard me say maybe multiple times before. Is first, I acknowledge that there is a vision that was presented by Mandy now and was included in the plan. The issue that I have with that vision is it is at such a high altitude that from that altitude, there are so many things that DTSC can do, which is why the plan is the way it is today. I had previously asked for a list of prioritized actions or recommendations that are rationalized as in based in data that are clearly impactful, measurable and impactful, and that are net new. Okay? So there's 4 specific things: prioritized, rationalized, net new, clearly measurable. So from a structure perspective, that thread is not carried through, which is why I find that when reviewing the plan, there are multiple frameworks presented from the focus topic, like focus areas to goals to then topics, like and it's causing some like framework fatigue. Like I cannot clearly tell from the plan why a certain action or recommendation is included and what impact we should expect to drive. So those are my overarching comments in terms of the vision being at not the right altitude and the structure that flows from it that gets to recommendations. That framing itself is very noisy. And I think you can all, when you read the plan, I found at least that the goals and the recommendations are not all of the same level playing field. Some of them, you've heard about the goal 7, they're like contaminated soil, let's do this big thing. And there's another one that talks about short-form videos for information access. They are not the same thing. I personally would like to see fewer things that are really impactful, and I would like to drive them to the finish line. If by adding everything, we're trying to make everybody happy, that means we're focused on nothing and we're not prioritizing. And I'd rather give like DTSC more space to deliver really great work and get it to the finish line so that we're not having this debate. So with that framing, if I were to think about the report, this is what I would anchor plan, this is what I was anchoring on. We've heard repeatedly that there is a clear hierarchy in terms of disposal. I feel like we can clearly agree that we want to meaningfully reduce the proportion of hazardous waste that ends up in land disposal or for incineration. I think that is not for debate. So personally, I feel like we could start with that lens. The second thing that's also doesn't require a lot of debate is that through this end-to-end management of hazardous waste, let's take steps to reduce any health impacts through this life cycle. And number 3 is DTSC is a science-based organization. I have a lot of respect for really good data, and that is invisible work. None of the stakeholders may see it, but that work is important and needs to get done. So there's some work that's required to collect good data, build all the infrastructure to make sure we can make good decisions in the future. And so we need to take some actions to mobilize against good clean data and fill the data gaps. So there's a third, in my mind, a principle around how do we ensure that we have really good data to drive decisions from. So those would be my version of principles or vision, whatever we call it, and the framework for how we screen out recommendations or actions that DTSC would take.
Thanks, Member Bhatia. I assume the 111 should be 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
They're all equally important, so they're all 1 on 1. That is a tech issue.
Rostam, would you like to go ahead?
Please bring up Member Rostrom's first slide.
Stood on the second slide. Go to the next one. Okay. So I agree with a lot of what was stated. I think what I struggled with in this plan is, yes, what is the driving factor? What is the overarching goal that we're trying to achieve? And it seemed like a little bit of a mishmash. Like there's things in there that I really like, and we'll get to those. But there was no cohesion in terms of what's in, what's out, what's really driving our longer term vision. And so then I go back to the statute in order to try to, suss out the intent. And to me, a lot of the confusion that I see in the plan can be rectified with a couple of provisions that are front and center in the statute, which is Health and Safety Code 25135D, which lays out 12 specific things that are in the plan. But the number one thing that is listed is, the hazardous waste, the state hazardous waste management shall include, that's a must include as first thing, a baseline of the amount and types of hazardous waste generated and disposed of in the state, disposed of in other states, and which recommendations can be drawn and changes made. So, and then if you notice at the end, it basically says that the goals should be measurable. So to me, the very first thing that ought to be in this plan, and in fact, the work was already done. It's in the report. The Hazardous Waste Management report did a lot of this work. So we actually have the data, but the data hasn't made its way from the report to the plan. So the first thing that I would like to see in the plan is let's get a baseline of the amounts and types of waste generated and disposed of the state and out of state. And so that is the lens that we can start to make the recommendations. And then the second thing listed in the statute, which in my mind is also not included in the plan, is the plan shall include recommended goals to reduce the amount of hazardous waste generated and disposed of, including goals based on statewide totals, and then total amounts of particular waste streams, and then total amounts of waste streams by industry type or sector. So there's 3 levels of analysis. And so in my mind, reading this together, the statute is asking for some numeric goals that, and you can go to my next slide. So really I recommend, 2 things. One is that we get the baselines in the plan, and then that we really have a vision, a longer term vision for the state on numeric goals for reductions of hazardous waste generation and disposal. And I want to just note that because this is an iterative process, every 3 years, we don't have to get the number perfect. And I know I've heard from DTSC staff, that it's hard to project, it's hard to really figure out without a lot more analysis, exactly what that number should be. And I think that uncertainty is okay, specifically because we have this cycle, so that we can continually update and refine the data and have the additional analysis drive to make sure that we're on the right path with our targets. But absent a stated goal that we're driving toward a reduction of hazardous waste generation and disposal in the state, it's hard to define the rest of the plan. We don't have that guiding North Star in the plan. And I do think that having a circular economy, it's too broad. So I think something more specific than that, and reading the statute, I do think it should be a numerical.
Thank you very much, Member Brostrom. Member Gomez, Vice Chair Shawsacker.
I can't stress and support what my colleagues have stated. I think I've said it before. I don't want to get caught too much in the different goals. To me, the number one thing that I expect to see in this plan is a commitment of a reduction goal. And it could be based on different types of waste. It doesn't have to be very specific or generic. It's just, we got to work towards something. I don't want to be disrespectful to staff. I know that you gave a lot of thought and there's a lot of research that needs to occur, but I don't think as a body, I don't think that you need approval from this body to do research. I think that can happen. I think our responsibility as a body and what we're set to do is it's to take in a plan that is committed to do reduction. As I'm looking at the mission of DTSC is to protect California's people's communities and environment from toxic substance. So the way that I see this is, how is this plan getting us to that? So to me, this plan should lay out, if we are committed in achieving environmental justice, how are we doing that through this plan? I still don't see that. And that, to me, there are numbers that need to be printed here in commitments, and then therefore we should be measuring that. And it doesn't mean, I think there's a fear that once we put a number, that there's this expectation. I think there's the expectation to hold us accountable. And that is the minimum that I think the public is looking for. So for me, I'm going to continue saying that. I'm going to continue asking for that. And if that's not reflected, that I can't support a plan that doesn't have that.
Thank you very much. Anything to add, Vice Chair?
I think I would find it so helpful if we could be more disciplined about what we can invest in and afford to do. And for me, that would be to take the content of the current draft and with the director and her team, determine what are the things that DTSC has the resources to do in the state fiscal year that starts in 6 weeks' time, that is not dependent on more largesse from a legislature that's looking at a huge budget deficit, but assumes this is the workforce we've got, this is the money we've got, and what in the plan are we definitely going to do in the coming year? And are those actions things that the board and DTSC understand to be focused, have a real clear purpose, grounded in the data that has been prepared studiously by the team at DTSC so far? I just feel that for the 37, 38 parts of this, some of them were nice but not essential, and some of them were so begging for focus, and therefore I didn't even know how to measure them. So as we get into the specifics of goal 1 through 5, I have some suggestions, but I would mostly like, I know there's a lot of content that will come out this evening, but I would really like us to focus on what is possible for the coming year.
Thank you very much. I very much agree with, I think the board seems to generally be in alignment on several of these issues. And I would join that. Sushma, I really liked, or Bhatia, I really liked your vision as you laid it out. I thought that was very clear. And on the reduction goals in particular, I mean, I was looking at the statute, and I think the direction to kind of come up with proposals to the legislature on kind of like statutory changes, I feel like was one thing that didn't really feel like it was there. And I feel like setting these types of kind of bolder visions, bolder goals would enable that to happen. So I think it's kind of a question of, are we waiting for the legislative changes, or are we going in and saying kind of, here's what we intend to do, help us to get there? And that was kind of a tension that I had identified reading the plan. Okay, so that was our introductory section. Based on the motion earlier, these are the types of kind of written and oral directions that we would, I suppose, expect to see in a revised plan pursuant to our earlier motion. So why don't we now open it up to goals 1 and 2, if that makes sense for the presentations that each of you have prepared. And so who wants to kick us up? I don't know if Member Bhatia or Member Brostrom.
Let me pull up my deck again. Thank you. Thank you. So let me just talk about what's on the slide first, and then we'll overview the overarching where I landed with goal 1. So with the framing that I provided earlier, with like my 3 screening criteria. 1, is it going to divert away from land disposal and/or incineration? Is it going to improve health in a meaningful way through the end-to-end management of hazardous waste. And number three, it is going to give us some new information, uncover data gaps. I went through all of the goals and the sub-goals and screened for those. And also I was looking for the things we spoke about, which is this going to be clearly measurable? Is it clearly net new? Because the DTSC does not need permission to do something it is already doing, or it is already mandated to do through other programs or statute. So is it recommending doing something that's net new, that's clearly measurable, and that could recommending that it be prioritized because of one of those three principles? Then this is where I landed. For goal one specifically, I found that it's probably most useful in my mind to just include 1.2 and 1.4 with some modification. I want to get to the point you've heard multiple of us make, which is without a goal, it's hard to know if we're making any progress. Otherwise, it's like we're doing a set of things, and we're going to continue to do a set of things, but like is that those set of things, are they moving the needle in any meaningful way? It's hard to know. And there are two ways to do goal setting. There's inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning. I get it that you have a lot of data, and you can then get to deductive reasoning and say, this is what's truly, this is how much we truly think we can reduce, so let's set that goal. In a world where there are a lot of data gaps and we don't know what's reducible, all we can do is set an aspirational goal and try to make progress against it. So I've used that rationale to say, we're going to set a goal and try to measure against it. So coming back to goal one, where I've used that is in 1.4, where there is the 1.4 talks about analysis of hazardous waste generators. And my fundamental point is analysis for the sake of analysis is not helpful. And what is the so what of the analysis? If the so what of the analysis is in my mind, it's a way to identify the waste streams maybe generated by recurring waste identify recurring waste streams and then recommend reduction strategies, perhaps to reduce that hazardous waste generated by X%. I put out 10% in 3 years, might be very aggressive, but any alternate number so that we have a way to measure progress. So where I netted out with goal one is there are some things here that don't seem either materially impactful or they're not measurable. So I would like us to move forward with 1.2, which talks about CBCI, but I'd like even the CBCI action to be very pointed and precise, which is secure funding and continue delivering CBCI through a partnership with key organizations. That is what I'd like to see happen. And for 1.4, again, I've called out what 1.4 is, which is identify those recurring waste streams and recommend specific reduction strategies that get us to X% of reduction goals. So that's the goal one.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. It might be good for common understanding if we just do goal one.
Yeah.
Your slide up there helps because it's got all 4 elements.
Yeah.
If we kind of contributed to goal one and then before we moved on to the next one. Otherwise, I feel like we're jumping back and forth.
Sure. I'm just going to add one more point and then we should open it up, which is once we get to a point where we say there are certain actions we collectively agree are going to move the needle. You've also heard us talk about how we want to be grounded in data. So what I attempted to do is to say, okay, what does the report tell us by way of proof point? Or what is the supporting data that is pointing to us taking that action? And then how might we measure it? What is the impact metric? We will get to this later, but ultimately, I think a clean plan is something that gets us there. Like, here's what we're going to do, here's why we're doing this, here's how we're going to measure it. That's it. We don't need a lot of contextual setting. We have done so much contextual setting in the plan that it's hard to understand where we ended up and why we ended up there. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move to goal one so we can have a full discussion.
You could put I also have them all listed.
Yeah.
Not in much detail, but if you could go to slide 4. So again, I agree a lot with what Sushma said. I guess where I landed was somewhat similar, except for I did recommend that we approve the community considerate cleanups. I do think, I just left it at the highest level because I think some of those subparts, they were a little vague. I think they muddied the water. So I would just go back to basic principles. And I think I would even revise this to be incorporate community considered cleanups into the site remediation program, rather than just limit it to voluntary. But I do think that the C3 initiative should be incorporated into DTSC's site remediation program. I agree that we should continue the CBCI initiative. And then 1.3, this is kind of where I saw a lot of, this was something that was reoccurring, that you had somewhat specific concrete things, and then you get into this really vague, kind of measure. And I do think we should carve those out. I don't think they add too much to the plan, and I think they actually muddy the waters. I do think that a lot of these things are important. There's also the strategic plan, there's the directed priorities, there's other things where some of these kind of big overarching like statements make better sense. I don't think it should be in the hazardous waste management plan, so I recommend removing 1.3. And then with 1.4, there, and this also appears throughout the plan, there are these call outs for additional analysis. And so I think it's okay if we want to include a section in the plan, but it really should be, these are the things that we are going to do in the next iteration of the hazardous waste management report. So they're not the plan, they're kind of calling out maybe what the next iteration is. So for the analysis of hazardous waste generators and the surrounding areas, I do believe that is an important, exercise. But I think we should make explicit that analysis will be part of the next iteration of the hazardous waste management report. So then we have that data and we can figure out what to do with it in the next iteration of the plan. So those are my recommendations for goal 1.
Thanks very much, Member Frostrom. Vice Chair Hacker or Member Gomez?
I'll start with 1.4, the generators. My suggestion is that we pick one of the most populous counties like LA County that has a large percentage of the statewide generators and start with one particular area of focus and involve the CUPA and see what we find. I think the point made earlier was conducting an analysis to what end? What's the question that we're trying to answer here? And I think one way to get it done within the time period of a year would be to frame the question that you want to answer and go do it with the CUPA in 1 year with the staff that we have. And as Ingrid suggested, it can be nested in the next hazardous waste management report. But if we find that one particular large county emphasis is useful, then you know where you want to go next. And if that's still the same question that you want to research and answer. So trying to do it statewide, I think will just take more than 3 years and not get us anywhere. And I'm really into let's try it somewhere, see what we learn, see how it influences any of the things that could grow from it. I am a big proponent of Director Butler's emphasis on enforcement. And so 1.3, I agree completely, is vague and not actionable as written. But I do think that we have to up our game in terms of compliance and enforcement in order for communities to feel like they have access to inspection and enforcement data. They know if facilities, in fact, as well as generators and transporters, are in compliance. And so there may be another way to reframe an enforcement focused aspect of this going forward, but the way it's currently worded, I thought was too vague. So those are my main suggestions. I agree with Sushma's way of restructuring it.
Thanks. Member Gomez?
I'm not gonna repeat what's been stated, support everything. I think the one area that I question is because I was part of the evaluation of CVCI, the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative. Popular, there's no funding right now, and it doesn't sound like there's gonna be some advocacy on restoring some of that funding, at least for this cycle. But whenever there's funding, I think one area that we had issues evaluating is how is this initiative advancing, improving or advancing health? And I think if we're gonna tie it, if the goal is to reduce environmental health impacts, I think I don't know how that does that. Or at least I don't know how we're gonna measure that. Because currently, as the initiative is, it doesn't do that. So that's just a comment. But I'm gonna go, the bigger picture is reduce environmental health impacts by promoting environmental justice initiatives. For what purpose? What's the measurement here? It's hard for me to wrap my mind in terms of from 1.1 to 1.4, how do we get there? Because there's no measurement to get us there. And I can't say 1.1 is more important than 1.4. It's just, there's just a lot. So I just feel like there needs to be more intentional, less, I think less right now is better than just a bunch of what ifs.
Thanks very much. The only thing I would add, I just would very much agree with Vice Chair Hacker on 1.3. I would propose not excluding it, but I do agree it's too vague as drafted. I think we would want to maintain, or at least I would want to maintain a focus on enforcement, but would want to see the next level of detail down from what 1.3 looks like more in practice. Why don't we go ahead and move to goal 2? Cognizant that it's a very good discussion, but we kind of want to speed it up to ensure we have sufficient time for public comment. Everyone's been waiting here patiently. So why don't we go to goal 2?
Okay, so goal 2, I think fundamentally, I don't believe that adding something to the plan is going to now suddenly change access to information. And I'm saying this because I feel like access to information has come up in so many different forms. It's part of Director Butler's priorities. Since the board's inception, we've been talking about public engagement and having the public engagement more manual and drawn. So this feels so foundational to me for DTSC that I don't know why like new permission is required to get execute on this in this hazardous waste management plan. It does not seem like a net new thing, which is I keep coming back to. You should already be doing this. And now do we believe that by adding it, something that has not happened to date is suddenly going to happen? And from that lens, I don't believe we should include them here.
Slide 5.
So I came to the same conclusion, that I don't think we should include either of these things. One, this is actually not tied to anything in the statute. And again, this is very important and fundamental, but just because it's important and fundamental doesn't mean that it belongs in the plan. And I think we dilute the plan if we just kind of start putting in a mishmash. So I recommend removing all of goal 2.
Thanks.
I agree.
All right.
That was efficient.
This should make the editing really a lot easier.
Let's go ahead and move on to goal number 3 now. Should we keep the practice of member Patia? Do you want to go?
Okay. Goal 3 is kind of my favorite goal because it talks about reduction. If you go back to my slides while you do that, I do recommend modifying the recommendations significantly to distill them down to what is the essence of what we're trying to achieve. And like some proposed language here, we'll just wait for it to come up.
In the interest of time, do you want to?
Yeah, I can stop with that. Okay. So 3.1 talks about a whole bunch of things, starting with community considered cleanups, and also it covers feasibility of soil treatment studies and so on. I would like this to be modified to say what is measurable, actionable, like clear and net new, which is evaluate alternative on-site soil treatment options that would reduce the need for excavation for land disposal and actually measure. or complete a pilot. I know the slide is cut off, so we're the wrong slide also.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong slide.
I want to get to goal 3. Also, my clicker isn't working, so.
Yes, just keep going. Keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going.
You went past. Oh, there you go.
This slide, right?
No,
No,
keep going.
keep going.
It'll say 3.1. Keep going. Going. 2 more. And next one. Perfect.
Yeah. So I'm put in modified language here for, we went to 3.1, but 3.2 talks about incinerable waste. Again, I'm saying recommend actions to reduce the total hazardous waste sent for incineration through source reduction and alternative management. In my the other framing slide, I also included the rationale and the how we might measure the impact of this. And then for the last one, this is where like a reduction, I've introduced a reduction goal. I'd love to see if we're talking about lithium-ion battery waste, then let's compute the lithium-ion battery waste that's not being alternatively managed today at the end of the useful life, and then attempt to achieve a 10% diversion goal in 3 years. But again, it could be some X%, whatever that reduction goal is. But include all 3, but modify them to make them really precise and measurable.
I think support social.
So for 3.1, I think that the top line is a little vague, but when you go to the subcomponents, I think there's a couple of specific things in there that do make a lot of sense. So, you know, I know we already talked about the C3. Yes, I think we should do the C3. But I also, I do want to capture this idea, because I do think it's very concrete, is like using orphan sites as a way to, you know, to encourage and to prove in-situ treatment options. So I think that is innovative, it's new, it's been talked about. So I would encourage keeping that. For 3.2 and 3.3, these are kind of similar in my analysis. So the statute talks about looking at specific waste streams. And so I think here we have the waste streams that UTSC has identified as a potential focal point, and I agree with them. So incinerable waste and lithium-ion batteries. So those I think do have a place. But again, I think this is another opportunity, because it calls for analysis, that this is a call out to make part of the next hazardous waste management report and include a numeric goal. Because that again gets back to the statutory requirement to be goal-based and measurable. So for both 3.2 and 3.3, yes, but really being very explicit that this analysis will be part of the next report, and that report will include a numeric goal reduction.
Thank you very much. Member Gomez, Vice Chair Hacker.
I don't have anything else on this. I agree.
Staying on goal 3 for a moment, I thought that the reference to the community considerate cleanups here in goal 3.1 was somewhat duplicative with what is in 1.1. So let's not have it in both places. I too support the notion that we would pick 1 or 2 so-called orphan sites that would be good candidates for alternative treatment technologies, partner with perhaps academic interests. But let's try and be specific about 1 or 2 of these. I know that a group of community leaders and others had worked, as Isabel will affirm, on treatment technology recommendations some years back. I don't think it was ever published, but it would be great to just try and pick up where that effort left off. And in terms of 3.3, I think this is one of the most, which is the lithium-ion battery work. I think this is one of the most important specific parts of the plan. It seems the most urgent, and I encourage DTSC with support from this board and others to reach externally first, to look at others who are busy handling them, whether it's in their workplaces, whether it's people who do car repair, whether it's the manufacturers. I just feel that we tend to want to get our own internal work groups all sorted out and come to a certain place before we ask communities and the industries themselves to engage. And I think let's try and turn that upside down just this one time and start with the external focus, maybe some workshops where you would really mix it up, and that will help drive this forward. But I wanted to add one further suggestion, Mandy, if I may, on lithium ion, and it relates not only to the comments that we heard earlier in public forum, but I do think that it would be very helpful to invest in developing with others emergency response protocols in responding to lithium ion batteries. I think we need to do that. We need protocols that involve both community safety, air monitoring, sampling, and the like, not just because of Moss Landing, but because it could happen anywhere at any time. And we want to make sure that both people in communities and people who work in this line of work don't fear a fire and don't fear what will happen. So if we can consider that, I offer that as a suggestion.
Thank you very much. Why don't we go ahead and move along to goals 4 and 5. We'll start with goal 4. And I know, again, the public has been waiting very patiently. So if we could aim to finish in about next 10 or so minutes, that would be ideal.
Okay. I'll be quick. 4 also gets to some sort of reduction goal. For 4, where I landed was to retain 4.1, 4.1, but modify it significantly. And my proposed modification is to say identify 2 specific generator types for focused source reduction programs aimed at reduction of hazardous waste generation by again 10%. Within 3 years is what I've said, but it could be 80x%. And then for the other 2, they didn't feel materially impactful given the criteria I originally proposed. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Rostrum.
Slide 7. So 4.1 is very, very important. To me, this is like maybe one of the most important things in the plan is to reestablish a pollution prevention program at DTSC. And I do think my recommendation is yes, but this really needs to be fleshed out. And I would want a commitment from DTSC to work with the board, with stakeholders on developing that framework. So to me, this is critically important. And also, you know, there's not enough meat on it right now. Number 2, research the potential for a waste reduction grant program. If we are going to look at different methodologies, because our former P2 program was all voluntary based, incentive based, and we failed to see a lot of impact in terms of waste reductions. And so I don't know that just focusing on waste reduction grant programs is the right focus. I think instead we should research multiple methodologies, really focus on how do we best achieve actual waste reduction in the state, and that could be both incentive based and non-incentive based measures. And then 4.3, this is calling on Cali PA to administer kind of a holistic teaching program. I think it's a good vision. Cali PA is not generally in that role, they're more of a coordinator role. So I was a little surprised to see that they would be administrating a program. So that'd be quite a departure from how we've done things in the state. And so I'm not opposed to having Cali PA, you know, really bring together stakeholders, but again, doesn't rise to the same level if we're being more focused as 4.1.
Yeah. Can I just add one thing?
Please.
Because I fully agree with the framing of for 2. I feel like 2, we're talking about a grant program and keeping it separate from 4.1. I feel like grant program is a means to an end. And if you have a reduction goal that's tied to 4.1 and then you use the grant funding to make that happen, that is a cohesive way to achieve that goal. Right now they're disconnected and they feel separate. And that's why I don't think it's working the way it is. Sorry.
Any other additions from Member Gomez? Or?
No.
I have one small thing. I don't want to take the time, but in 5.2, when we look at ways to encourage reduction of hazardous waste generation, one of the things I had seen on a tour with DTSC and other board members was the tendency of retailers to ship things for packaging to be disposed of as hazardous waste that you would never, ever in your wildest dreams think of in the teddyware and slippers department as hazardous waste. And I'm trying to understand, and we did receive public comment on this from someone who's been more engaged in the industry. I'm trying to understand whether it's Prop 65 or hazardous waste regulation driven. This is not something that I need to ask anybody else to work on, but I'm interested in exploring what is it about the way we run our programs that incentivizes the Targets and Walmarts of the world to, as they need to clear products from a shelf, to have it shipped and managed, disposed of as hazardous waste. If we want to try and back off some of that behavior, what's driving that risk decision? And I'd like to explore that more, but I don't want to add to what we need to get to tonight.
Thanks. Member Gomez, please.
Yeah, just one thing, I think Ingrid stated, but in 4.3, my question was more on why have Cali PA administer this P2 program. I questioned that, and I don't know, if there's been discussions or what led to that, or what's leading to that idea. So
Thanks. And let's round out with goal 5. Rabatia.
Goal 5, while that's coming up, focuses on using financial instruments to encourage reduction. I suggest excluding them because they're already happening as part of the fees work with the Department of Finance. So I feel like it's redundant to include it, which again takes away from, these are not net new things, so it's muddy as England called it.
So the structure of 5.1 is strange to me. It's presupposing a certain outcome. So if you are looking at the impact of fees, look at the impact of fees, not only on negative impacts. I would modify this. I think I don't mind calling out that we should be looking at fee structures. It is part of our fee committee's goals as well, but fee structures can be a significant tool. So I don't mind including it, but certainly would want to change it to just assessing the overall impact, and then again, including it in the next hazardous waste management report. And then 5.2 is continue to work with UMass Lowell on funding frameworks. And I have appreciated that work in the past and would support moving forward with that work.
Thanks. Member Gomez, Vice Chair.
I just question this goal. I don't know how it's connected overall, if the work is happening. So I don't think it's needed, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I just from my perspective, I had the same comment that Member Rostrom did on 5.1, which is to modify the goal to not presuppose that increasing fees will necessarily result in a negative overall impact. There are instances where it could not, so I wouldn't want to necessarily just prejudge that assessment. So I think, are there other board comments? So that was like a bit of a rapid fire round of board comments on the structure, goals 1 through 5. I would note that, I think some of the comments that we received and slides weren't fully in alignment. I think in many cases they were, but we look forward to working with DTSC in the revision process to kind of rectify any areas where there might be slight differences in view, and I think each of the board members explained in a good amount of detail the kind of the why of what was included in their presentations. So let's stop there with board discussion. Let's move to public comment. Thank you all for your patience. We won't have a formal break right now, but I would encourage, if you need to stand up and get a breath of fresh air, it's quite warm in this room, I know, or just kind of stretch your legs a bit, please feel free to do so. You don't necessarily have to remain seated if you need to stand up and stretch. So I'll turn it over to Courtney to facilitate that. And again, thank you so much for coming and for your participation.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. For those joining us in person and wish to comment and have not yet received a numbered card, if you could please raise your hand, and Evelyn or Sheena will pass out a card for you. Anyone not receive a numbered card yet? Okay, just keep your hand raised if needed. Great. We are going to be calling up the series of numbers, about 5 at a time, to line up behind the podium. For For those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on the Zoom toolbar, press *9 on your phone. You can go ahead and get in the queue now. If you've joined the Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. We ask that your comments be no longer than 3 minutes. You will have the timer on the screen in front of you, and we will also use cue cards to signal when your time has been complete. So starting off with our in-person commenters, we're going to ask for numbers 1 through 5 to go ahead and line up behind the podium, please. 1 through 5, line up behind the podium. And whoever, yeah, oh, thank you. And yes, when you're done with your card, you can go ahead and give it back to Evelyn, just so we can keep track of how many we're at. So first commenter, thank you so much. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, hi again, Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. So I just want to talk a little bit about this idea of a circular economy and then transition to the lithium ion battery issue that's in the plan, so-called. The plan says something about a circular economy. And I just want to, it irks me because I don't think it's properly defining what a circular economy is. Now, you know, in a circular economy, there is no waste, right? So a circular economy is modeled on natural ecosystems. And in natural ecosystems, there's no waste. It's a wonderful, wonderful system that has been, you know, here we are billions of years later, and we have all this life on Earth. And that's thanks to these natural ecosystems and the way that everything is used. A circular economy in agriculture does a similar kind of thing. There's no waste. There are no chemical inputs. Everything grown is eaten or composted for new growth and restored to the earth. Profits made from selling inputs are reduced or eliminated in a circular economy. I think that's important to note, but really important, so are the externalities reduced or eliminated, which is a huge benefit, right? So economic growth is constrained in a circular economy, but it's replaced by a focus on environmental and community well-being. So I applaud this idea of focus of a circular economy, but this plan does not really make that plan. It doesn't make a plan for a circular economy, and that's the transition now is to the lithium ion battery issue, because that's a glaring example of the ways in which we are, what the plan suggests is in fact a basic status quo of where we are today, which is a take, make, waste economy. And the waste is all that this plan is concerned with. And the idea is that this waste will be recycled. Recycling is not clean or green. I'm here to tell you, I live in a community where there is a battery recycling facility that's the dirtiest facility in the state of California. It's toxic. So recycling is not a solution to our waste problem. Lithium ion technology is also not the only battery technology. I just read a wonderful little piece, maybe it's promotional, but the Chinese EV manufacturers and Chinese battery manufacturers are using sodium, which has a lot of benefits over lithium. And given that the Chinese market for EVs is fast growing and taking over the world, I suspect lithium ion is going to be irrelevant fairly soon as a technology. So we need to be thinking forward about new technologies that are cleaner and safer. That's the other thing.
15 seconds remaining.
In the meantime, our community is really frightened because this lithium ion technology, these batteries, these spent batteries are going to come to us. And we need you to be really aware of that because that's the future for us. We see that. We know that Quimeco Ecobat is angling for that business. And we want you to be mindful of that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified, please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Kaya Ellen Sugarman, and I'm with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. I want to begin by acknowledging this board and thanking this board, frankly, for the recommendations about some of the shortcomings of this plan, this draft plan, including requesting the removal of goal 7.2. Also, the direct asks for clear reduction goals. This reflects the power of community advocacy and this board's attention to public feedback. Even with this removal of the incredibly concerning 7.2, this plan does not rise to the level of bold preventative action that California needs. Given the stated commitment to environmental justice and pollution prevention, I would like to see this plan grounded in clear enforceable actions and immediate timelines. The majority of environmental justice initiatives outlined, as mentioned, are modest expansions of existing programs or voluntary in nature, such as the Community Considerate Cleanups Initiative. These are not guaranteed for the communities most impacted by toxic exposure to have positive benefits. And there are no clear mechanisms for community input to actually shape decisions, and no commitments to expanding enforcement resources where they're most urgently needed in frontline overburdened communities. So looking at goal 3.1, one specific question I have is about encouraging treatment of soil whenever possible. We would like to engage DTSC with DTSC to further, and the BES, to further understand what opportunities may exist as pathways for bioremediation methods to become scalable treatment options. And if not, understand exactly why. I'd like to discuss what is needed so this can be a pathway for community-driven soil cleanup. The plan section on source reduction, the most protective and equitable solution, is delayed, vague, and unfunded, with most initiatives pushed to 2028 or beyond. And the plan also makes repeated references to waste reduction, but minimizing waste isn't the same as preventing toxic production at the source. While the waste management hierarchy places source reduction at the top, DTSC's programmatic priorities, research investments, and timelines, as indicated by the plan, do not reflect this, and they should, because communities living with ongoing toxic exposures cannot wait for meaningful action. We would like to understand, and dare I say even co-develop, what will true source reduction efforts entail. And with regard to engagement of the public, workshops were held before the plan was written, and while I can imagine they played an important role in the development of the draft plan, they were not in response to its content. So understanding that these comment periods are meant to provide that space, and having heard from many other commenters,
15
3 minutes
seconds remaining.
Thank you, is not adequate. It would be great if there was opportunity for community members to track how their input is incorporated, and I'm encouraged by the conversation around metrics that will be uplifted. I also have questions around the role of the EJAC.
Your time is complete. Can you please?
In this plan, and it's concerning that they're not a part of this process thus far. So this plan must prioritize specific actions with regard to source reduction, establish binding source reduction targets, and build infrastructure for community input and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please step up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and you can state your name for the record. If you want to be identified, state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I want to thank the board for its leadership today, particularly for its recommendation to drop recommendation 7.2 and for the strong and detailed guidance it has provided to DTSC today, and that I urge DTSC to take to heart. I do have some additional feedback. In this draft plan, DTSC uplifts the hierarchy of waste, which is clear that prevention and source reduction should be prioritized, but the plan itself does not reflect this. To start, we need clear recommendations for bioremediation and soil treatment to establish specific standards for how the agency plans to determine when treatment of contaminated soil would be considered effective, implementable, and cost-effective. Ultimately, we need DTSC to identify gaps and develop mechanisms to work towards a real pathway for bioremediation and treatment of contaminated soil, to reduce digging it up and hauling it to another environmental justice community. In addition, the plan includes mention of some of the considerations that were used in deciding to focus on lithium battery recycling and incinerable waste, including degree of hazard of the waste, difficulty in managing that waste, and community impacts. But it lacks discussion of the data or analysis completed to evaluate different waste streams for these considerations. It's difficult to understand how DTSC arrived at their decision-making, and it doesn't explain why the plan limits itself to only these source reduction goals. The issue of hazardous waste is difficult and complex. This plan should look at as upstream as possible to identify recommendations and steps for identifying policies to actually change our products and materials and the processes by which we make these materials. To more quickly identify safer alternatives and work towards a regenerative economy that does not pollute and harm our communities. DTSE should take on pollution prevention, but standing up the prior program as it was will not be enough. We need to move beyond limited voluntary programs and providing optional guidance. We need this plan to take bigger steps to begin the real work of identifying policy gaps and potential mechanisms to mandate or deeply incentivize the safer alternatives and pollution reduction we desperately need. I heard DTSE staff discuss at the last hearing that the reason we don't see more source reduction in this draft is because pollution prevention is hard. And I agree that it's hard, but it's unimaginably harder to live in a community that is being poisoned, to see your family and your neighbors sick and suffering. As long as we continue business as usual and do not act to prioritize source reduction, we will be forced to continue making more and more decisions about which communities must bear the burdens of this hazardous waste. We all deserve better, and we must do better. This draft plan is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, I'm Melissa Bumstead again, and I just wanted to thank you for your commitment to rework item number 7. My comments here are a little bit redundant, but I thought I'd still share it with you just for information going forward as you continue to work on the plan. Jenny and myself were actually trained to collect ash after the Woolsey fire and started to learn about air quality. And then because of that connection, we were invited by the LA Fires Academic Consortium, which includes Harvard, UCLA, UC Davis, USC, Caltech, and many, many others, to do ash and soil sampling after the LA fires, which has led us into a different engagement with the community in toxic environments than what we had previously limited ourselves to. We are now the founding members of the LA Fires Community Coalition and the Air Quality Conejo Valley Coalition. And it's been a very interesting relationship trying to help lead other community members who have never had to consider being in a toxic environment before, leading them through how to read reports, how to work with scientists, how to reach out to their elected officials and advocate. So we're very grateful for that opportunity to help our community. And I just wanted to share about how concerned residents are. Even apparently, for better or for worse, Kim Kardashian is very concerned about the air quality and the toxic material coming to landfills. So this is something that I want to bring up to the point of, this is, I think, for lack of better words, a spark has been started under people in California realizing that toxic material exists and that it's potential to end up in their backyards. I think the more we see climate change, the more we see wildfires, the more this is going to become a frontline issue for Californians to feel safe. And this is an opportunity, not just with hazardous waste that is manufactured, but also hazardous waste that is created by wildfires, on how to create a plan that is going to protect Californians in the future. And again, I think this is going to become a more frontline issue for many, many Californians. Something else I wanted to point out, the Simi Valley landfill, which is near the Santa Susana Field Lab, is accepting, we've heard, up to 80% of the expected debris from the wildfires, the LA wildfires, because they have no tonnage limit and they're open 24/7. There was recently a truck spill on the 118 freeway with this toxic waste that went all across the road. And the infrastructure does not yet exist with monitoring systems around these landfills, at least for air quality, to the degree that would monitor specifically landfill toxicity. I think that's something that might need to be built into these plans for any expansion of toxic waste sites. And then my final comment is that I just want to ensure that the toxic waste that is from California going to other states, as you mentioned, is used to the same protective standards. I know from what I understand, they may accept less protective standards, and we want to ensure that they are safe as well.
Thank you for your comments. While the next commenter comes up to the podium, we're going to go ahead and ask for numbers 6 through 10 to go ahead and line up behind the podium. And appreciate you all sticking to the 3 minutes to make sure everyone has an opportunity to comment. So please go ahead and comment. And if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. Good evening. Angela Johnson-Mazaros from Earth Justice. And because the board members have said so much of what I was thinking, thank you so much. I never thought I'd see the day where I was saying, listening to the BES speak, I feel so seen. I have a little bit of extra time. And I want to use that to first note that y'all had a great conversation. I'm glad that it happened. And then we still get 3 minutes to sit, learn it all, take it all in, and give comment. I As to the plan, I think that you've laid out a lot of the issues. I want to raise three quickly. One, on goal number one, it is a shocking discovery that DTSC is still doing research into all the generators of hazardous waste. And I think it speaks a lot to some of the work that needs to be done. And one of the really good reasons why we should focus on key things and focus our attention on things that are need to happen quickly. On goal number three, I want to talk about two things quickly. One, I want to note that as we're thinking about incinerable waste, one of the things that the report calls out is the use of pyrolysis to deal with some of this waste. This is not the way we want to go. There is a long and robust debate about that. That is incineration. We can't let industry convince us that it's not. We should be treating that waste as it's incinerated, which includes lots of additional requirements for human health and safety. Also, on lithium ion batteries, Rebecca has already said a lot of what I would say. I will just note that when you look at this issue, just like many of them in the report, the partners don't include communities. You cannot have a working group about lithium ion battery recycling and not include the community that is living with the battery recycling facility. On goal number 5, the notion that we should be careful about increasing fees and disincentivizing the use and creation of hazardous waste is something that's hard for me to really wrap my mind around. But if we're going to, if we have fees as a tool to move industry away from things that are dirty and things that are clean, even if it costs us more money, we should not be fearful of that. Instead, we should lead on those kinds of issues. And then finally, I know that you've decided that this is going to be about goals number 1 through 5, but I want to preview what I have to say about goal number 9. So in goal number 9, on the hazardous waste hierarchy, which I think there's some brilliant PR in this report, and that's one of them, the notion that we are going to now adopt exemptions and exclusions for hazardous waste, mirroring what's been happening at the federal level, which is not the place we want to go, is deeply problematic. These exclusions, in particular, the transfer-based recycling exclusion is a broad problem. We will be submitting more details. I don't know how this is going to work with how you're going to hear comments, but fundamentally, this plan should go back to staff now so that we don't have to spend our summer thinking about this and seeing another iteration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Alea Crutcher with Communities for a Better Environment. I actually wanted to talk about goal number 1 about integrating community considerate cleanup into voluntary cleanup agreements. So I work on a campaign related to a former metal recycler in Southgate in Southeast LA. And our members over the years worked tirelessly to shut down operations, and they were eventually successful. But fast forward to the present, we find out that U-Haul bought the parcel and wants to use it for storage, but also for an auto body shop for their trucks. So they entered into a clear agreement with DTSC, and now we're waiting for the final response plan. A plan, by the way, based on data from only 2 out of the 47 houses on the fence line because proper community engagement was not conducted. So when I talk to our youth members about this, I always ask them, what do you want for the future of this site? And it's always the same. They say, we want to say in what the site becomes, and we don't want a U-Haul auto body shop. So we meet with DTSC, we talk to them about it, and it's always the same. There's nothing to be done. They're in this cleanup agreement. So I think as a whole, the plan should be rejected. It should do a lot more than it does. But as it relates to goal 1, oh, I have a lot of time. Okay, as it relates to goal 1, I would especially love to see more because right now with this campaign that I'm on, we're seeing how these agreements are limiting our community's ability to have a say in what happens in the neighborhoods. So in particular, I would love to see a mandate requiring the inclusion of public participation before the CLARA agreement is even entered into. I think that would go a long way. And also, instead of providing purchasers like guidelines for public participation, which I think is what's happening with us, I'd love to see a mandate requiring adequate public outreach in the entire process. Oh, okay, I did that really quick. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please step up to the podium. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Jenny Knack, Parents Against SSFL. I came here to talk about 7.2. I don't need to, so these are not going to be the most eloquent comments. However, with the motion that was passed, I wish it would have included to be cert, that the revisions would be circulated amongst the public stakeholders in plenty of time before the meeting. Because we want to see what the revisions are. I know you don't want to draw it out forever, but if the collaboration between you and DTSC doesn't go well and they knock everything down, we want to have another opportunity to advocate. Goal number 4. Why would P2 be administered by Cal EPA? I have an opinion about that and I'm going to share it, which is I think DTSC would like to distance themselves from P2. And I think that's directly linked to goal 5, which is the claim that if you increase fees, you're going to result in improper handling. And if that is the argument, then DTSC should penalize them with fines and bring them into compliance, not run away from increasing fees. So I think there, in both of these, we see a reluctance to actually regulate, and that is very illuminating in terms of looking at the relationship that the regulatory agency has with the permittees. And I think that that's important to look at and keep in mind. Sorry, I wasn't pointing at you, I was pointing at my time. Circling back to emergency protocols with the fires. As Melissa told you, we've been involved in, we have experienced with and seen, watched other communities experience emergency protocols, which circumvent CEQA and leave soil classification and waste classification completely lacking in transparency to anyone in the public. And I believe that Director Butler also said in the last meeting, the EPA wasn't releasing data. We cannot, and then in the last meeting that we had with our work group, or maybe it was with one of the last meetings, we had heard a DTSC emergency responding director say that they were doing the highest quality job. They were so proud of what they were doing, but the people on the ground are experiencing absolutely no transparency, and we don't know if they're doing a good job or not, and that makes me concerned. And I'm hoping the emergency protocols can be, because we're going to see more frequent emergencies, I think it would be very wise to bring those under the 15 seconds, this plan in some way, so that CEQA isn't always tossed to the side. Soil classification isn't just tossed to the side. We've got to do something to keep a handle on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please step up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my number. So I don't want to repeat what some of my colleagues and fellow members of CSC stated, but one of the main concerns I noted, especially in the presentation by Ms. Bain, was in Plan 3, in which the lithium batteries, the possibility of where they would be located, how they'll be processed, did not include any discussion or dialogue with community members or local organizations. And our position, especially coming off Avocado Heights in this area on La Puente, in which we're experiencing continued and reckless contamination violations from Ecobat, they're already planning to create technology to implement and convert lithium batteries into recycling. This is for profit. This is not for recycling. And so if they're doing this in other states right now, we need to be keeping that in consideration. And we really need to include communities in our experience with recycling and our experience with these battery processing plants, these supposed recyclers that are really just converting these ingots into cheaper material for profit and polluting the communities nearby and not taking responsibility for cleanup and not doing much really to insist that they're collecting data and being responsible about that data as well. And so I just want to insist that in this plan, communities should be deeply involved, especially around this lithium battery issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
Duncan McKee, hate to give you a little bit more
I just barely glanced at some of the documents last night, and I found a couple things that I think I'd like to point out. First of all, it says there's no incinerators in California. What happens to the plastic and rubber battery cases that are portions of the battery cases that aren't separated at Quametco that are fed into the furnace? It's hazardous waste. It's a listed hazardous waste being incinerated. They're not permitted as an incinerator. Enforcement Division should be right on top of that. That was one of my public comments on their draft permit. In addition to that, EcoBat has opened a lithium battery recycling facility in Arizona. The guys in City of Industry, rumor has it, that is something they would like to expand into here in City of Industry. The part about the soil, the orphan sites, and not being able to identify a viable responsible party, we used to call them PRPs, principal responsible parties. Again, if you would speciate the lead, you'd be able to definitively or likely determine the source of the lead and come up with that responsible party. And if you wouldn't let these guys blow this material all over, and if South Coast Air Quality Management District wouldn't let them put stuff up in the air that falls out as aerial deposition into the soil, you wouldn't have it in the soil. And that's a good place to start with your hazardous waste reduction ideas about reducing the waste stream so we don't have to deal with it. There was one more thing that just jumped right out at me. It's slipping my mind at this time, but these lithium batteries, these things are highly toxic. Whatever's in the battery, it's the pyrolysis of these, the pyrometallurgy. They're heating them up to thousands of degrees, and whatever the battery case is, whatever material that is hazardous waste that is in proximity to the metals that they're attempting to recover are going to be incinerated. They're going to need an incinerator permit from DTSC under the Clean Air Act and RCRA, at least in the case of Quametco. DTSC is mandated to issue an incinerator permit if they're incinerating, if they're acting in that capacity. So those are the points I'd like you to consider, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. While the next commenter comes up to the podium, we're going to go ahead and ask for numbers 11 through 15 to line up behind the podium to prepare to speak on this item. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Martha Huerta. I live in North Whittier. I'm a member of the Clean Air Coalition, and I'm one of the volunteers who went door to door, letting the neighbors know in Avocado Heights and La Puente of the lead smelter in their community and the upcoming hearing that was coming up on September 14th. At that hearing or town hall, a lot of the community, Spanish and English speaking, spoke up confidently and with conviction about all the illnesses they were experiencing in their families, their children with asthma, family members who have passed inexplicably. And our agency, our organization has done on our own soil samples. What I also want to bring up is that Quametco EcoBat is a corporate bully who has threatened legal action against the community members who speak up about public concerns. EcoBat has threatened to sue Clean Air Coalition for defamation because we have told the truth about the dangers of living next to this toxic facility. EcoBat is suing the DTSC and Clean Air Coalition because we demand transparency and public participation in regulatory process. I bring this up because they cannot be trusted. I don't understand why DTSC is being allowed to self-audit or letting EcoBat to self-audit and do their own regulatory to show that they're in compliance. That's like having the fox watching the hen house. They should not be trusted. And I just pray as a community member that not only that they are denied an expansion permit, but also any type of business in the community where plenty of children and schools exist. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you'd. 11. Okay, thank you so much.
Just making sure. I too had to kind of change my comments a little bit, so sorry if it's a little scattered, but I did want to say thank you for taking out 7.2. Thank you for your leadership, Board Member Brostrom, on that. My name is Tom Helm. I'm the co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects, an environmental justice group that started in Stanislaus County as a reaction to having, at the time, one of 3 municipal waste incinerators in California. We were the last one to shut down just this last December. So there's no more municipal waste incinerators in California. And through that work, we learned about the Sorrell report, a report that California commissioned that basically said to cite these polluting incinerators and other things in low-income communities that have low education and don't speak English and that are Catholic and that work in ranching and mining, basically describing our local Latino farm worker communities. So no surprise that a couple of years after that report came out, they opened up the incinerator there in West Stanislaus County, which has historically been a dumping ground. It is also where the landfill is. And so to continue with actually looking at landfills, which are in majority people of color and low-income communities, that is building upon a legacy of environmental injustice and environmental racism that is unacceptable as a plan. So thank you again for taking that off. That was my original comment that I still wanted to make. VIP also was one of 40 environmental justice groups that started the California Environmental Justice Coalition. We're now up to almost 90 groups, and we were founded around several groups with a long history of issues with DTSC, not listening to community, not doing proper community outreach, letting landfills operate on expired permits, long overdue civil rights and cumulative impacts policies. And we saw a continue of this legacy through this process. The plan was released on a Friday. The following week, we had the first hearing, not giving adequate time to even read the plan, to give comments. The only San Joaquin Valley meeting, the first one right after the plan came out, was in Fresno on a weekday at 10 a.m., where community members were not able to make it. So even though you took out that part of the plan, we are still wanting to make sure that DTSC improves in its community outreach and takes into consideration these things. We want to continue to advocate for source reduction and treatment innovation. I want to point out that it was in 2016 that the Community Protection and Hazardous Waste Reduction Initiative Committee came up with these very same recommendations that we're here 10 years later now talking about, like, all over again. Oh, this is what we're going to start doing. Environmental justice has been asking for these things for a very long time. And one final comment, we need clarification on what the authority is of the BES as compared to the director of DTSC. Just because you took this out of the plan, is this going to be continued to looked at by staff? Is the director going to overrule that decision? We still need a lot of answers. We'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes. The numbered card?
Oh, it's in my card.
Thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Karina Bood from the NDC National Diversity Coalition. NDC welcome the motion approved by the board and looking forward for continuous positive change to this plan. We welcome board member Ingrid recommendation on missing foundational components and adding numeric measures. We agree with Vice Chair Alexis on the necessity of an emergency plan to deal with the lithium battery waste. We agree with board member Shushma on the necessity of staying specific and sharp to the point. We need to see more time specific goals and prioritize source reduction on which the most a preferable method of waste management. I reiterate the recommendations said earlier by Angela from Earth Justice regarding the importance of ensuring that businesses shift to use less toxic materials, even if it costs more. And we want to end this personal note that Ms. Vice Chair suggested that on mixed efforts between states, and we hope to see that as possible in the plan.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. A next commenter, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you board for, my name is Adil. I'm the Chief Legal Officer with National Diversity Coalition. Thank you for acknowledging and removing 7.2, which was the most controversial part, which the NDC have been challenging the two workshop that we had. I agree with the most of the comments and recommendation provided by the board in terms of measurable and goal. The only a couple of things we are concerned as to in the 1.4, there's a goal about analyzing the hazardous waste generators and the neighboring area. One of the goal of environmental justice, if the goal is environmental justice, it has to also study about how the communities are impacted and what are you going to do with the after the data is generated, what are you going to do with the data? What are the standards to analyze if the communities are harmed or analyzed, like, because we don't know the data. So there should be a much more clarity on the 1.4 as to like what is the DTSC plan in identifying the impact on the communities and what you're going to do after that particular harm is identified. Secondly, on the goal number 2, there's a goal on the diversity, but what you also feel that there is no targeted identification of what kind of languages we give. There's always this assumption that environmental groups are primarily from English. Maybe not. I'm not an expert on that. But assuming that a lot of local community organizations or maybe people who don't speak English, we should include a specific language as such, at least Spanish in the context. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you for your comments. And while the next commenter comes up to the podium, we're going to go ahead and ask for numbers 16 through 20 to line up for public comments. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rakestraw, members of the board, and DTSC staff. My name is Ariel McCarty. I'm Chief of Staff at National Diversity Coalition. First, I want to sincerely thank the board and members who have taken the time to meet with us, listen carefully to our concerns, and engage in meaningful dialogue around this important plan. Your leadership has not gone unnoticed, and we deeply appreciate your openness and transparency. We particularly want to thank you for your clear direction to DTSC staff to remove the alternative management standards from Goal 7 of the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Your decisive guidance demonstrates genuine responsiveness to the concerns of impacted communities and represents a critical step towards restoring trust and accountability at DTSC. We reiterate, along with the reduction of hazardous waste, there should be meaningful emphasis source reduction program for types of hazardous that are applicable. We cannot afford further delays on urgently needed progress in reducing hazardous waste at the source. We strongly believe and want to clearly state today that if DTSC staff ever intends to reconsider weakened standards for RCRA soil in the future, such a significant shift must return to the board for explicit approval. We are optimistic about the direction we're headed in today, but I want to emphasize that our optimism depends on seeing concrete written changes to the plan. Words matter, but documented commitments matter even more. We look forward to reviewing an updated hazardous waste management plan that reflects your clear direction and the critical input from communities across California. Again, we thank you for your thoughtful leadership. Together, let's refocus our energies on building a robust source reduction strategy that truly protects all Californians and sets DTSC on the right path for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A next commenter, please step up to the podium. If you would like to be identified, state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. Good evening. I'm Ellen Rodriguez Swing. I'm a board member of the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos and Gateway Cities, and we are also a member of the National Diversity Coalition. I'm also a homeowner and a business owner, and a few things, few big impacts that come to my mind is are number one, air pollution and contamination of source and groundwater, and also driving the home values down where the hazardous waste residents are in. Also, it creates the vulnerable community. So from what I gather from this hearing, and of course the previous feedbacks, is there's a big disconnect between the goals and the and the plan. And so I thank you to the board for being the voice of the people. We want to see those changes. We hope to see those changes in the revised DTSC plan. Also, because there's a disconnect, we want to focus on the source reduction. And I think we have to refocus our energies and resources to that, because it just creates a havoc when we have the hazardous waste in the residence area. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation for the record if you choose.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. My name is Ron Ramores, a business owner from Los Angeles and currently a board member of Filipino American Chamber of Commerce, Greater Los Angeles, and also a member of National Diversity Coalition. I want to highlight how vital it is for the Board of Environmental Safety to ensure responsible oversight of hazardous waste facilities in vulnerable areas. My biggest worry is the potential for groundwater and surface water contamination. Once toxic materials seep into our water systems, they affect countless people and businesses who rely on clean water for their neighborhoods or livelihoods. Along with that, I'm concerned that local communities might lose input if decision making is shifted away from those directly affected. Local voices need to be heard so that policy outcomes protect both public health and economic stability. While my community has not experienced major environment crisis yet, I believe strong regulation is crucial to prevent future harm. Expanding or reclassifying hazardous waste disposal without rigorous safeguards could put entire neighborhoods at risk. Instead of allowing more dumping, we should be working to reduce the volume of dangerous materials produced in the first place. Safer industrial processes and upfront pollution prevention will both protect public health and lower business costs in the long run. I appreciate the board's dedication to science-based decisions and equitable policy. It is especially important for you to engage with historically underserved communities, those who often bear the brunt of harmful industrial policies. I urge you to proceed with transparency, thorough environmental impact studies, and robust enforcement of any rules you adopt. This means not only asking for public input, but truly listening and prioritizing underserved regions with crafting hazardous waste regulations. Thank you for your leadership in protecting California's natural resources. Please continue championing fairness and public health, in ensuring that decisions on hazardous waste are informed by the latest research, community concerns, and commitment to environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, will you go up to the podium? Just give us 1 moment to pull in one of our interpreters. Okay, so in just 1 moment, Aldo will give the instructions, and then you'll have 6 minutes to allow time for interpretation. Okay, 1 minute.
Este traductor está en línea. No, lo que vamos a hacer es buscar todo.
Thank you all for your patience while we prepare the interpreter. Hi, Leticia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and proceed with a public commenter, and they're going to have 6 minutes to allow time for interpretation.
Muy buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta. Mi nombre es Irma
Members
López
of
y
the
soy
meeting.
miembro de CBE.
My name is Irma
Tengo más de
Lopez, and I'm a
10
member
años
of
viviendo en
CLA.
la ciudad de Carajay.
I've been here for more than 10 years, living here in the city of Arate.
Leticia, we're going to we're going to do it consecutively. So we'll have our public commenter speak, and then we'll pause, and then we'll have
Oh, I see.
Leticia. Perfect. Yeah, so this part will be consecutive. Okay,
I see.
thank you so much.
Vivo cerca del área de Exide y cerca del 710, del Freeway 710. Es un área altamente contaminada y científicamente comprobado que tenemos una reducción de vida de 15 años.
So I live in the city of Exide. I've been living here for quite some time, about 10 years now. I live close to the 710 freeway, an area that's highly contaminated. And there's been reports that we are reduced by 16 years of life living here.
Estoy aquí porque estoy preocupada por la manera en cómo está diseñado el plan de desechos tóxicos de DTSA.
And I'm here because I'm worried about the plans that you have for the hazardous waste management plan from DTSC.
Necesitamos un plan sólido y viable para reducir la cantidad de residuos peligrosos que genera el Estado.
We need a solid plan that is viable, that can contaminate these, that can contain these problems that we have.
Para proteger la salud de las comunidades, necesitamos soluciones para transformar la forma en que regulamos las sustancias químicas en nuestros productos y cómo se fabrican los materiales.
We need a plan so that we're able to figure out how it is that we can regulate the chemicals that we are putting out forth. Y perdón, ¿puede repetir la última frase?
Transformar la forma en que regulamos las sustancias químicas en nuestros productos y cómo se fabrican los materiales.
How it is that materials are being fabricated and what we can do to be able to regulate these chemicals.
Reducir la generación de residuos peligrosos protege la salud y reduce la carga para las comunidades que se ven obligadas a aceptar nuestros residuos peligrosos.
This protects the health and also protects other humans around the area to be able to have a fulfilling life.
Por lo tanto, les estoy pidiendo que regresen el plan a DTSC para que lo revisen y lo incorporen a las recomendaciones que tienen que ver con la prevención.
So because of this, I'm asking you to take this back to DTSC to please revise it and to incorporate it the correct way.
También queremos que DTSC mantenga informada en todo momento a las comunidades y que hagan difusión y que hagan que la gente tenga más participación.
And we'd also ask for you to devise a better plan so that you can also involve other people. Perdón, repetir la última parte que dijo.
Y que hagan que la gente tenga más participación.
And so that people can have a lot more participation.
Y preguntarles cómo han sido impactados por los desechos contaminantes.
And ask them how it is that they have been impacted by the residue, by the hazardous waste, and also to regulate.
También que regulen los negocios, fábricas e industrias sobre la utilización de productos químicos.
Also to be able to regulate businesses, manufacturing companies.
químicos y contaminantes y que se monitoreen periódicamente. Gracias.
Chemicals and toxins, and so that you're able to monitor them adequately.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, and thank you, Leticia, for your assistance. Appreciate that.
Sure. Can someone please assign me back as an interpreter?
Yes, we'll sign you back, send you
you.
into the other room. Thank you so much.
Thank
For
you.
the next lines, we're looking for numbers 21 through 25. You can go ahead and come on up to the, 21 can come up to the podium and the others can line up behind. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Andrea Gordon. I live in Hacienda Heights, and I'm with the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. Our primary focus is everything related to the Quemetco EcoBat lead battery smelter. And what I have seen over years and years and years of working with clean air and with my community to try and stop the pollution in our area, I see that that business is a serial polluter, a major violator, and I have seen nothing from anyone that has been truly effective with regulating this company. We are concerned about the lithium ion batteries that they're likely to try and bring in. They've been operating without a permit as a serial polluter and violator, one of the worst in the state, for years and years and years. Now there's a draft permit that's being considered right now, as you know, but I don't see anything that's really effective. I see DTSC and some of the other regulatory agencies as major bureaucracies who engage in rhetoric, but I don't ever see much action in my community that would serve the purpose of what their primary responsibility is, which is the safety and security of people, communities, those in and around the plant. Quemetco EcoBat brings in hundreds of tons of lead batteries every single day from all over the world. And then they burn the plastic and the rubber to facilitate the smeltering of the lead portion of the battery. All of this goes into the air. All of it goes into the water runoff. Their stuff doesn't work. It's got cracks in cement floors. It leaches out into the dirt. It goes through the air and lands in neighborhoods. You've got Exide all over again. I want to see action. And I'm hoping that this hazardous waste plan will help facilitate the effective management. But so far, I haven't seen anything. Your board is the only thing I've seen so far that has been responsive to the community, and I thank you for all that you have done. But in addition to what I saw in this plan and what I see in my community, we have now seen in January what we've known for quite a while, not always right here, but all of California is burning at some point. And I would encourage you all to go online and look for the 35-minute video that was prepared by and put out by the Local 1014, the Firefighters Union for LA County, and ALADS and some of the other
15 seconds remaining.
union organizations for the law enforcement. As our first responders, they were getting hit with brick-sized pieces of debris that was flying through the air at 80 miles an hour and getting hit with that, and it was hazardous waste.
Thank you for your comments.
I'd appreciate whatever you can do to clean up this plan and to effectively shut down
Thank you
Quemetco,
for your comments.
like stopping the importing of all those lead batteries from all over the world. That would be a good way of reducing.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Marisela Talamantes. I live in the cities of Southeast, Linwood, Huntington Park. And near the 710. I have a big problem here because I come to support my friends to come to us to support the laws. But how can I come and say thank you when I pass every day for the Garfield and Firestone and it's smelling too worse? The air is worse. And I say, what are you doing? Because you represent us, you represent our cities. So how can I say thank you? You are the ones who are manage those issues, our health, to have a clean hair, to have our health in a good shape. I used to work with little kids, as now it's worse when they are come to school coughing, and the parents sometimes with a lot of mucus because our air is not clean. Please, please take your position very serious. You are the ones who represent everybody here. Do your job. I have many years doing community service by free, and I'm so proud, and nobody pay me for that. And there are a lot of people that are paying and don't do that as their job. So you have person that has to check those grades of contamination. Please let them do the work. And support us. My mother says, when you go to sleep on the night, please make sure not to do nothing bad to anyone. So when you go to bed, please think on that, because you are the ones who represent us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you'd like to step up to the podium. We'll hand the card to Evelyn and you'll have 3 minutes. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation.
Good evening, I'm Caroline Farrell. I'm the director of the Environmental Law and Justice Clinic at Golden Gate University. And I submitted comments previously and also earlier today on behalf of National Diversity Coalition and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. And we provided specific comments on goals 1 through 7 because we're just getting ahead of the game, I guess. But I think one of the things that I would just say tonight is that I think in terms of structure, I think the plan really needs to answer a particular question, which is what will be different? How will health be protected at the end of the 3 years of this plan? And if it can create a framework with clear outcomes and measurable goals and metrics that allow that to happen, I think it will be a much tighter plan, a much clearer plan, and something that can be built off in the future. And more importantly, it will actually lead to a reduction in the impacts from hazardous waste, which communities have been asking for decades. And then specifically in terms of some of the goals, I think there are a few things that are about continuing programs like community considerate cleanups that are moving forward without an evaluation of the current program. So I think you can evaluate the program, see where gaps are, and that provides further action items and opportunities for moving that program forward. Similarly, with the resurrection of the pollution prevention program, that was not a perfect program. And so how do you fix that in the next iteration to actually achieve what it's supposed to do? I also feel like goal 4 is probably the most important goal in the plan. And it's also the least funded and the slowest to actually get off the ground because it is just reestablishing a reporting process. So what is the plan for actually getting funding to achieve that goal? And then in terms of goal 5 in the fees, I think, again, this tags with some of the other comments we made, which is this may be an implementation measure of another bigger goal. And fees are not in and of themselves harmful. They're actually helpful. But they're only helpful if you also think of them in a comprehensive way. How is this part of a robust regulatory program with clear mandatory goals and standards and enforceable? So it's
15 seconds
all
remaining.
comprehensive. And then finally, goal 7, thank you for removing 7.2. That is really encouraging. I will get out ahead and say staff should not work on this. It's part of the alternative management standard is part of a waste criteria goal. There are 3 parts of that. You establish the alternative management standard, but only when you look at the waste criteria as a whole. The testing and whether more protective standards need to be added.
Thank you
You
for your
can't get ahead of
comments.
it. Don't get ahead of it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. For the record, it is 7:32, and we're just making a note for the record that Member Bhatia has left the meeting. Thank you. 7:32 and a half. No. Thank you, Member Bhatia. Okay, next commenter, thank you. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Demaven Quirino, President of the Film Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos and Gateway Cities. Upon hearing the goals outlined to manage the hazardous waste, and I just appreciate how the emphasis is to simplify and prioritize and gather data that you can use as benchmarks. But at the same time, I'm also concerned that why wasn't it like that from the beginning? But with that said, I am really looking forward to seeing how this plan, these goals are going to be are going to translate into implementable system that would impact the community and the environment. What's closest to my heart on this of all the goals that has been discussed is number 2, because of the information and that the public has to know more, and I'm part of that public that needs to know more because I don't know enough, I would admit. But having attended this meeting has really been invaluable for me, because now I would like to know more, and I would like to see how the board and the DTSC is going to be able to do more community outreach. So it's not just about the information that's going to be out there for people to seek, but actual information that will be in front of them, and how that can be done. And I see some outlines on goals number 2, but that's the one that I really want us to focus on, in addition to everything else. But as part of an organization, there's so many other organizations that I think the board or NTSC could tap into to reach out to directly, and that specific organization can disseminate information to the general public and community. So, we would like to know more, because we would like to see how we could get involved and actually create more impact for the programs that you guys have in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next iteration of commenters, we're going to have numbers 26 through 30. I'm up for 25 through 30. The boarding is this way? No. Okay. So next commenter, want to come up to the podium. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hi, my name is Cindy Ting. I am here with the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce, part of the National Diversity Coalition. I'm also a special education high school teacher in Orange County, actually just down the street in Anaheim. I'm very active in our community and have actually led students on beach cleanups and research to figure out what our impact is on our environment. I appreciate the board, all the work that you're doing to ensure that we are meeting the mandates and things that we're needing to do for the state of California. Personally, I have been impacted by the pollutants and other hazardous waste materials. My family does have asthma, as well as different forms of cancer have affected our family. And we see it with the increased number of allergies, not only in my own family, but in my students. As a business owner, I also recognize how poorly managed toxic waste can harm community well-being and local economies. And these can make areas less livable and making the housing crunch even more so, with rising prices and unsafe places for our children to grow up in. I hope that the Department of Substances Control prioritize real pollution prevention at the source. Simply expanding disposable sites is not a legitimate solution. It spreads hazards rather than eliminating them. I hope that the board continues to educate our children as well as the public, be transparent and open communication so that our students also can be part of the solution, because this will affect them and for generations to come. So I respectfully ask the board to insist on strict enforcement of environmental review processes, rigorous oversight, and genuine public dialogue before any policy is approved. Let's ensure that our children and their children can inherit a healthier, more sustainable life.
Thank you for your comments. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, my name is Matt Holmes. I'm here with the California Environmental Justice Coalition. I'm sort of Tom's bodyguard. I'm happy to be here. Let's say I was born and raised in Lassen County. I live in Stockton, California, so I know what it's like to be in second-class California and enjoy second-class protections. In my role with CEJC, I kind of want to talk about 3 things. I want to talk about content, composition, and conduct. The content of this plan is sorely lacking. We were talking about an inventory today that proves the DTSC doesn't know where stuff is. If we don't know where the pollution is, we don't know who the next communities are that are at risk. We had 90 folks in our coalition, and we're trying to figure out who do we rally, who do we fund to get here, because certainly none of them live around here, right? And none of them live around Berkeley. So we couldn't get representative communities who are impacted by this plan to come and attest to this, because I guess DTSC doesn't know where the stuff is. So there's no way to recruit a representative population that you want to give thoughtful feedback on this plan until you tell us where all the hazardous waste is. That's the memory, that's the history that's in the body of our state. We need to dig down into that. Okay, that's how we would get the composition that would actually make this an informed plan. And I want to talk about the conduct of these meetings. I was really pleasantly surprised. We had board members telegraph dissatisfaction. We've never seen anything like that. I advise all sorts of BDOs and agencies and natural resources. Colin's laughing because he knows we've worked together. I barely found my jugular with a straight edge razor earlier today in a 4-hour meeting with CARB. And that was about heat pumps, right? So I was glad to hear your literacy on justice, and that it's not about not dumping a new pile on poor folks again. You also have a responsibility to do everything you can to look back and to address historic concerns. So I was really dismayed to hear the next comments be about timeliness. And I would have to worry about July. And all of a sudden there's a clock. And I'll remind you that the clock is the most classic tool of white cultural institutions to tell poor communities of color that they don't deserve equal protection. So I'd encourage you to steel yourselves and be bold in July. Fight for more time. The governor's not that big a prick. He can handle it. But I do see directors and leaders on these boards routinely try to insulate that brother from bad news. And they often overreact and overcorrect. So we got all the time in the world to get this right. We have no time to get it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, Catalina Gonzalez. I'm a resident of LA County, San Gabriel Valley, and I'm here with the Clean Air Coalition today. My family has been a resident in East Los Angeles for over 50 years and been, directly impacted by all the disastrous effects of Exide that we've seen in our communities, our neighbors, our friends for decades. And I think we should do everything possible to keep that situation or anything like that from happening in California ever again. I've also, in San Gabriel Valley, I've also worked with organizations that were successful, and there was a lot of support from community and young people who wanted the Piney Hills landfill to be converted, to be restored to its natural habitat and to be used for recreation and biodiversity. So I know for a fact that people in LA County do not want more hazardous waste. There's a lot of anxiety and concern now because of the effects of the wildfires, where these billions of tons of hazardous waste are going to be disposed. Having done soil testing throughout San Gabriel Valley as a volunteer gardener, I got really concerned about, going to a community or a school site and testing that soil and seeing that it wasn't safe to plant vegetables. And I know specifically like green vegetables that, school gardens want to plant. These sites are already not safe. So I'm really concerned about what the unintended consequences of this plan could create and increasing that exposure to hazardous chemicals. And I have concerns that it's going to increase this load. I would like to know how many generation facilities there are in LA County. I have not been able to find that information. And so I want to thank you for your constructive discussion today and just speak to some of the recommendations that I would like to include. I think it would be great to have like folks mentioned, have a baseline of what is the current capacity for inspection, monitoring, and compliance, and what goals does the plan set forth to increase this or to staff up in the future. I think the plan could identify specific reduction strategies and make clear and prioritize environmental justice actions for reduction. I think having data collection and transparency to inform decisions is something that's lacking in the plan. And I think the plan could reflect specific reduction goals. And lastly, I just want to speak to, I think the plan is a good place to identify and call out the role of other entities and other state agencies that have a role in this. You mentioned Cal EPA, mentioned air districts, mentioned other state agencies. What is their role and what are some of the decisions that they're making that are related to hazardous waste reduction? As someone who wants California to see, achieve its climate goals, we're also concerned that we cannot do that.
Please wrap up your comments.
We cannot do that on the backs of communities that have been receiving these impacts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter comes up to the podium. If there are any additional in-person commenters, the number's 30, or if you did not receive a number or would like to comment, we'll go ahead and invite you to line up at this time. Please go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Well, I won't need that long. Won't keep you all long. Hi, my name is Anthony Mercado. I'm with the Clean Air Coalition. I just want to say, we don't want any more pollution. It's gone around the district areas, La Puente area, and it's just a lot of people. I've heard a lot of horror stories, and just I'm concerned about my fellow citizens in the area. And God, just don't. One thing I want to say is, please do not keep re-licensing Quemeco and these other polluting companies. It's I don't care how you slice it, just no good for anyone. So that's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you'd like to come up to the podium, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right, my name is Christine Consunji, and as a small business owner and community leader with the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos and Gateway Cities, and also the National Diversity Coalition, I'm here today to share my concerns about toxic waste expansion proposal. But first, I'd like to really appreciate you guys. I know this is a thankless job, but somebody has to do it. So we really do appreciate you guys doing all the research and all the hard work that you guys are doing to make this happen for us. Of course, you've heard about the air, you've heard about the water, you've heard, and as a gardener, the water is very important to us in regards with, of course, potable water and also for our agricultural economy. Additionally, I'm actually also concerned in regards to property values. As we all know, they are, because I asked Google and ChatGPT and I said, you know what, can you give me some stories in regards with toxic waste? And also give me some really good, bad and good, but I saw more bad than good. So it would be great when you guys are doing your dissemination information to actually have those success stories as well, so people would know about it too. I also urge this board to take this concern seriously. and ensure that thorough studies and transparent research and genuine public input guide any decisions related to this proposal. Proper environmental assessments and open dialogue, which you guys are already doing, to protecting our communities and preventing long-term harm. As my president Demevan said, let us know how we can be involved and then how we can also be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A next commenter, come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Byron Chan. I'm an attorney at Earth Justice. And I just wanted to make a comment about goal number 1, which is to reduce environmental health impacts. And I think it's important for DTSC and the board to recognize that certain hazardous waste facilities are just fundamentally incompatible with reducing health impacts. So in particular, facilities that consistently violate their permits and hazardous waste regulations. So enforcement is really important. It's an important part of the plan. But for it to mean anything, it has to have real consequences for those violating facilities. And right now, violating facilities are not bearing the consequences of their violations. Instead, it's communities that are bearing the consequences of those violations with their health and safety. So DTSC, it has the authority now to shut down violating facilities. It's just deciding not to do so. So for this plan to truly reduce environmental health impacts, DTSC needs to shut down violating facilities and deny their permits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. For any other in-person commenters in the room, this will be the last call for the in-person commenters. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Zoom for our virtual participants. Thank you for bearing with us. We appreciate your patience. We're going to call on the Zoom participants in the order in which their hands were raised. So our first commenter, Cynthia Babbage, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Babbage, the founder and director of the Del Amo Action Committee, also the co-coordinator for the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network. Today, I will say thank you to BES for your leadership, streamlining, and the removal of 7.2. Early workshops under Director Lee placed community engagement at every intersection of creating a plan. Communities are a big part of the solution. I have been involved since 2017 on this issue due to stockpiled DDT soil on the Superfund site adjacent to our community since 2001, almost 25 years. So my comments on the goals are following. I'm very worried about voluntary agreements to clean up sites. It seems that sometimes it's just a pay to play, and the lack of oversight from DTSC staff, because I don't think they get enough funding, really creates a hazardous situation. We had that in our community with ecology controls industries. Also, community benefits agreements are a great concern for me. Communities that are already underserved and impacted by toxic sites lack resources and amenities. And it seems like it's just throwing a bone to a community. Here, you're going to get this. But in addition, we're going to give you some street lamps and some sidewalks. Those things should be a given. Enforcement, of course, is good when it happens. And on 1.4, I thought that this was already being done, and I appreciate the board looking for action items on that. Number 2, I really didn't have much to say on that. Number 3, I think is a good idea, but you can't just let these companies self-audit themselves. If you're going to let them do any kind of treatment on site or under their oversight, you need to give them guidance on what's acceptable. Incineration is a no-go. We don't create more dioxin, more contamination. So you take it from the soil and then you put it in the air. So we should not be allowing the production of new incinerable waste, while we still struggle with new technologies like SWO to treat some of the waste that we have now. I think that I'll skip a little bit just to talking about fees and people being a little worried about that. Well, some products do need to be discouraged, and if fees is a way to do that, then we should impose the highest. And finally, the plan misses going back and looking at the legacy
15 seconds.
sites, very first sites that were caused by the redlining and racism in our communities, and the sites that continue to receive more and more of these burdens. Thank you. Good job, BES. Continue the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next commenter, Jane Williams, we're going to request for you to unmute. You can state your name and affiliation for the record if you choose, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Jane Williams. I'm the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics, which is a statewide network of environmental justice groups that was formed in 1989 at the Santa Isabel Church in East LA after a march opposing the construction of a hazardous waste incinerator in East LA. And so I've done this work now for a very, very long time. And one of the first things that I did was stop a hazardous waste burning cement kiln in my community, where they were burning all of the liquid incinerable hazardous waste in the state, right upwind from where I live. And massive pollution, unbelievable pollution and public health impacts from that. And so I was very interested to see, I'm on the mandatory mailing list for DTSC, and I have been now for decades. And I did not get any notification of any of the workshops leading up to this hazardous waste plan. So when I cracked it open and I looked inside of it, it looked so familiar to me. And I realized, I went out into my archive building, which has like 1 million pages of documents. And I went and I opened the regulatory structure update box. The regulatory structure update was a scheme by Department of Toxic Substance Control back in the early 90s to deregulate hazardous waste across California. And I looked at the appendices to this plan, and except for a couple of them, like aluminum dross and a couple other things, they match up almost perfectly. So I thought that the Board on Environmental Safety should understand that for me, today is like I'm starring in that movie, Groundhog Day. It's like I'm back in 1996, going to meeting after meeting with industry to try to figure out ways to deregulate hazardous waste in California. So California right now is number 3 in hazardous waste production, behind Texas and Louisiana, and it was back in 1996 too. California is also the number 6th largest open burner of hazardous waste. We open burn hazardous waste in California, and we're very good at it. So I don't see anything in this plan that deals with some of the really big ticket items, like what are we going to do with perfluorinated waste? How are we going to stop the open burning of hazardous waste? How are we going to protect communities that are at the front line of places like Exide and Ecobat and the place in Compton, Domino, Cardoon? And so I would love the opportunity to engage with
15
BES.
seconds remaining.
I would love the opportunity to engage with BES to actually get at some of these problems that have been facing California now for over 3 decades. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Deja McCauley, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Deja McCauley, and I'm with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. I appreciate everything that's been shared today. I also appreciate the board's insightful discussion and comments and recommendations made to make the plan stronger. I also agree a lot with what my colleagues have shared, that this plan does not adequately address source reduction. The plan lacks vision, as so many board members mentioned earlier, and the plan does not center EJ or public health and is absolutely not reflective of a circular economy. I'm going to speak to goal 1 and then the plan a little bit more broadly. I'll just note that goal 1 should be amended to focus on actual recommendations for strengthening DTSC's commitment to addressing EJ priorities in their programs and policies. The goal currently states that it will reduce environmental impacts by implementing the C3C initiative. If the plan is going to tout the C3C initiative as an EJ goal, then there should be some concrete recommendations on how this initiative will directly benefit EJ communities and an analysis of the effects of the program on community health and well-being. I participate in the C3C group, and though I believe it could be a good avenue for integrating community priorities into the DTSC site mitigation and cleanup program, there have not been any direct benefits to EJ communities. The program is relatively new, so I don't know what successes have come out of it. I'm not saying there won't be any, but there hasn't been any concrete benefits to come out of that that space yet. And I think C3C is mentioned in both goals 1 and 3, and so it'll be important to identify enforcement mechanisms to ensure that EJ goals are achieved if we are going to continue to include the C3C in these goals. I also agree that the mention of the enforcement strategic plan in that goal makes no sense and should either be removed or strengthened to recommend how the enforcement strategic plan is actually going to benefit communities. And then to speak to the plan more broadly, I also want to reiterate that we need more prevention and source reduction. We need a strong, actionable plan to reduce how much hazardous waste the state generates. We have to think creatively about this to protect communities' health. We need solutions to transform the way that we generate hazardous waste, and how materials are made and ensuring that materials are doing no harm. We need to reduce waste, protect health, and reduce the burden that communities are forced to experience each day when they have to accept our hazardous waste. I know pollution prevention
15 seconds remaining.
because we're trying to figure out how do we get people and businesses to pollute less and stop creating toxic products. But DTSC should be thinking about those policies now that could help achieve the goals we want for the future. So I urge you all to take this plan back and co-create something with communities that actually addresses our concerns.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next commenter, Miguel Alatorre, we're going to request that you unmute. Please accept the invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miguel Alatorre. I'm the Executive Director of the Unidos Network here in Kettleman City. I just want to thank you guys again for your patience with us and sticking through all this. But I do want to say, I want to reiterate a lot of what some of my colleagues have said and say that the 3 minutes is definitely not enough. I don't think that's enough to get a lot of our points across. I do want to acknowledge that you guys have been doing a great job in getting into our communities, but I think that we need to further this by doubling down and making sure that we really get into some kind of community forum where we can have those broad discussions and we can communicate with you guys without time constraints and make sure that residents have every single question answered and that materials are visual for them. I would like to remind folks that a lot of the people in Kettleman never passed the 2nd grade reading level or a 2nd grade in their studies. And so that's something that I wish that people would cater more of the materials towards is making it more inclusive for them to understand this entire process, making sure that they know what are some of the good outcomes that can come out of being a part of the process and where their lack of participation may hurt the process or slow down the process. I think in regards to the hazardous waste plan, I think without cumulative health criteria really being defined and really having us as community members help you define the metrics that are really important to us, I think that the plan is of no use to people in Kettleman City. And I think that we should definitely look at the cumulative health impacts with regards to the different pollution burdens that may be outside of the DTSC scope of work. Like we definitely have a really, really bad water quality issue. And that's something that I feel like we can work on solving together. Again, I want to reiterate that community engagement is really, really important to the Unidos network. And we look forward to helping you guys bridge that gap and get into the community and make sure that they understand everything and that the materials are all relevant for them. So thank you so much for your patience. You guys have a good one.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Veronica's iPhone. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, first off, I just kind of want to start off by thanking you, Courtney, for setting up a very good meeting that we had with Member Brostrom. Thank you so much, Member Brostrom, for taking time and meeting with us and listening to our concerns. And I really think that we had a very productive conversation, and I really appreciate that. I also want to thank, the efforts and the possible removal of 7.2. That was very close to my community. But we still have to remember there are there are so many more communities and those that have taken the time tonight to continue to express their concern of the way that this plan affects them. And I want to point out that we need to take that into consideration. This is a very serious, it deals with concerns of our life, concerns for our health, and I believe this plan is very reckless. And I'd also like to address another comment to Director Katie Butler. You have the authority. You as the leader to not let plans so reckless be brought, instill fear within communities like mine that had that fear that we are going to have to deal with toxic waste right next to our homes. Communities like those that have come and approached today, in public, during the public comment right there in person. And I really believe that this plan needs to just go back. Regardless of what was taken out, regardless of what is thinking, this has so many terrible implications. And I really believe that the director, Katie Butler, you really need to stand up for those that you serve. Follow what the mission of the DTSC is, and do what it's supposed to do, and that is protect the communities in California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, looks like the last one with the hand raised will be Bethany's iPhone. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Sternbaum. I'm a resident of Granada Hills. I'm speaking for my community near Sunshine Canyon Landfill. I appreciate the removal of goal 7.2. However, I still have some concerns around goal 6.3, which may also open the door to allowing diluted hazardous materials in municipal landfills in the future. Toxicity doesn't disappear with a label change or by just adding water. California has always set the example for other states on environmental issues, raising the bar, not lowering it. As our population grows more unhealthy from its effects, our communities deserve better protection, not more risk. We should be tightening regulations, investing in cleaner alternatives, and preventing hazardous waste at the source. Our health and our environment depend on it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Last call for the Zoom remote virtual participants that want to comment to raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. And if we can just check with our interpreters to see if there are any Spanish public comments. So we'll just wait a moment for that information. Okay, there are no Spanish comments. And just a reminder, if you do have additional comments, you can email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Oh, we did have one more hand raised. Thank you. Apologies if I mispronounce his name. Warhay will go ahead and invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. And if you would like, you could state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Brendan Warhay. I live in North Whittier and am active with the Clean Air Coalition. You've heard many comments today from people in communities that are concerned about toxic elements within their environment. You are able to make a difference in this. In this day of so much political upheaval, we need people who have a backbone, who can stand up for doing the right thing for the people that they represent, the people that put them in place, and hold polluters accountable. Please do that for us, the people who pay for your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Rakestraw, that does conclude the public comment period for agenda item number 9, the DTSC Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing number 3.
Thank you very much. Oh, shoot.
I know that was my bad.
I'll go ahead and repeat the microphone was not on. Just for those online, I was thanking those both online and in person for their comments and indicating that we'll now turn to Alexis for item 10, which is the review of the action items for this meeting.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We established a quorum at 12:01 with all members present. In item 2, in your opening remarks, you invited interested parties for meetings with you to continue. In item 3, the executive officer report, there were a number of questions that we will, through our ombuds, follow up with, and a request to meet with the board regarding SB 673, and some follow-up questions that we will capture in greater detail through our executive officer and ombuds. In item 4, there were several, which was the DTSC leadership report, excuse me. There were several requests and questions of Director Butler also for follow-up, and we use our ombudsman position to track and follow up on that. In item 5, which were our comments regarding metrics for the hazardous waste management program, we made requests of DTSC, and then you will note that we split the subcommittee's effort so that Member Brostrom will continue and bring ideally the hazardous waste management program to a close. Chair Rakestraw and Member Bhatia will begin the safer consumer products metrics and perhaps convene some front-end workshops around that to get that started. In item 9, the hazardous waste management plan, the board moved to do 2 things: to revise and finalize the hazardous waste management plan, directing DTSC to work closely with our board and to propose revisions to the plan by July 1st, and then to remove section 7.2. And so that is a summary, but Swati, you may have more.
The team has been tracking the detailed action items, so we have several of them. So we will be following up with DTSC and to the public that made the inquiries and the board members that made the requests. So we will be following up. So we're tracking it all.
Great. So thank you very much, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker and Executive Officer Sharma. So we're now on the final item, which is item 11, to conclude the board meeting today. Just to again, thank you all for taking the time and spending your Thursday evening again with us. We are open to continue to meet, continue to receive public comments, to continue to receive feedback. And as Executive Officer Sharma mentioned, we as a board have a lot of follow-up to do to make sure that we are responsive to the comments that you all are raising as well. So why don't we go ahead and close there. Thank you all again, and this meeting is closed. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, I do have it. I forgot the last page. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Chair Rakestraw, that we adjourn. I'll second.
All in favor? Say aye. Aye, wonderful. Thank you so much. The meeting is officially adjourned at 8:11. Thank you all.